You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, fools? Today is 10/15/2025. It is 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? Alright, we got a debate in like an hour, I think, so. I did, so Steven Crowder, the other day, we watched Steven Crowder go into a, what do you call it, a barbershop, and like kind of debated the black guys in the barbershop, and then like right as it was kind of getting good, they cut it off and said, you'll have to tune in for part 2. It looks like, I think they came out with part 2, so I'm gonna I'm gonna try to check that in a little bit. Actually, let's see. Okay, yeah, never mind. It looks like they didn't come out with it. I saw that he was posting stuff about it on Twitter, so I just assumed they came out with it, but maybe not. Okay. Well, crap. Can we cover the collar thing? Somebody left a comment on one of my videos, and they were like, dude, on the first day, you're saying he definitely didn't shock the dog. And now you're saying, well, maybe he did, but you don't care. And even still, you don't think there's enough evidence. That's not true. Day one, that's exactly what I said the entire time. And they said, oh, you said there's definitely no tape on the receiver. Now you're saying, well, it totally makes sense that there would be tape on. That's what I said the first day as well. I said I don't think that looks like tape to me in the fucking picture, but it does make sense why there would be tape on it. You can go back to that one, and I say it makes sense that he would cover up the number on the back of the fucking monitor. I said all of these same things on the very first days that I covered this as well. I did not change my position at all, so I don't know what to do with these people. But this is what it's like dealing with people who make MAGA type arguments. Rough. Yeah, outside of that, actually, I don't think I have a whole lot to cover. We can watch this guy instead.
Proper discipline, proper communication skills. You guys know that? You need proper discipline, a routine of kindness. You need to practice. Say something right now. Let's practice some kindness. Say something nice. That's a nice toilet seat. Wow, that's very artistic what you did with the toilet seat. I like the art. He's working with colors. Look at this. It was poop, and now it's multicolored poop. Wow.
Yeah, it used to always be poop. Every time that tuned in, it was brown all around the toilet seat. Did Not So Erudite debate Lav today, or? Oh, and there's Lav on Modern Day Debates right now.
Without no fault divorce, the woman divorces the man, claims his account out by collecting alimony, and then the court sends to favor the woman so she gets the kids too and collects child support. There's no accountability on the woman. The man is held accountable. He has to pay child support. He has to pay alimony. The debate is about women not having any accountability. And we see it here in the justice system.
I always find something wrong. You've been putting up with my shit just way too long. I'm so gifted at finding what I don't like the most.
Based. Thank you, Camille, for the $50 dono. Let's go, boy. I don't,
Let's go.
So this, what is that, 48? Yes, 48. Thank you, Camille, for the 2 donos. Let's go. Well done. Well done, good sir. Well, that'll get us through the first debate. told you I'd fix you up for yesterday. Thank you, sir. So is Lav back? He did promise. Yes, he did. Oh, she double booked. Oh. So Lav was supposed to be on with Erudite today, but she double booked and did this instead. Damn. Okay.
When it comes to marriage, when it comes to multiple different things, right? So, yeah.
No, so oh, no, go ahead.
I'm just waiting for this to get live.
If I'm taking 10 years out of the workforce, if I'm taking 10 to 18 years out of the workforce to raise your greedy ass kids that ruin my body and take everything from me, yeah, and then you cheat on me, yeah,
but that's a stretch. Most of these women, most of these women are still working. Yeah, most of these women are still working.
Yes, but they're not furthering. They're not furthering.
I'd stop stream after the debate.
I'm doing HR. You're never going to ascend to the financial freedom that
that is not the average woman. So you're going towards, you're looking at things like this traditional woman. We live in modernity. These women aren't traditional. These women have a job. They have a man. The man has a job. They have kids. The kids go off to daycare. The woman's working. The man is working. That's the bulk of relationships in America. Now there's some traditional relationships as well where the woman is staying at home.
In America, still a woman works less than men.
Women work less than men because they choose to work less than men.
And they still are the primary caregiver, and they still work. So women have two jobs constantly, when a man still just mostly has his primary job.
So you think that taking care of children is a job?
Are you joking? Is this real?
Wait, you think that it's a burden, like a job is, like working for another man? You said this in your opening as well.
Yes,
like
of course,
raising children
is a job.
Do you have children?
Not yet, no.
Yeah, I have many children, right?
Yeah, and you're not the primary parent.
You're incorrect. You don't even know my lifestyle. I raised my daughter for 10 years. I raised my daughter for 10 years alone. So here's the thing. Well, here's the thing.
That's not
when it comes to parenting,
you are in the minority.
You're speaking about the minority. When it comes to caretaking and you thinking that taking care of children is a burden, no, it's a blessing that I get to wake up each morning and see my beautiful daughter's face. It's a blessing. It's not a burden. It is not work. I look at my child as it's my.
This is so stupid. Something can be a blessing and work at the same time. It can be both. What she's talking about is the fact that she has to sacrifice for that child. That the guy would not have to sacrifice his job, his work, his money, and it doesn't matter if it's a blessing. That doesn't change the fact that she would still have to sacrifice a whole lot of things for that blessing.
Senator Bobby Harms is joining us. She's a bartender from Horn Lake, Mississippi. She is a Democrat. She submitted her question via video.
A Democrat from Mississippi.
Indeed.
All right. There we go.
My American dream has turned into a nightmare. My family was only days away from closing on a USDA loan for our dream home. Then came news of the shutdown, and now we face uncertainty. Our lease is up, and now we have to move. The shutdown is costing us our chance to live our dream. What are you doing to end this stalemate and help restore faith in our elected officials, the people I helped to choose to guard my American dream?
We're going to do everything that we can to bring an end to this terrible shutdown, which is hurting you and which is hurting 1 million federal employees and millions of people who use federal services. But also, we have got to be cognizant that if Trump wins this fight, our healthcare system could well collapse and tens of thousands of people could die every single year.
Do you think Trump could win this fight?
No, we're going to win it. But it's not, I don't want to look at it like a political fight. We're going to win it because the American people are on our side. If you are, or you're a Republican congresswoman, you're going to go back to your district and people are going to say to you, why are you doubling my insurance premiums? Why did you throw me off of health care? That's a fight that Republicans are not going to win.
Well, and to Bobby's question, Representative, earlier you said that House Speaker Mike Johnson said he wants this shutdown to be one of the longest in history. I believe he said it could be one of the longest in history. He was saying that more of a warning about how long it could go on. I don't think it was a threat. But I do think people want to know how long they should brace for this to potentially go on for. Do you think by Thanksgiving the government could still be shut down?
I mean, I would certainly hope not. I would certainly hope not. My hope is that we're able to resolve this as quickly as possible. I'm ready to negotiate. Bernie's ready to negotiate. I mean, we are all open and ready to.
Is anyone actually negotiating right now?
No, but let me reiterate one point. Republicans aren't in town. How do you negotiate with people who refuse even to show up to do their job? They're on vacation for what, a month now?
Yes. House Republicans have been on vacation for over.
But the Republican senators are here, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, we've had him on. He said, we've done our job. We passed the clean CR in the House. It's now up to the Senate to make these negotiations.
They need to pick up a phone, Caitlin. They need to pick up a phone. They're saying that they're doing all this work. They are twiddling their thumbs and talking to each other. It is actually an unconscionable abdication and refusal to work. They refuse. I've never seen people who hate working so much in my life. I mean, genuinely, they won't even pick up the phone. They won't. If I were Mike Johnson, you should be in that office negotiating with Hakeem Jeffries every damn day until we reopen this government. And any day that you don't do that is a failure. It is a failure. And until there is accountability for people who refuse to work, then we're going to continue to be in this cycle. So, you know, in the Senate, the Senate Majority Leader is...
Yeah, currently they say that they're taking away Medicaid and Medicare from people who don't, that refuse to work, but it's the Republicans in Congress that refuse to work right now. Interesting.
Is John Thune. He should be negotiating with Chuck Schumer. President Trump should be having congressional leaders in the White House. Do you see that every day? No, you don't, because they're playing golf and they're going to Mar-a-Lago, and the House and Republicans in the House have been on vacation for weeks now. We are here in Washington, D.C. We are ready to work. We are ready to strike a deal. We're not here to just be my way and the highway about everything. But what we're also not going to accept is the complete collapse of the American healthcare system, so that just because the Republican Party has decided to take 1 million federal workers hostage.
Can I ask you on that? Because you before have said a government shutdown is like hostage taking when it comes to paychecks, because you came into office actually during a government shutdown, the longest in U.S. history. So what would you say to Republicans who say you're doing the hostage taking this time?
Once again, pick up the phone. They need to pick up the phone. And it's not hostage taking if they refuse to clock in, right? We're all clocked in. We're all clocked in to do the job. They're not even here. They're not even here. And so it's not hostage taking as much as the fact is they refuse to show up and do the job.
Once again, the law is in the Senate, they need 60 votes. They don't have 60 votes. They've got 53 or maybe 52. That means you have to sit down and talk to the other side. It is not complicated. They are not doing that.
Yeah, it's really sad. Like, when they keep saying that this is the Democrats' fault, yet they have a majority. They only need like a small amount of votes to actually get this through. If you can't get that small amount of votes, it seems as though there's a real problem with what it is that you're proposing. It seems as though there's an actual problem with what it is that you're proposing, and you need to fix it. But the fact that the Democrats are telling them, hey, this is what we want fixed. This is what we need to vote for this. We will vote for this. You just need to fix these few things. And they're not even willing to have a conversation about it. There is no, like, quabbling or quibbling or any of it. There's no debating who's responsible for this. There's no debating over, like, who's responsible for the shutdown at this point. There can't be any disagreement about this. Cam here with the 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. Did Bucky get one this time? Oh, wait. No. What? No, not yet. Oh, man. Bucky didn't get one. That's fucked up. What the fuck? All right, let's try 5. Whoa. Whoa. Ah. What the fuck? right, let's try 5 more. Whoa. What? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? That's not right. That's fucked up. It's fucked up, dude. All right, 5 more. Whoa. What? Whoa. What? Oh, fuck. Fucking 45. 45. Are you sure you have gifted subs turned on? Are you sure you're allowed to receive gifted subs? You positive you have them turned on? Yes? Okay. Can't you select who gets them? No, you can do that on like Twitch, but you can't do it on YouTube, unfortunately. It's dumb.
The reality is that kids do stupid things, especially young boys. They tell
Listen, there's absolutely no reason why we would expect JD Vance or anybody in the Republican Party to denounce all of those texts that came out from those young Republican kids, because JD Vance and everybody in the Republican Party defended all of those kids who were working for Elon Musk in the Doge program, who had tons of racist posts that they were posting all over Twitter and everything. So there's absolutely no reason to think that they're going to denounce any of this stuff either.
Offensive jokes, like that's what kids do. And I really don't want us to grow up in a country where a kid telling a stupid joke, telling a very offensive stupid joke, is cause to ruin their lives.
That's what kids do. Vice President J.D. Vance earlier today commenting again on a political story.
We got 5 more. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, fuck. What the hell? What the hell, man? Well, thank you. Thank you, little bits. All right, who's next up?
Story involving members of young Republicans' organizations and thousands of leaked messages where they're seen exchanging hate, racist, and homophobic texts. The vice president choosing there not to condemn the messages, instead dismissing it as, quote, what kids do, and that, quote, kids do stupid things, especially young boys. The organization in question is for Republicans between the ages of 18 and 40. Kids. Anyway, according to Politico, the Telegram group chats involve Republican operatives, and at least one case, an elected official. Inside those messages, one referred to black people as, quote, monkeys and, quote, watermelon people. One talked about sending political opponents to gas chambers. Another called rape, quote, epic. Prominent Republicans like Congresswoman Elise Stefanik were quick to condemn the messages. The young Republicans denounced the texts as vile and inexcusable. Politico reports that at least one person lost their job, while another had a job offer rescinded At least two of the people involved have apologized. My panel is back. The Arena text chain is also with us.
The text chain is kind of annoying. Scott Jennings in the text. The Democratic candidate for Virginia AG wants to shoot his political opponents in the head and murder his children. Immediately with the whataboutism. Just whoop. Immediately. What you're talking about is shit that he said like 5 years ago, and what we're talking about are texts that were said just days ago. So this is and just to be clear, these kids are defending those texts. They're not like, oh, we're so sorry, guys. We shouldn't have said these things. This is one of the kids in the group text. His name's Aiden on Twitter. He said, a friend of mine got blackmailed into leaking these chats. A total fucking coward and useless piece of shit. One of the people in here, he attended his wedding with me and still sold him over to the devil. All over some useless YR beef. So I guess it's young Republican beef. And then the GOP condemned them. Fuck these people. The GOP treated... I'm assuming that's supposed to say threatened. Threatened to fire my friend and vice chairman from his AG job because of TikToks I posted about immigration. I was allowed to talk about replacement theory, or I wasn't allowed to talk about replacement theory or any mainline immigration stances. They asked me to resign over Trump's green card diploma mill comments. See, this kid is too fucking stupid. He literally, half the shit that he's saying doesn't even make sense. So here he doesn't say threatened, he says treated. The GOP treated to fire my friend. They treated to fire your friend? Okay. And then here he says, they asked me to resign over Trump's green card diploma mill comments. They asked you to resign over Trump's comments? That doesn't make sense. Where the fuck did that come from? And then he says, I was blacklisted by Young Republican National and blocked by their accounts because their leader is a BLM sympathizing closet case. Everyone in this article is a patriot, and everyone attacking them is a dirty, treacherous, impotent, cowardly bundle of sticks. A bundle of sticks is a faggot. Just so people. They all deserve to be destroyed. So, the first thing that he says is that his friend got blackmailed into leaking these chats. Where's the evidence for that? Where's the fucking receipts? Show us where he or anybody got blackmailed into doing this. Bucky! Welcome to Fools 1. Let's go! Yeah, it's hard out here for racists these days, bro. People are just too sensitive about racism, you know. People aren't even allowed to spread the replacement theory anymore. I've got people in here where like there's one of his posts where I said, you know, if you actually believe in the great replacement theory, I would be happy to have you on and debate you about this. And there's people who are replying to it like, the replacement theory is proven in stats, bro. You're an idiot. So the replacement theory is not stats. It's not stats. The replacement theory is not that like immigrants are becoming more of the population. The great replacement theory is not that there's just a growing percentage of brown people in the country. The great replacement theory is that there is an intent from the elites or from the government to make it to where there are less white people, and it's especially from Jews. It is especially Jews who are the elites or in government who are trying to replace white people. So the idea that all these people are, oh, it's just facts, dude. It's just stats. Just look at the stats. No, it's not just stats. Nobody disagrees that immigrants are, and like, you know, minority groups are becoming a larger percentage of the population. Nobody disagrees with that. It is just stats. That is not a controversial thing. Nobody's going to get fired over saying that there's a growing number of people who are minorities. There's a growing percentage of them in the population. No one's getting fired over that. They're getting fired over saying shit like the Jews are the ones who are doing this. That's what they're going to get fired over. It's the intent. The intent almost doesn't matter, but that's what the replacement theory is. That's what it is. That's what the great replacement theory is. It is that there is an intent to do this. Nobody disagrees with the idea that there is a growing number of minorities in the country. Nobody disagrees with this. This is not a controversial take. Absolutely nobody disagrees with that. So to be like, oh, Tom thinks it's about that. That is what they're talking about. That is what it means. In your heavily biased liberal opinion, what it is. Okay. What is the... The Great Replacement is a white nationalist and anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that falsely claims there is a deliberate plot to replace white populations with non-white immigrants. The theory is a core belief within white supremacist and extremist movements that has motivated acts of racist violence. Okay, let's see. Conspiracy theory asserts that there is an active effort to replace white populations. Interesting that they... It's just... Oh, what? The replacement criteria model pacemaker... Oh, for pacemakers? Okay. The Great Replacement, also known as replacement theory or Great Replacement theory, is a debunked white nationalist far-right conspiracy theory originally espoused by French author Renaud Camus. The original theory states that while the complicity or cooperation of replacist elites, the ethnic French and white European population at large are being demographically and culturally replaced by non-whites, especially from Muslim-majority countries, through mass migration, demographic growth, and drop in birth rate of white Europeans. Since then, similar claims have been advanced in other national contexts, notably in the United States. Mainstream scholars have dismissed these claims of a conspiracy of replacist elites as rooted in a misunderstanding of demographic statistics and premised upon an unscientific racist worldview. It's totally a conspiracy. Again, that's not what any of these said. That's not what any of this said. So when they're, oh, Tom, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, literally everything that says what the Great Replacement theory is, I'll agree with what it is that I said. So my point is that Tom always tries to control arguments by using his own biased, hyper-specific definitions and ignoring any others. Hold on. Again, the problem is that, as I said, nobody disagrees with the other one. Nobody disagrees with the other one. So if you're saying, we're fighting for people to actually realize that this is a real thing, everybody realizes it. So it's not a thing. It's nothing that people are fighting against. It's not a crazy theory that people refuse to acknowledge. So if that's what you're saying is, oh, it's so biased. People hate that we actually recognize that there's more people coming. Nobody disagrees with that. Nobody disagrees with the demographic changing. Nobody's denying this. That is not the theory that anybody's fighting against. So when they're talking about the fact that we're getting kicked out of places and we're being oppressed for just talking about the Great Replacement theory. Okay, well, no, that's not what they're getting in trouble for. They're not getting in trouble for talking about the fact that there's more minority demographics growing in the country. Nobody is getting oppressed for this. As I said, So it's not just, hey, here's my definition. It's, okay, if that's not the definition, then we all agree. But you keep ignoring that. As I've said it maybe 10 times now, you keep ignoring that because you know that that's not what people are fighting for. Totally nonsensical. Yeah, so you're not going to engage with anything. You're going to keep pretending I'm being bad faith while you totally ignore every fucking argument that I make. So
Tulu, I want to sort of start with you on the big picture. You've spent a lot of time thinking and writing about how race and politics intersect here, and the coarsening of the discourse that is seen on...
I think it can be either. Okay, so, Fad. When this guy is talking about getting kicked out of Republican programs, he's talking about the fact that he was being, treated harshly for his beliefs about replacement theory. Do you think he was just saying that minority demographics are growing in the United States? You think that's all he had to say? You think that's it? He just said that? It can be either. Okay, it can be either. That's your feelings. Do you think that's all we're talking about? I'm not talking about him.
Display in these texts is really, well, how do you interpret the reality that these groups, these groups of people felt like this was an appropriate thing to do?
Well, it's shocking to see this in public. You have to imagine that this does happen from time to time in these private group chats. I don't want to say that this is representative of all young Republicans, not at all, but it is something that has become more common, and it's something that Donald Trump, if we have to mention the president here, the leader of the party, has made more common. He talks about very coarse language when he talks about his...
Ignore the comment that matters. We're talking about him. I was describing my disagreement with him, and you disagreed with me. That's all it's about. If you come into a conversation and start saying that I'm wrong about something, yet you're totally removing all of the context in which I made my statement, then then you just have no reason to fucking say anything at all. There's no reason for you to say anything. If you're saying, oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about, okay, then don't fucking talk about it. What the fuck?
His political opponents. He has opened the door to some of this kind of language, and we see the lack of condemnation from someone like J.D. Vance saying that these are just kids, they're just being edgy. And there is a difference between when someone says something that's offensive, that's from a different party. Those kinds of people, in the minds of Donald Trump and his allies, they get deported, or they get shunned, or they get told that they need to lose their jobs. You have to remember what happened after Charlie Kirk was murdered. There is an opportunity for leaders to condemn both sides. If someone on your side says something...
Zed King tipped $5. The premise of people like Pad using this argument of just pointing it out doesn't even make sense to call it a replacement if intent doesn't matter, since it would just be displacement, which is unintentional. The thought process is so regarded ooga booga.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It is, yes. When you replace something, that is... the idea is that you are taking another thing out and putting another thing in. Whereas if you're saying, oh, well, it just so happens to be that way. Okay, well, that's not replacing. That's not the same thing.
That's horrendous and offensive, you can condemn it while also condemning it happening on the other side. But there is a certain sense of hypocrisy that if something happens among my political allies, they're just kids and they need to be forgiven and given a lot of grace. If someone on the opposite side of the aisle says something that's offensive, they need to get the hammer put down on them.
So I want to play for you, Tulu, something else that J.D. Vance said here today. We'll watch it because I think it plays into the point Tulu was just making. Take a look.
We're not canceling kids because they do something stupid in a group chat. And if I have to be the person who carries that message forward, I'm fine with it. And by the way, if they were left-wing kids telling stupid left-wing jokes, I would also not want their lives to be ruined because they're saying something stupid in a private group chat.
First of all, having a little bit of accountability, potentially losing a job or having, a role where you're representing the public, losing that role is not having your life.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but after all of these people going out and trying to get a bunch of people fired because they didn't cry about Charlie Kirk as much as they want them to, is fucking insane that then they can turn around and just like use a bunch of slurs and say some of the most racist shit you've ever seen in your life, and that's perfectly fine. That's fine. Why would anybody ever lose their job over something like that? That doesn't make sense.
Life ruined. It's having accountability for saying something when you're representing people. That's the same thing that people called for when people were, saying negative things about Charlie Kirk, who were representative of the public in their own private Facebook chats or Facebook messages. That was what Republicans were calling for back then. So it's called accountability. It's not called ruining people's lives. But it is important to note that some of these vile, racist, and homophobic languages that we see in these chats, they do cause harm for a lot of people. They do stem from a place, and for people who have power, who want to exert political power to espouse these views, that often filters into policy making. It's not just being edgy in a group chat. This is how people are seeing and dehumanizing people, and it does lead to policy differences that actually impact people's lives. So it's important to know that it's not just kids in a group chat being edgy. These are potential future leaders who have important roles.
It could be the Attorney General nominee in Virginia, the Democrat Jay Jones, who's fantasized in text about his political opponent getting 2 bullets to the head, or his children dying in their mother's arms. Sure. I mean, these are random dorks in a young Republican club who don't have anything better to do. I condemn it. I can completely condemn it. But these are not the Attorney General of Virginia possibilities. I'm very familiar with that race.
Let us stipulate that the Attorney General...
Isn't that what the Young Republican group is? Didn't he actually work for the Attorney General? What is he talking about?
Candidate in Virginia should not have said that. Let's also stipulate...
He should not run. He should drop
Let's
out.
also stipulate these are not kids, 18 to 40 years old. And if you read through what they said, they knew they shouldn't be saying it. They say, we're going to get in a lot of trouble if this becomes public. To talk about being hypocritical, let's go beyond Charlie Kirk, where people lost their jobs for posts. The Trump administration wanted to cancel Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert for making jokes about Donald Trump, for being a comedian. These kids, you should sit down and read some of the quotes, putting people in gas chambers. I mean, it just goes on and on, driving them to suicide. The notion that they should be excused as kids is simply
They're not kids, and it
ludicrous.
deserves all the condemnation
Ludicrous.
we can muster for it. But I find it interesting that Democrats are aghast about this today when they won't run Jay Jones out of the Attorney General's race in Virginia.
So first of all, we shouldn't forget where they were doing these text messages. It was on Telegram. They looked at WhatsApp, they looked at Signal, and they said, no, we need to go to a place that's super private and a venue
for our
extremism.
audience, can you just underscore what Telegram is?
So
Probably a lot of people
Telegram is an app for super private, highly encrypted communication that terrorists have been known to use, that extremist actors have been known to use. They explicitly brought this chat to Telegram because they knew it was vile and worthy of condemnation. I love it how you and our friend Scott on the text are syncing up in your talking points, constantly moving this back to something else. Let's talk about Virginia. Let's talk about this.
Because Jay Jones potentially could lead a state. That is much more consequential than a bunch of dorks on Telegram.
First of all Republicans at this point are probably certifiable dorks. But the point here is that the Republican Party refuses to apologize for anything today. Anything.
The Young Republicans did apologize, Congressman. They condemned it.
They did not apologize for
the Young Republican organization condemned it.
They condemned it. They did not. I'm talking about the Vice President of the
Yeah, no, the Young Republican organization did condemn what happened.
United States, not the Young Republicans organization of anything. They shot rubber bullets at a religious leader, and they did not apologize in Oregon. Okay, this party at this point, irrespective of the level of extremism, will just march forward and hope that we forget. And this is yet another illustration of that.
Just to update one thing, I believe Elise Stefanik today sort of changed her tone and said that this was a hit piece by Politico. So she's now getting right with the White House. But just to underscore what the congressman said, that was J.D. Vance, the vice president, making light of this. It's not okay.
I think, I mean, Brad, to the point in the comparison that you're making, I think it's important that we underscore that the conversation here is not about the appropriateness of the remarks that that person made. But it does seem to me, Jamie, that the more responsibility you carry, the bigger platform you have, the larger your megaphone, the more responsibility you do bear. But that does not free you from whatever consequences are appropriate from the place that you find yourself in your life.
I would also say this language goes to another level. This is not about some
And murdering your opponent?
Excuse me. I'm talking about J.D. Vance, the Republicans, and what these people wrote. This is not about some war on woke. And just to go back to what you said about, President Trump opening Pandora's box, the language of President Trump, of what we heard from Vice President Vance today, it allows this to happen. It doesn't come in isolation.
I mean, when I was out filming in Nebraska, halfway through filming, the day before I was supposed to go to this Flashpoint event was the day that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at that rally in Utah.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing, social media just absolutely blowing up in response to that.
Didn't Vance try to go after Destiny?
That's what it seems as though. So they never said Destiny, but they did say that there were 2 content creators in Florida that they wanted to go after. They told the Florida AG to try to press charges on them for inciting violence or violent rhetoric or some crap like that. And it seems as though it was Destiny and not so erudite. That is most people's guess. So yeah, that is they are, and they've currently locked up people for hate speech and crap like that. Like they have people in jail right now for First Amendment protected speech. So the Republicans are not the ones to talk about any of this shit.
It was felt not just in the US, but also in the UK as well. And I thought what was interesting was that Trump said that the violence and murder that we saw there, that's a tragic consequence of demonizing those with who you disagree with. And it just made me think of Flashpoint, what they're saying about the Democrats. They call them demonic and satanic. And when I went to the Flashpoint event that evening, I was listening to the words that they were using in that event. They were calling Charlie Kirk a Christian martyr, but they were going on to say things like, we need to strike first and start the war.
I'm Gene Bailey, and this is Flashpoint. This is a war on Christianity.
There's a growing movement in the US who believe that there's a spiritual war taking place in America, and that Trump was anointed by God.
I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
I'm Jo Crawford, and I've been investigating Flashpoint, a TV show that's been championing this rhetoric that's been linked to the violence of January 6th.
President Trump does not need to concede. He won.
I've traveled to Nebraska to explore what real-world consequences this language could have.
I felt like the spiritual warfare stuff was very real.
I was just like, okay, that's a cult.
More than 12 hours since Charlie Kirk was killed.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis.
But what I didn't realize was that it was already playing out around me.
Where'd this LGBTQ elemental P crap come from?
Would you say that that's demonic, satanic?
Very much.
Let's bring the devil down!
Yes. Why can't we hit first?
Bro, what is with this blurriness? Did they add a filter onto this to make it super blurry like that? Or is I don't know if you guys can see. I can actually see lines all through this guy's face and ear and everything. It looks like they added a filter with a bunch of lines or something.
And start the war and go out there and take it.
Seeming to me like you're trying to start something by saying
oh, we're saying the word war, and aren't you? You're trying to say things
no,
like
but
that.
that is what I'm hearing in there.
Yeah,
and it is what I hear in
This
the
kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing.
You're trying to start something by repeating our own words back to us. That's divisive, okay? If you if you repeat back to us our own words when we talk about war, you're being divisive. You know what you're doing.
In our country today.
Oh, it's really brilliant, really insightful, and really tells us a story of a slice of America and American politics right now. Joe Crawford joins us on Times Radio tonight. Hello, Joe.
Good evening, Daryl.
Good evening. Okay, listen, let's go back to 2015 when Donald Trump was sort of
This guy's invisible. How the fuck did he become invisible?
struggling a bit on this issue of religion, wasn't he? And winning over very important, key, powerful religious leaders that you need to win elections in America. And what happened next?
Yeah, well, because he couldn't really reach out to these elites of the evangelical societies and met with a lot of skepticism instead. As you mentioned earlier, he had multiple wives. He couldn't name his favorite Bible passage. We had that Access Hollywood clip going around of him. So to try and form that base with white evangelicals in America, he turned to his spiritual advisor, a woman called Paula White Cain. She is seen as a fringe person herself within evangelicalism. She's a mega church pastor. She believes in the prosperity gospel. And so she turned to her friends within the fringe movement of evangelicalism. And that included a lot of people within this movement called the New Apostolic Reformation. And so a lot of these fringe figures that got to first meet Trump in those early days, they've actually grown on to become huge names within evangelicalism. And one of those people to meet Trump was this guy called Kenneth Copeland. He was a televangelist, and he owns this channel called the Victory Channel. And so flash forward to 2020, the Victory Channel launches this show called Flashpoint, which features a lot of these people within the New Apostolic Reformation.
Right, this is a really important point, isn't it? Because it's easy to sort of feel like the evangelical movement, the Christian right in America, have sort of been won over by Donald Trump and have come to Donald Trump, and the sort of establishment figures of old are the same establishment figures, and they have just sort of shifted their political allegiances and their, presumably their sort of moral centres. That isn't true. It is also that the evangelical right and their leaders have shifted and changed. Literally who they are has changed.
Yeah, I mean, there's a study by Brookings. They found that in 2011, white evangelicals were the least likely to say that personal immorality was incompatible with ethical political life. But then move forward to 2016, they were the most likely to agree with this.
Explain again who Flashpoint is and the Victory Channel and
Yeah,
Kenneth Copeland, this fascinating figure, isn't he, Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, so they're made up of figures within this New Apostolic Reformation. And the New Apostolic Reformation, they believe in these modern day prophets and apostles. So Flashpoint isn't your regular political program. Their slogan is where prophecy and politics align. So they combine like political affairs with religion and prophecy. So their main host, this guy called Gene Bailey, you could see him as like your US news anchor. He will throw out a news clip and then he will turn to these so-called prophets and say, what's God saying about this? And they also believe in this thing called spiritual warfare, which is this idea that there's this ongoing battle between good and evil that's taking place in the world. So
yeah, I mean, this is something growing up as a Christian that I heard all the time, is about spiritual warfare, that there's always a spiritual warfare happening, that there are kind of spirits all around us trying to influence everybody around us and win wars through us, and that we are supposed to, you know, be the warriors that actually help win the spiritual war.
A lot of their regulars, they believe that the Democrats, for example, they're demonic, satanic, that there are these evil forces behind the Democrats that are trying to bring America down. But most importantly, that Trump was anointed by God.
And crucially, the amount of people who are watching this channel, Joe, absolutely ballooned, particularly in, and there's no coincidence that this is at the same time as another major event, in January 2021.
When the Flashpoint channel launched in around September 2020, the Victory channel was looking at around 55,000 views. And then move forward to January 2021, we're looking at around 32 million views. But what's interesting is that I say around because actually after the US election, YouTube removed a lot of videos that contained claims of election fraud. They've since reversed that policy, but a lot of Flashpoint videos have been removed since that time. But I was speaking with an academic who was doing a lot of research at the time, and those are the figures that he's looking at, around 32 million in January 2021.
Right, so it's quite clear what's happened, right? Built a massive audience, sold them this idea of the world, and clearly a lot of that very present in the January 6th events in the Capitol. You mentioned spiritual warfare. This issue is kind of like right at the heart of what they believe, isn't it? What explain that? What do we actually mean? What do they mean when they say spiritual warfare?
Spiritual warfare, it's not uncommon within evangelicalism, but it was more seen as an idea of sort of being a battle within the mind, a battle of faith within your mind. But in the New Apostolic Reformation, they take it more literally. They see it as like
what?
A ongoing battle that's going on in the real world. And with Flashpoint, with a lot of the people that's on that program, they take it quite literally. So they will say that there's demonic forces behind people who don't really align with their views, or align with Trump's views. So the Democrats or people who are transgender, within the LGBTQ community, they say there's demonic or satanic forces behind them. And so they will say that it's a spiritual battle. It's not a physical battle. But when you listen to their language, it sometimes comes across as being a lot more than that.
And so they've gone all in on Donald Trump, right? All in on Donald Trump. He is the person they said that has been anointed by God to fight this spiritual warfare for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I took interest in one of their panelists, a guy called Hank Kuhneman. He's a pastor who's also based in Nebraska. He runs a church called Lord of Hosts Church. And I met with two of his former members of his church. They left in 2018. They weren't Trump supporters, but they said that Hank had definitely become a lot more pro-Trump over time. They've never seen him have such a political affiliations with a leader like they have with Trump. And it's interesting because in 2020, in the build up to that election, Hank claimed, as he calls himself a prophet, but he said that God has said that Trump is going to win the election. And then when Trump didn't win the election, Hank went on to say that Trump did win the election and that God...
I already made the joke, and you're apparently just now listening.
Hates anyone that calls him a false prophet.
We've talked a bit about some of those evangelical leaders and how and why they've gone all in on Donald Trump. Joe, you met and spoke to some of the people who were part of this movement who are no longer. Just introduce us. We'll hear from him in a sec. Just introduce us to Charles and Kelsey. And who...
Zed King tipped $5. Funny story. My parents are very religious and talk about spiritual warfare. I remember my mom being afraid of my dad borrowing my uncle's holy oil to bless our new house because my uncle is a male dancer and she was afraid of summoning stripper demons.
Stripper demons. Okay. Yeah, when I was a Christian, I used to like kind of obsess over the end of the world all the time, and the Antichrist coming and crap like that, because my family was always talking about like who they thought the Antichrist could be and when it's going to happen, and that there's wars happening and there's famine happening and there's diseases and it's obviously coming. We can tell it's coming. Everything's happening. And yeah, it was always like shit that we heard of, and that. Yes, if you always think that everything that's happening is part of some sort of, it's part of like the devil's plan, or what it is that, what it is that's going to end the world, then you can, it kind of radicalizes people pretty quickly. Speaking of radicalizing people. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hold on, let me turn you up a little bit because it's kind of low.
Okay. Let me make sure
Right.
I'm on the right mic. I'm not on the right mic. Okay. Be careful just a second. I'm gonna switch it to the other one and it might be a little loud, so let's see. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, that's good.
It's louder?
Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So the statement that you made on Twitter was that the Democrats are the party of violence.
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what you said?
Well, first of all, before we get started, I would like you to acknowledge that you were wrong. You said, and I quote, "If you think theirs are actually more violent, you can hop on my stream anytime and prove it. You won't, though. You come up with some excuse for why you can, or it's not worth your time because you didn't have a father to teach you not to make claims you aren't willing to back up. So I'm here. I didn't run. I didn't say I didn't have anything to do. I didn't make an excuse or anything like that. So I would like for you to admit that you were wrong about that statement.
Oh yeah, yes, I was wrong about that statement. Yes, you did show up.
All right. So the debate was I DM you. Let me just get it right.
Well, you did say right here, yes, your party is the party of violence. Accept it, simpleton.
Right. And then on our DMs, I asked you directly. Let's see. Debate topic: the left commits more political violence than the right, and you said yep, and you gave me the thumbs up. So, that's what I'm here to debate. I'm not saying that the left commits all of the violence. I'm saying that they commit the preponderance of the violence, and that's what the debate topic was about, right?
Kind of. So I suppose I assumed that since I challenged you to debate the topic that was on there, I guess I assumed when you sent left that like you were talking about the Democrats and the like same topic, not that you were trying to switch it to a totally different like group of people. But I will go ahead and say I agree that people on the left probably commit more incidents that would be considered violent. Like they commit more like, keying cars and probably like more property damage and crap like that.
You're saying that you admit that you agree with that?
Yeah, that they would commit more incidents of violence if we're talking about, like especially because they do more property destruction and like keying cars and stuff like that, but that the right commits more acts of like, murder and like attempted murder.
Well, okay, so again,
or political violence.
Okay, political violence. That's what I'm prepared to debate because that was the prompt when I sent you the DM. Now, I think it's important to define what political violence is. And I'm going to give you my definition, see if you agree with it. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me get my notes over here, my definition. Okay, there we go. All right, my definition of political violence is any act of physical force or intimidation committed by an individual or group intended to advance, resist, or disrupt a political agenda, ideology, or power structure, regardless of whether it's organized or spontaneous. Do you agree with that definition?
Say it one more time.
It is any act of physical force or intimidation committed by an individual or group intended to advance, resist, or disrupt a political agenda, ideology, or power structure, regardless whether it's organized or spontaneous.
Not necessarily to disrupt, but to further a political agenda generally. But I would agree with Like if you're willing to say to further a political agenda, then yeah, I agree with everything else.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, for the sake of the conversation, all right, let's go with that one. So again, any act of physical force or intimidation committed by an individual or group intended to advance, disrupt, or let's say advance or disrupt a political agenda, ideology, or power structure, regardless of its by an individual or a group, or regardless of its planned or spontaneous.
I guess, what do you mean by, you mean regardless if it's planned, not regardless of its plan, but if it's planned, right?
Right. So let's say.
Okay. So yeah, like the intent matters, but it doesn't have to be pre-planned, and like it can just happen out of nowhere. Somebody can show up to a protest and they see out of nowhere like the Proud Boys over there, and they just start picking up stuff and throwing it at them. Like they didn't pre-plan this or like have some premeditation to go.
Right.
But they, yes. So okay, yeah, I agree with this.
Okay. All right. That's good for me. So what you're saying is that you do agree that the left commits more political violence overall, but that the right tends to be more deadly.
Yes, and I would even say, like, if it's more deadly, that it is more violent. Like obviously, like deadly violence is much more violent than what we would think of when we think of just like keying a car or something like that.
Well, I mean, you keep saying keying a car, but I mean that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about way more.
Well, you did just say, like, it's part of your definition though, and the majority, I would say, the majority of incidents that have taken place over the last year from the left, especially, was them like keying Teslas. They kept like going and keying Teslas all over the place to cause destruction to Elon Musk's property, and so that is like the majority of incidents from the left.
But then again, you're ignoring the firebombing of Tesla dealerships. You're bombing.
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying that was the majority of them. But there were also some where, yes, they set cars on fire and crap. It's just the setting cars on fire was not the majority of them. The majority of them was actually just like keying a bunch of cars in lots.
Even if that's true, that is the majority of the things were just keying cars, I still consider political violence. And again,
that's what I said.
Also, yeah, okay, no, and I'm agreeing with you in that. But I think the way you're putting it, you're kind of downplaying, because it's not just keying cars.
So what I'm saying is that blowing up a car is more violent than keying a car, and trying to kill somebody is more violent than both of those things.
Okay, so what are your claims that the right is more violent than the left? Is it just based on murders?
Yes, I'm saying yes, that the fact that there are just a lot more murders, and not only that there are more murders, but the encouragement from right-wing leaders as well. They use more violent rhetoric, more violent language. They are willing to encourage their side to be violent.
That's not even close to truth. Right there, we're going to disagree dramatically. We are talking from the top levels of the government, from Biden down to Kamala Harris, down to pals like your pal Destiny, to Vosh, to Hassan, to just this AG Democrat, the one running for AG in Virginia, wishing death on his opponent and his kids. He didn't lose one iota of support from any prominent Democrat. They're still supporting him. So Destiny calling for more right wingers to be afraid to go outside. Destiny saying that if the right didn't want Charlie Kirk to be assassinated, they shouldn't have voted for Trump. Vosh talking about how he envisions a world where LGBTQ people are taking pot shots out of their out of their apartment windows to, patriot prayer people. From Hassan saying that he wants to see the streets run red with their blood. I mean, it's not even close. On May 30th, 2020, 2020, there was a gang of violent leftists that attacked the White House. 60 plus police officers were injured. It got so bad that Trump had to be brought down to a bunker, to a secure location. 2 days later, Biden is giving a speech, and instead of calling out the violence, you know what he said? He said Trump should stay in his bunker. So there he is, right there, downplaying the violence that forced the president of the United States to be brought down to a bunker. Kamala Harris, one day after the after the BLM riots, she promoted a fund to help free rioters. Some of those who engaged in violence.
Okay, well, let's slow down. Let's go over some of these one at a time. So let's just start with like claims from government officials. So you're saying that Joe Biden didn't, because even some of the things that you're talking about, like the stuff with the AG, the Democrats did across the board condemn the language that he used. It was text messages that were from years ago, and so it's a little.
They pulled their support from him.
Well, no, that's why I was saying it's stuff from years ago, and so it doesn't seem as though it's not something that just happened.
People talk about January 6th, and it's been 5 years.
Wait, because that's because that's different, because nobody ever like because the Donald Trump defended January 6th. So a ton of people defended January 6th, and Donald Trump even let those people out and gave them pardons. Like, that is a drastically different scenario versus.
And Kamala Harris was promoting a fund to free rioters from the BLM riots, people who engaged with violence with cops.
Well, hold on. No. Hold on. Wait. Because that's the second time you said that. She did not. No. I'm asking to go over things one at a time. I mentioned something about Trump. You moved to something about Kamala. I would like to respond to the thing about Kamala now. What she just said that she wanted people to help bail people out. She did not say rioters. She did not say let's help rioters. And Kamala was always like in favor of bail reform, and she was against like using bail and bond to get people out, that people would have to pay to get out of jail, that like the more money you have, the more likely you are to get out of jail. She was always against those things. And so all she did was retweet a fund that was helping people get out of jail, and just said help peaceful protesters get out of jail. She did not say let's all free the rioters like you said.
It is inconceivable to me for you to think that Kamala Harris would promote a fund to help the rioters, that some of them engaged in overt acts of violence with police officers, for her to be able to say, oh, no, I was just looking for the ones that didn't commit any violence. That is asinine. That's no
not what
way
I said.
That. Oh, yeah, that's what you said. You're saying that
no,
the people
it's not.
that were. You said.
Hold on.
She wasn't talking about that.
You said, no, I didn't say she wasn't talking about that. You said she wanted to free rioters. I said she did not say she wanted to free rioters.
No. I said she promoted a fund to free the people who engage that were. I mean, let me ask you this: how did they end up in jail? Were they just walking around and then they got picked up, or is she referring to
some of them? Yes.
Well, exactly. So how can she tell the difference? How would that fund would be able to tell the difference between somebody who just got picked up because they got embroiled and they weren't even committing any acts of violence versus somebody who did? That's what I'm saying.
So again, hold on. I'm sorry. You're arguing against something I didn't say. I was correcting the wording that she did not say that she wanted to free rioters, but I started off by saying that she is always in favor of bail reform and that she is against people having to pay to get out of jail. And so that aligns across the board, whether they're rioters or not, that for the people who are rioters and for the people who aren't rioters, that this would be consistent across the board. For Donald Trump, is Donald Trump consistently across the board in favor of letting people free who commit violent acts against government officials, or is that normal?
What do you mean that's normal?
Well, that was your comparison. I brought up what happened with January 6th, and then you're bringing up Kamala Harris's tweet. And so I'm saying, are these comparable in the way that you're comparing them?
Because you didn't. Because you didn't let me finish. What I'm trying to say is, if Donald Trump on January 7th would have promoted a fund to free January 6ers, you would have lost your shit. Everybody on the right would have lost their shit. Everybody on the left would have lost their shit. And if he would have come out, he would have said, "Oh, you know what? No, I wasn't talking about the guys who committed violence. I was just talking to the guys who got picked." You would have been like, bullshit, because there's no way you could have known that. That's my point. If Trump would have done the same thing, you, Tom, would have lost your shit, and you know it. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Helping bail people out, I don't think is as big of a deal. I think that it depends on why you're trying to bail them out. But we do know that in large part, a lot of people during BLM were arrested and then were found to be innocent and hadn't done anything wrong and were let go. And that was a major part of what was happening during those BLM riots. And so she was saying that, yes, she wanted to bail these people out. But if that was the case during January 6th, again, this would be analogous, but that wasn't the case during January 6th.
There are many people in January 6th who didn't get involved in violence. People who were just touring the Capitol like nothing happened, and they got involved in a lot of shit through the FBI. In fact, the biggest task force ever was conducted by the FBI to go after January 6th. So the point is, Trump had done that the day after January 7th, promoting a fund to bail out rioters, that would have been a problem, and you know it. And this is the sophistry that I'm talking about. You're trying to make it like, had Trump done that, you wouldn't have lost your mind, and everybody knows it. And that's just one.
But they're not comparable, because the Kamala Harris did condemn rioters and did condemn rioting, whereas Donald Trump said that it wasn't his people there, it was the FBI and it was Antifa. So, like, these are drastically different things.
I can find quotes from Kamala Harris saying that the unrest should continue. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you can find quotes from her saying that the protests should continue. You cannot find quotes from her saying riots should continue. You cannot find that.
So neither does Trump. Trump never said that the riots should continue. What are you talking about?
I didn't say he did.
So, but
you just made a claim. Well, you just made the claim that you could find those quotes. You just made that claim.
You're trying to make a comparison. You're trying to say that these are not analogous, and they are.
Hold on. You just said that you could find quotes of Kamala Harris saying that the riots should continue, and I'm saying you cannot find those quotes.
I didn't say the unrest should continue.
Okay, the unrest should continue. Okay. So I didn't say that Donald Trump said that the insurrection should continue. I didn't say he said that. I said that he denied. I said that he. Well, I'm not as worried about your feelings on this. I'm more concerned with the fact that I did not. I'm more concerned. Hold on. Stop talking. I said that I did not say that you don't care about the facts. I said I'm not saying that Donald Trump said that. You don't, because I literally just said I'm not saying Donald Trump said the insurrection should continue, and you're fucking pissing your pants over the fact that I said he didn't say the insurrection should continue. Now you're mad that I said.
Because you know it's not.
I said he didn't say it, bro. I said he did not say it. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? I know you're always confused, but this is not what I said. I said he did not say it. He did not. So repeat. Hold on. I need you to repeat after me. Say Tom said he did not say it. Say Tom said he did not say it was an insurrection. Say that.
I'm not gonna say anything because I know you're not my father.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, you're not capable of being in good faith, dude. I didn't say it was an insurrection. I said Trump did not say. I said Trump did not say. I said Trump did not say that the insurrection should continue, but he did say that, because that's what you're comparing with her saying the unrest should continue. I'm saying Trump did not say that the insurrection should continue, but that he did deny that those were ever his people, and said that it was the left that did that it was Antifa, and it was the FBI. So these are not comparable in any way, where like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are denouncing the violence and not saying, oh, those are all right-wingers doing it. They didn't do that.
Nope. Kamala Harris the next day started promoting a fund to free the people who were involved in the BLM riots and stuff like that.
She didn't start a
tell
fund.
me that she would have been able to tell the difference between somebody who committed an act of violence and somebody who was caught in something like that.
She
Had
did not
Trump
start a
done the
fund.
same thing the next day, had Trump, can you feel? Let me finish, please. Had Trump done the same thing that Kamala did the next day and started promoting a fund for those kinds of people, the left would have lost it. You know it,
Okay.
I know it, and everybody knows it, Tom.
Okay,
Everybody
promoting
knows
a fund. Fine. Everybody knows it. We would have been upset. I'll give you that. Now, that is not the same. That is not comparable to somebody just denying who committed the incursion on January 6th versus them just denying who was engaging in riots in BLM. These are not comparable at all. Trump would not have done this because he was denying that those were that his people did any of this stuff.
That is completely irrelevant. What I'm saying is, had Trump come the next day and said, "Hey, I'm promoting this fund to help January 6ers," you would have lost your shit. That's the point.
No.
Agreed with them and he saw that. That doesn't matter, Tom.
It does, because Joe Biden did not pardon any of the BLM rioters. That does matter. Joe Biden did not pardon any of the BLM rioters, and they barely arrested a small portion of the people who were at January 6th. They of all the people who trespassed.
Tom, I lost you for a second. Can you start from the beginning?
Yes, I said that these are not comparable because Donald Trump never, Joe Biden never pardoned the people who were rioting during BLM. He didn't pardon any of those people, but Donald Trump did. And so these are drastically separate scenarios. And during the Biden administration, they only arrested like 1,600 people out of close to 50,000 people who were trespassing on government property that day. They barely even went after people.
Untrue. Tom, I'm going to stop you right there. That is absolutely untrue. 50,000 people were not trespassing. That is a lie, and you know it.
No, it's not.
Okay, look it up. Let's look it up right now. By the way, this is what Kamala Harris said on the Late Show on June 9th, 2020, during the height of the BLM protests following George's death. She said, they're not going to stop, and they should not stop. And everyone be aware, because this is a movement, I'm telling you. This is what she said. They're not going to stop in endorsing the unrest. And she started, like I said, she promoted the Minnesota Freedom Fund. $35 million they were able to collect because of her endorsement.
Protesting is a type of unrest.
She's promoting violence.
Wait, protesting is a type of unrest.
I know you like to listen to Destiny and how Destiny says that rioting is the other side, is the other coin of. Hold
on, hold on, no, don't pivot. Engage with what I just said.
No, I'm not pivoting. You're the one who said.
Engage. No, you not. I just said that protesting is a type of unrest, not rioting. I didn't say anything about rioting. Protesting is a type of unrest. You're saying that just because she said unrest, that she's talking about rioting. I'm saying, no, she's talking about protesting.
What I'm saying is there's no way to tell them apart. You put on a fund, somebody who hit a cop or something will undoubtedly would have used that fund. They're not going to.
I didn't disagree with that. We've already agreed on this. You're going backwards. We've already agreed with it.
So she is promoting violence. She is aiding and supporting people who are engaging in acts of violence. Why can't you just say that?
No, that's not the same thing. Do you think that when Charlie Kirk said that people should go and bail out the guy who attacked Nancy Pelosi and her husband, do you think that he was promoting terrorism when he did that?
No.
It's different, isn't it? It's different, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because we're talking about one person that Charlie knows exactly what was going on versus thousands of people who got engaged in all kinds of different kinds of violence that Kamala Harris would have never been able to find out what the differentiation between somebody who did not do anything wrong or somebody who did something wrong. So that's completely different. We're talking thousands of people versus one person.
The fact, no.
The difference between 1,001.
No, the difference is that those people all still were getting charged with those crimes, whereas Donald Trump pardoned people to where they were no longer actually being punished for their crimes. So that is the difference. One is actually supporting them and helping them, making sure that they're not being held accountable. The other one is just making it to where
years for taking a trip around the Capitol, and those are the people that Trump pardoned.
taking a trip around the Capitol. That's
yes, but the majority of the people did not engage in violence, and
I don't. No. Hold on. It doesn't. Okay. If you're gonna keep saying this, we have to actually go over this. All of the people, every single one of them who went past a fence, any sort of barricade, they were part of the violence. They were part of it, that whether they like it or not. If I'm watching a bunch of people rush into a bank to rob the bank and I run in with them, and now me and 100 people run in with these 5 people, if it was 5 people, it would have been a lot easier for security guards to stop them. But if now 100 people run in with them, it's impossible for the security guards to stop these people from robbing the bank. So even if 100 of us didn't actually do anything to rob the bank, we were part of helping them rob the bank by rushing in with them.
So a grandma that got picked up just by walking into the Capitol, you think she should have spent 3 years in jail? That's what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying that everybody who did not enter the Capitol and was around the Capitol, all of those people standing outside as well should have spent 3 to 4 years as well.
Okay, so by the same token, all the BLM riots that happened in 2020, those are committed acts of violence by the left, correct?
Yes.
$2 billion in property damage, the 2,000 plus police officers injured, countless David Dorn dead, 25 people dead. You would put that at the feet of BLM?
The people who committed that violence, sure.
But you just said that a bunch of them didn't get charged a little bit ago.
Yes. Okay. So if you know what happened there was a protest. Okay, there were a bunch of people who were standing on public property where they were allowed to be, on sidewalks, on grass, all around the building where they were allowed to be. But then there were barricades set up about 100 yards out from the Capitol that people jumped over those barricades, ripped them down, and then went past those barricades. And now they were on private property. And there's close to 50,000 of those people went past the barricades and surrounded the Capitol, and then about 2,000 people went inside. I'm saying all 50,000 of them helped overwhelm the 2,000 Capitol guards to make it to where people were capable of breaking inside the Capitol.
So you're telling me that in January 6th, 50,000 people trespassed on the Capitol?
Yeah. Not inside the Capitol, on Capitol grounds.
Wait. Okay, which is private property, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. So by that same token, everybody who committed an act of violence in BLM, who was involved, even close by that will also they should also be arrested.
If they were trespassing, if they weren't, if they were trespassing, if they were going inside of private property.
What? A bunch of them did. What are you talking about?
That's what I said. Wait, hold on, stop. I didn't argue against that. Hold on. I didn't argue against that. So you're arguing with shit that I'm not saying.
Let me finish, Tom. Let me finish. The only property that got destroyed on January 6th was public property. While most of the property that was destroyed during BLM was private property. So just by that token, it's already evident that the left commits more violence than the right. Because if you're talking about the $2 billion in damage, plus all of the deaths that occurred during BLM, plus all of the officers that were injured, that also counts towards left-wing violence.
I've already agreed that the left will engage in more acts of violence, but that the right is more violent. And when you're totally disregarding the groups of people who went to the Capitol planning on killing Congress members and planning on taking over, planning on stopping the vote, that we have their text messages, we have their group messages, we have their posts on forums. We know they were planning all of this when they went, and that those people were doing things that were a billion times.
I already told you my definition of political violence. It doesn't have to be planned. Doesn't have to be by an organization.
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that. That's not what I'm talking about. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying we know. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. Hold on. You keep getting confused on my argument, and you're arguing against things that I'm not saying. I need you to understand what it is that I'm saying.
I'm going to fact check you real time right now, Tom. I'm going to fact check you real time. Secret Service and FBI estimate in December 2021, the Secret Service and FBI estimated that approximately 1,200 individuals entered the Capitol building itself during the breach, based on video footage. Capitol Police, National Park Service crowd estimates, initial estimates from the National Park Service in media, NPR, suggested a total of 10 to 15,000 people gathered on the Capitol grounds, but not all trespass. Not all trespass. Did you hear that? So this 50,000 number that you're coming up with, you're feeling it out of your ass, Tom.
No, I'm not. Hold on.
Yes, look it up. Prove it to me. Show it to me right now that 50,000 people trespass on the Capitol. Prove it. And again, we're just talking about a little snippet. That's not even the whole point. We're talking people like Destiny calling for the death of conservatives. We're talking the AG calling for his opponent's kids to die. We're talking countless of ICE attacks. Every day you see an ICE attack right now.
Listen. You keep doing this where like I'm trying.
I know you're trying to run away from
you're running away from the point. You make a point. I make it so that I make an argument saying that you're wrong, and instead of engaging with what I'm saying, you move to this whataboutism immediately every fucking time.
Oh. I just fact checked you, and you were stoned.
Yes, and you're moving on to something else again. If you want to shut the fuck up while I pull this up, if you want to, no. No, yes, okay, well, then if you're going to keep talking, I'm going to keep arguing against what it is that you're saying. But if you want me to pull up the evidence of how many people were on private property, we can do that. Which one do you want to do? You want to keep arguing about and allow me to bring you back to the actual argument first, or do you want to?
The Capitol is not private property.
Yes, it is.
That is a public building.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? You said it was private.
Yes, no, the grounds. So there are grounds that are public, and then the public.
Look it up. I'll shut up.
Look
it up. I'll shut up.
Look what up?
Give me the 50,000 member. The 50,000 that were trespassing that you were talking about.
Okay. Oh, wait, just to be clear. Okay, so the estimates that I've seen, they do say 15 to 50,000. I'm willing to accept 15,000. Just to be clear, that I don't mind pulling up, showing you that some estimates do say 15 to 50,000. But I'm telling you that just so you know, if this is part of the argument, that I am willing to accept 15,000. That I never, but again, I never said that many people went inside the fucking Capitol. Just so we're clear.
You said that 50,000 people trespass.
Yes, went past the barricades. Yes, they went past the barricades is what I said.
Tom,
yes?
You said trespass.
Correct. Going past the barricades is trespassing.
Okay, so hold on. The National Park Service and media outlets estimated that a total number of people gathered on the Capitol grounds and surrounding areas on January 6th to be 10 and 15,000. This includes participants in the Save America rally and those who marched towards the Capitol, but not all engaged in trespassing. Trespassing into the building. The Secret Service and FBI, based on video footage and geolocation, estimated that approximately 1,200 individuals entered the Capitol building itself. The U.S. Capitol Police and DOJ expanded to 2,000 to 2,500 people who trespassed into the Capitol ground. 2,000 to 2,500 people.
So
That's
I'm gonna repeat what I said, and I want you to reply to it this time instead of going off. So again, I'm happy to accept 15,000 going on to Capitol grounds and trespassing if that's what you want to go with.
No, that's not true either. No.
So you're saying that many people did not go past barricades onto the grounds, right?
I'm gonna repeat this I'm gonna read this back to you. Okay?
No. Answer the question. Are you saying that many people did not go past barricades?
Tom, I know you want to make.
No, answer the question. No, answer the question. I don't want to. No, I don't want to. You're the one who keeps doing this. I don't want to. I want to get back to the actual topic. You're the one who's doing this.
Who brought up Trump?
I brought up Trump. You're the one who's making it about whether or not the people who were there had anything to do with what happened inside the Capitol. And I was saying that just people being there it puts an overwhelming amount of people on the Capitol Police to where they have to, like, they're not able to stop them from going in anymore. And that's what you're arguing against now. Whereas I was trying to talk about, like, what types of violence are actually qualifying as more violence. And you keep going back to these examples. I have tried getting off of it numerous times.
No, Tom, let's remember how this started.
Yeah.
You said that more political violence came from the right, that was more violent because it was more deadly, and
correct
that it was endorsed by more Republicans, prominent Republicans. And that's why I brought this up. So don't try to pretend that I brought this up out of nowhere.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. It has nothing to do with what I just said. Why can't you? No, you can't respond to what I said.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
I will ask you to respond to what I said once you finish. Okay, go ahead.
You were the one who brought this about that being endorsed by more Republicans or prominent people on the right, like Trump or whatever. I make the claim that that's not true. From the tops of the government, from Biden down to Kamala, to the most prominent streamers on the left, from Destiny down to Vosh, down to Hassan, to regular people, we haven't even gotten into the poll that 55% of left of center said that the assassination of Trump was somewhat justifiable. So from the top all the way to the regular people, the left is engaging in more violence, and it's endorsed the violence from the left by more people. Even as evidenced by the fact that this guy who in 2022 sent a text saying that he wanted his opponent to die and his children to die, didn't lose one iota of support from any single Democrat. That's the point, Tom.
Okay, can you respond to what I said now?
Ask your question.
So we were talking about the fact that that Donald Trump was pardoning a bunch of people, and that he was denying that these were his people, and that wouldn't even take like accountability for any of this stuff. Kept saying that this was the left, that this was the FBI, that this was Antifa, and that he at no point is actually condemning the people who actually did this stuff. And then he pardoned them, and that the Biden administration went easy on them and was only arresting like 1,600 of them, and Trump pardoned them. Whereas like with BLM riders, they didn't pardon them. They didn't make it to where they weren't being held accountable for their crimes. Whereas Donald Trump is making sure that they're not being held accountable for their crimes, and that there is no law enforcement or justice being enacted here.
This was the longest question I've ever heard in my life. Can you concise that question a little bit?
It wasn't a question.
So how do you want me to respond to it?
So you were saying this is what we were talking about, and I'm correcting you and saying, no, this is how we got here, is the fact that you were using what it was that Kamala Harris did with the BLM protesters saying that just giving them the ability to bail out was her endorsing them. But when Donald Trump actually gives people pardons, that this is somehow not equivalent to you at all. When he doesn't, when Kamala Harris did denounce rioting, but Joe Biden did denounce the rioting, whereas Donald Trump doesn't. He denies that their side even did it.
Okay, to answer your question, Trump, you're as you put in two conflicting thoughts here. You say that Trump, on one hand, denied that who they were there and denied that they thought this were BLM, and then when Trump got back into power, he pardoned them. So if they thought they were BLM, why would he be pardoning them? If they were Antifa?
I agree. It's conflicting. Do you disagree that Donald Trump said that it was the FBI and BLM that did this in Antifa? Or sorry, not FBI and BLM, FBI and Antifa. Do you disagree that he said this numerous times?
I know that he said that a lot of the stuff was almost I don't want to say pre-planned, but almost like they were what do you call this? Kind of chummed into it. Like he said that a lot.
Mm-hmm. And those are the people that he's condemned.
What's your point about that? I
That
don't
those
understand your point.
Okay, let's just narrow this down. Donald Trump pardoned the January 6ers. Biden did not pardon.
After spending 4 years in jail.
Right? Well, some of them were planning on killing people. Some of them were planning on stopping the vote. Some of them were actually engaging in like very treasonous actions. So 4 years isn't all that much when the charges are pretty grand. But
you and I know that the majority of those people were there because they were pretty much they walked into it. The majority of the people in the Capitol did not engage in violence.
Okay, and so this is why I said that I was trying to move off of this. You were the one who kept going after the fact that those people are not part of it, when I said them just being there and being part of it is what makes them responsible for what it was that was happening.
But
they knew.
What do you mean being part of it? What does that mean, being part of it, Tom?
So when there's a chant of a bunch of people outside saying, hang Mike Pence, or that they want to kill Nancy Pelosi and AOC, or that they're saying that they want to stop the steal, and they're like rushing towards the Capitol, that they are part of a mob of people that are rushing Capitol Police, that the more people that are there, the less the Capitol Police can actually control that crowd, and eventually had to retreat and run away.
So the person who was not engaging in violence should get the same amount of the same treatment that the person who did engage in violence. Is that what you're saying?
Not the same, but that they would definitely be considered
so you think for somebody who you think just walked into, for somebody who you think just walked into the Capitol, did not engage in violence, took a tour of the place, kind of walked around the perimeter, maybe even inside, you think that person should spend 3 to 4 years in jail?
Well, the law says that, but I'm saying that not only them.
No. You know there's prosecutorial discretion for all of this stuff. So you telling me that the law says that means nothing. DAs can choose not to bring charges or choose to bring charges. The severity of the charges, a lot of this charge. So don't tell me about.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything other than that.
That's what they call that. What are you talking about?
No. Yes, I said the law says that. You're asking me if I think that people should be. I didn't say that they should be held accountable the same. I'm saying, yes, they should be held accountable for being a party to what it was that was happening. You're denying that they were part of it at all.
I asked you a question, direct, point blank. Yes or no? Do you think that person should spend and then you go, well, that's what the law says. And then I go, wait, no, that's not what. And then you go, whoa. See, I need you to give me direct answers, not this kind of babbling around the corner. No, just give me yes or no. That's the problem. I'm trying to engage. What you're doing is sophistry. Everybody knows that the left engages in more violence than the right, especially in the last 10 years. And for you to try to bring up Trump for something that people spend real time in jail, and for him to pardon them, whether you disagree with it or not, that's not an indication that the right commits more violence or that is endorsed by more people on the right. Right, there were people on the right tripping over trying to condemn the BLM. I mean, the January 6th. People like Ted Cruz, everybody was saying this is wrong. You couldn't find one single Republican, prominent Republican, who was saying, no, what happened in January 6th was a good thing or anything like that. While I can find stuff on the left now that is engaging in violence and endorsing violence. 55% of left of center people are saying that it's justifiable for Trump to pick Hill. 48% for Musk.
Yeah,
what?
That's kind of small numbers. There's
small numbers. A majority of left of center people say that the assassination of Trump was somewhat justified. Can you find that on the right?
Yeah.
Right now? No, you cannot.
Oh yes.
Show me any poll that a majority of right of center Republicans would be. Well, I can even bring the same analogy because there wasn't an attempt on Biden. That's 2 attempts on Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, how many do you want?
Well, hold on. That's if you want to just talk about attempts on leaders, that's nowhere close to what's been attempted on Democrats. That's nowhere fucking close. Nowhere fucking close. Like there's even one instance where 13 different Democrats had pipe bombs sent to their houses, including Obama, Kamala, Hillary, Joe Biden. There's the January 6th. There's the people who just died on No King's Day. There was the
Wait. No King's Day was a left-wing protest. What are you talking about?
No, the person who murdered Democrat politicians on No King's Day. The No King's Day was a left-wing protest. Yes, the guy who went to these politicians' houses and murdered them was not a left-winger. He was not part of the protest.
You're talking. I misunderstood what you were saying about the No King's Day, but that's not even close. The left has engaged in way more violence than the right.
Hold on. I don't pivot again. You were talking about, yes, you are. We're talking about people making attempts on politicians, and you're saying, well, look at all these attempts on these right-wing politicians, and I'm saying Democrats have been attacked at 10 times the rate as Republicans over the last 15, 20 years. That is...
Yeah, that's insane, Tom. You're insane. That's not even close. Let's do this. Let's go tit for tat. You cite an example of left-wing violence, and I'll cite an example, and vice versa. You cite an example of right-wing, I'll cite an example of left-wing. How about that?
Oh, yeah, we're talking about politicians still, right? We're not pivoting again.
No. We're talking political violence, Tom.
Yeah, so we're pivoting again. Okay. You were making a point that politicians are being attacked.
Can you tell me the topic of the debate, Tom?
Hold on. You keep doing this. Hold on.
What's the topic of the debate?
You keep doing this because you keep pivoting. You make a statement. I say that your statement is wrong. See, stop pivoting. Stop pivoting. You were making a point about politicians being attacked on the right because you're pivoting. You keep pivoting every single time we're making a point. You pivot to something totally different.
The topic of the debate is the left or the right committing more political violence?
So just admit that that Republican politicians, I will happily go back to that. Say Republicans are not attacked at higher rates than Democrats, and I will go back to that.
What did you say? Republicans
are not attacked at higher rates than Democrats, and we can go back to that. Otherwise, you need to defend your point.
Yes, they are. They are attacked.
Okay, so don't pivot. So don't pivot. That's what we're talking about right now. You can't keep pivoting. If you're saying that Republican politicians are attacked at higher rates than Democrats, then that's what we're fucking talking about. I am challenging that statement. Don't say, oh, well, this is the topic of the debate, Tom. Let me pivot back out to this thing because I can't defend my claim. No, we're talking about politicians right now. So don't pivot. Let's tit for tat. Let's go over Republican and Democrat politicians.
I know you just want to stick to politicians because you somehow think you can win this because you know that the BLM and the Antifa and the ICE attacks and the bombings of and the fire bombings of pro-life centers. You don't want to talk about that, and I'm not going to let you do that, Tom. The topic of the debate was, does the left
Okay, so
engage in
just
more
just
political
just
violence?
back off your claim.
I know
Say
you're
say
running. I know you keep
just
running
back
from
off
this.
your
I know you
claim.
keep running from
Back
this.
off your claim.
I know you keep run. I know you keep running from this. That about the political violence, and we both agree on our definition of
So
political violence.
why
So
can't
let's
you
go tit for
why
tat. Let's
can't you
go.
defend your claim?
Let's go
Why
tit for
can't you
tat.
defend your claim?
Let's go tit for tat.
I'm
Tom.
not letting you pivot again. I'm sorry. You've pivoted 20 times during this debate. No, I'm not letting you pivot again. You either defend your claim or say that it's wrong. Either defend your claim or say that it's wrong.
Let's go. Let's
No,
go tit
either
for tat.
defend your claim or say that it's wrong. I'm not moving off this. I'm not moving off this. I'm telling you right now, I'm not moving off this. I will do this for another hour. I will do this for another hour. I am not moving off this. We are either defend your claim, either defend your claim, either defend your claim, either defend your claim, or either defend your claim, either defend your claim or admit you're wrong. One or the other. Pick one.
Start.
Either defend your claim or admit you're wrong.
Let's go, Tom.
Either defend your claim or admit you're wrong. Why are you running? You keep pivoting, bro. You will not defend a single fucking claim. You refuse to defend a claim. I am taking this as a huge W. Everybody can watch that you're pivoting all over the place.
I already proven you wrong 3 times.
I already proven you wrong. I cannot defend my claim, so I am pivoting one more time. No, you need to. You aren't. You have. I am asking you to defend your claim, and you are running away from it right now in real time in front of everybody. We are all watching you. You just said, yeah, tit for tat on politicians. You just said, I've already admitted that Democrats engage in more acts of violence. So
That's the people right there. Let's go tit for tat. In fact, give me all of the politicians that were attempted assassinations by left, and I'll give you mine, and I'll give you more. How about that?
All of the politicians that were attempted by the left. Say that again. All of the politicians that were attempted by the left.
You give me all of the politicians that you say are left wingers that were attempted assassinations by the right,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll give you mine, and I'll give you more than that.
Okay, so Gretchen Whitmer was they attempted to, well, I guess hers was a kidnapping. The Nancy Pelosi attack, Hoffman, Hortman, AOC, Pelosi, the 13 pipe bombs, so that's 18 now.
Wait a minute. Who's the guy who wanted to go one by one?
Oh, if you want to go, you just said name all of yours and then I'll name mine. You just said name all of yours and then I'll name mine. You just said name all of yours and then name mine. You just said that. You said that, right? You did say name all of yours and then I will name mine. You did say that. Yes, I can play it back for you if you'd like. I will play it back for you. I do. That's not what you said, though. You didn't say tit for tat. You said name all of yours and then I will name mine. I will play it back for you if you want to hear it. I will play it back for you. I did say that. You just said name all of yours and then I will name mine. I will play it for you if you disagree that you said that.
Did I not say tit for tat?
See, he's pivoting. He's pivoting. He won't answer the fucking question. Did you say name all of yours and then I will name mine? Did you say name? I've asked you the question. I asked you the question. Did you say name all of yours and then I will name mine? Did you say that?
I said, let's go tit for tat. That's what I said.
No. Answer the question. Did you say name all of yours and then I will name mine?
Tit for tat, Tom.
Okay, yeah, he's not going to answer a fucking question. He's not going to answer a question. All right, go ahead. So yeah. So
you give me one. Give me one.
So yeah. So Hoffman.
Okay, who tried to kill Hoffman?
Vance Bolter.
Was he right wing or left wing?
Right wing.
What's your proof?
He voted for Trump. His friends all said that he voted for Trump, that he was a big MAGA Republican. His roommate said so.
Let's look it up. Hoffman. you say Hoffman or Hortman?
Well, these are attempts on them. You were saying Trump earlier. He only had attempts on him, so I assumed you were gonna include attempts
No.
on them.
I'm just looking him up. I just want to make sure. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just looking him up. Okay, you got one. Okay, I got Trump on time.
Okay, then Hortman.
Yeah, I got Trump second time.
Okay, then I got Barack Obama.
I got Trump a third time.
All right, Hillary Clinton.
I got Trump a fourth time.
Kamala Harris.
I got Trump a fifth time.
AOC.
Trump sixth time.
AOC.
7 for Trump.
Nancy Pelosi.
8 for Trump.
Nancy Pelosi.
9 for Trump.
Let's see. What are the 9 for Trump?
Well, if you're counting plots and attempts, I mean, I'm sure Trump gets one every day. Every day he probably gets one.
I didn't say plots. I said attempts.
Yeah, attempt. Okay, yeah, that's a plot, an attempt. Somebody that got foiled. Yeah, I would think Trump probably gets 1, 2 to 3 plots a day being forged against him. I mean, just because the 2 that we saw live, I'm sure there's thousands or hundreds that we don't see.
Yeah,
That's
sure,
just Trump.
but you.
Let's talk about.
Well, no. You wanted like evidence that like the one against Hoffman was actually a right winger that attempted it. So where's the evidence that any of these were from left wingers?
Well, the guy who tried to kill Trump, Brooks, he was left wing.
Okay, so you got one.
In the second one, he was also left wing.
He was an anti-Trump Republican, but fine, I'll give you that. You can have it. It's bullshit, but you can have it. All right, now the third one.
How about on May 30th, May 29th, and May 30th, where thousands of leftists descended again in the White House and tried to break into the White House?
Did they try to kill him?
That's right there. What do you think they were trying to break into the White House?
I don't know. You tell me. Where's the evidence that they were trying to kill him?
To shake his hand?
Well, I don't know that it had anything to do with him.
They had to move into a bunker. What are you talking about?
Well, that him having to move into a bunker does not mean that they were there to kill him. Where's the evidence that they were there to kill him?
No, you know what, Tom? You're right. They were there to sell him cookies. Come on, this is stupid.
Where's the evidence that they were there to kill him?
Tom, well, there it is. They engaged with violence with the cops. They hurt 60 plus.
So they were there to hurt the cops. Oh man. I thought you were saying that they were there to hurt Trump.
Well, they were trying to break into the White House. So
why?
What is it? What do you mean why?
Why?
What do you think? Tell me why do you think they? I'll turn it on you.
Well, no. I'm asking you. I've asked you numerous times now. You're just not answering.
Why do you think they were trying to? Why do you think they were trying to break into the White House, Tom?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I would like you to tell me about it. So why did they break in?
Anything about it? Oh,
no.
Well, that is so unfortunate. Yeah, they were trying to break in to kill Trump. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you get that evidence from?
You don't know about it. So what do you mean?
Well, no, I don't know about it. That's why I'm asking you for the evidence. Of course, you're making the claim. Okay. You provide the evidence. That's how that works.
Look up May 30th, 2020.
Okay. And then?
Okay, now let's see. May 30, 2020, White House.
This is on May 30th, 2020. Intense protests over police killings of George Floyd took place outside the White House, leading to a lockdown and President Donald Trump being moved to an underground bunker. The demonstration was the second night of protests in Washington, D.C., following Floyd's death in Minneapolis earlier that week. Protests intensified overnight. Doesn't say anything about them trying to kill him.
This is, come on. Don't be stupid. Why were they at the White House for? Why did they bring Trump down to
Why
the
do you
basement?
keep asking me? This is your point. You're the one who's supposed to prove your point. Stop asking me. You make your point.
Because they were there to kill him.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
The fact that they went to the White House and they tried to break into the White House.
That's it? Oh, shit. Okay, I have a lot of people who went to other people's houses. So if that's all I have to do is just show that people went to a house.
And they engaged with police officers trying to break into the White House.
Wait, are they going after police officers or Donald Trump? Which one is it? You got to pick one.
Somebody tried to break into your house and they engage in violence with cops. You'd be like, they're not here for me. They're just here to tell me the latest subscription to Sports Illustrated.
Well, that's
What are you
fairly common with people who rob places. They break in and rob places. So especially.
They were there to rob the White House. They were there to rob the White House, Tom.
Well, considering it's the left, I would assume that they're there to just engage in property destruction. If it was a right winger, I would assume that they were trying to kill people, but I would still want it. I'm asking you for evidence. That's what I want. I want reality. Give me evidence.
And I gave you the evidence. I gave you the evidence. Go look at the video.
Okay, so who was arrested? Who was arrested for trying to kill Donald Trump? That was your standard for January 6th. So who was arrested for trying to kill Donald Trump?
What standard for January 6th? What are you talking about?
You were saying earlier that this many people, according to the FBI, were there were arrested for trespassing. So I'm saying, who here had any charges for trying to kill Donald Trump?
Who had any charges for that question makes no sense. Just because nobody was charged for trying to kill Donald Trump doesn't mean that nobody tried to kill Donald Trump. You know that, Tom.
Okay, so what evidence do you have?
My evidence is that on May 29th and May 30th, thousands or hundreds of leftists descended into the White House, engaged with violence, tried to break into the White House to the point where Trump had to be taken to an underground bunker for protection. That's my evidence, Trump.
That's it. Just okay. That's not evidence.
Yeah, that's it. So that's how many people were there? How many people on May 30th?
Do you think somebody has to be there to kill Donald Trump in order for him to be taken to a bunker? Do you think they have to be there to kill Trump in order for him to be taken to a bunker?
Hurt him. Yeah, I think they were there either to kill him or hurt him. Yeah.
Okay. And what evidence do you have of that?
The fact that they're trying to go into a secure building where there's police officers impeding their process, trying to get into the building to get to Donald Trump.
Okay. So just to be clear, all of the people who were breaking into the Capitol and fought police officers and all of this to get in, they were all there to kill congressmen and women, right? They all had to go in the secure bunkers. So we agree that all of those people should have been charged with attempted murder because they were all breaking into the Capitol to try to kill all the congressmen and women. Yes?
Say that again.
If all they have to do is fight through police officers to get inside the building, then you're saying that all the people on January 6th who went inside of the Capitol were doing so to try to kill the congressmen and women. Yes, I just added a lot of Democrats onto my side just now. Thank you for that. I didn't know that was we had that low of standards. Holy shit. We just added a lot of Democrats onto my list. Holy shit.
Oh, really? Because the Republican, the January 6th is actually getting to the building and did nothing, while the people at the Capitol actually engaged with violence and tried to get into the White House. I think there's a little bit different.
Wait, there were people who engaged in violence inside the Capitol. Or you didn't know about this?
Very few.
Very few. I don't know what that means. Very few.
Many? How many?
Well, I can show you videos of at least like 30 to 40 of them.
No, Tom. How many, Tom?
Well, I don't know, but that's not on my list. I'm showing because I'm showing the hypocrisy of your standards, where you're saying all they have to do is fight against police and then break inside the building, and that means they're trying to kill Donald Trump. That is your standard. That is what you said your evidence is they just fought against police and broke in the building. Therefore, they're trying to kill Donald Trump.
I'm saying that the intent was there to try to kill Donald Trump.
Right, and I'm asking you where the intent is. Where do you have the evidence for this?
The fact that they engaged with violence.
Okay, so same with January 6th.
Okay, let's go tit for tat then. Again, How many people were down at at the May 30th and 29th protests?
How many people were there?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're again. This is your story. I don't know anything about this.
But you don't know anything about the January 6th either, because I asked you how many people engaged with violence, and you don't know, but you're bringing it up.
Well, wait. That's not, I don't know why you keep pivoting. We're talking about the. You keep pivoting. That I'm bringing up the fact that your standards are, because if I told you how many people engaged in violence, would you admit that every single one of those people was there to kill Democrat leaders?
If they engage in violence trying to get into the Capitol, I'd say the people who engage in total violence, not the people who walked around the building, those were there to probably hurt Democrats. If I'm using the same standard.
Well, yeah, you would, if you're using the same standard.
But the big difference here, Tom, is that they actually got into the building and didn't do pretty much anything.
Well, that's not true for everybody.
While the people at the White House, they hurt over 60 police officers, destroy and burn down a guard station. And it got so violent.
So yeah, it really sounds like they were there to hurt guards. You keep making the point that they were there to hurt police and guards. I'm asking about Donald Trump.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Because yeah, that's who they're there to protest. The guards. Yeah. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Jesus Christ.
Again, this is your point. You're supposed to have evidence of it. You're the one who just doesn't have anything. I'm just going based off what you're telling me.
I have plenty of evidence of people who tried to engage into violence and hurt Donald Trump.
Okay, so give it to me.
To be moved to an underground. I just gave it to you. They engaged with violence, tried to break into the White House.
Okay, so do you know what intent means?
No, Tom, why don't you tell me what intent means?
So intent is like what it is that you are trying to do. Like it is the thing that you are planning on, right? It is the goal of what it is that you're trying to achieve. And so normally we have to have evidence of this. Like we have to have like reason for it. So if I say people were trying to kill Nancy Pelosi and AOC, I have them on video literally saying that they wanted to kill Nancy Pelosi and AOC. If I say people wanted to stop the election, I have thousands of people chanting "Stop the Steal." If I say they wanted to kill Mike Pence, I have thousands of people chanting "Hang Mike Pence," right? I literally have them stating what it is that they were trying to do and why they were there. You are just saying you feel as though this is their intent, but I'm asking you for evidence of it. I care about your feelings. They're so valid, buddy, but I really want the evidence for this.
I know you didn't get a lot of love, and I get it, and I know you're trying to make a connection with me, but that's not going to work, Tom. My point is that people tried to get into the White House to kill Trump. It is as simple as that.
I know that's your point.
You want to office gay, and you want to.
No, I know that's your point. No, I know that's your point. I haven't denied that. No, I haven't denied that. I know that's your point. I'm asking you for evidence of it.
And I show you the evidence already.
Where?
You looked it up.
You have not.
You actually Googled it.
This does not say anything about. No, this says nothing about them trying to kill Trump. This says literally nothing about it. It's not here at all.
Because they were there to sell cookies for Trump. That's it. They were there to sell cookies. This is stupid.
It's not stupid.
Yes, it is.
It's not stupid.
For a purpose. They were.
What is the purpose? Where's the evidence?
To hurt Trump. To hurt Trump.
How do you know that? How do you know they weren't there for Mike Pence?
Because they tried to break into the White House, Tom.
So Mike Pence wasn't in the White House?
You're telling me that the left engaged in violence, hundreds of them, tried to break into the White House to hurt Mike Pence. Do you know?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that.
You said that.
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking how you know that it wasn't that.
Okay, let's say it wasn't Trump. Let's say it was Mike Pence. Is Mike Pence a Republican?
Well, again, if you said it was Mike Pence, I would still ask how you knew it was Mike Pence.
I'm saying it was Donald Trump, and the evidence is the fact that they were trying to break into the White House.
Okay, I'm sorry. You just don't know how this
Simple
works.
as that.
You just don't know how this works.
No,
Like that is not evidence. I've had people break into my house before, and none of them were here to kill me. I've broken into a bunch of houses before. I wasn't there to kill anybody. So this is a really, really lame fucking standard to just say because they did this.
Why did you break into those people's houses, Tom? Why?
To steal stuff.
What did you know? Did you know that they were there when you broke in?
No, they were not there.
Ah, but people did know that Trump was there, didn't they? And they tried
How
to
did
break
they
in
know
while
that?
he was there.
How did they know that?
How did they know? Because Trump has his schedule. They probably knew that they were there.
Well, probably. Well, now there's a lot of assumption going into this.
That's not out of assumption. I'm just saying they're at the White House. They're fighting, trying to get into the White House, whether it's trying to kill Trump or Pence or Melania or whoever staffer was there. They're also right wingers. So that would also count, Tom.
Okay, but I would still need evidence that they were there to kill those people.
They were there to break into the White House.
Yes, I agree with that. They were there to break in. Yes, they were. The left commits a lot of property damage.
What did they do? What did they do? What were they planning to do once they got in?
Commit property damage.
Oh, commit property damage. Okay, yeah. No.
Well, that's what the left normally does. They normally do a lot of property damage.
No. They commit a lot of violence too and a lot of deaths. The BLM riots, 25 people
Well, that's
dead.
what we're trying to go over. But you're
the LA riots, 60 people dead. So yeah, they commit violence too. Death, fatalities. The chop zone. Yeah. They. There's no question in my mind. Had they gotten in there and gotten to Trump, they would have hurt him.
Well, I have a bunch of studies here that say that the right commits way more fatalities than the left. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Because those ADL studies and the CISIS study, all those scrap studies. No, I don't buy those studies.
Well, the ADL is one, but the other one is a libertarian group that's on the right and generally does a lot of defense of right wingers. So,
Cato Institute. No, I don't buy it.
You don't buy what?
I know those studies, Tom.
Okay.
They specifically count out examples of left-wing violence that we know happen.
Like what?
They don't count them. So,
like what?
Show me the study. What study are you talking about?
The Cato Institute.
Okay, tell me what they say.
Okay. It says left versus right. Murders in politically motivated terrorism, including 9/11. This has left has committed 65 deaths, and the right has committed 391.
Okay, what is the methodology of the study?
They use convictions. Criminal convictions, like once they're convicted for committing a murder.
No. That's not the point, Tom. I'm asking, how do they classify each one from left to right? Like political convictions means nothing. Somebody can get convicted and be a left or a righty. That doesn't matter.
You're asking how they decide if they're left or right?
Yeah, and what is the length of the study?
Fuck, I'll have to find it. But they were talking about the fact that like if groups that are generally funding right wing, like Republicans and crap like that, the things that they use as their main platforms and the things that they stand for, they use that for like right wing ideology, and then the left wing groups that fund a lot of Democrats or left wing organizations or call themselves left wing organizations, the ideals that they pay for and stand for is what they use to decide if they're a left-wing ideology.
The problem that I have with lots of these studies is that they will amplify example of right-wing violence, even if the guy was, like I know a lot of these studies, they include gun fights. Like if Aryan Brotherhood, they get in a knife fight with a rival gang, and the guy happens to have a Aryan Brotherhood tattoo, they get counted as a right wing.
Yeah, I think the
think
ADL study did that.
Yeah, and the Cato did some of that too.
So where did the Cato do this?
Okay, tell me the timeline, and I will ask you if the events that I know fall on the left wing violence are counted in that study.
I'm sorry.
That's what I want to know.
You keep saying, I know the study, I know they're wrong, I know they did this, I know they did that, and every time I ask you to tell me where like that happened, you ask me to give you more information each time when you keep claiming you already know this information. So why do I have to keep giving you more information if you already know this?
Because you're the one who brought up the study.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you're claiming that you know.
You're the one making the claim.
No, I did not. No. I did not claim that that's. Hold on. Stop. I did not claim that these studies are flawed. You're claiming you know the study and that you know it's flawed. You are the one who would eventually have to give that information. You can't, every time I ask you for that information, after you've made the claim 3 times now, you can't keep asking me for more information every time I ask you to prove your point.
Bring up the study, Tom.
It's up on my screen.
I can't see your screen. I'm on Discord.
Okay.
Give me the methodology for the study.
Do you want me to read the whole methodology?
Okay, give me the timeline. Give me the timeline between what the study took.
From 9/11, like from 2021 9/11 to I think it's still updated today. Anytime there's convictions, they add them.
So the timeline is what?
So this says,
9/11?
yeah, the whole study. So they have different things. The one that I read was not. Hold on. They have a study that goes from, it says 1975 to December of 2024. But the one that I read you was only a timeline from 9/11 till 2024.
Why would they exclude before that? That's my problem with these studies, Tom, because that would exclude the LA riots, which happened in 1992. That was 63 deaths right there.
The reason that they excluded is because they are most of what they're showing is that the Islamic terrorism is was a large portion, but this is murders and politically motivated terrorism since 2020, and this is still 44 right-wing, 18 left-wing. They have it broken up into a bunch of different timelines. Okay. Murders and politically motivated terrorism since 9/11, 141 Islamics, and then 65 left. 391.
Can you talk about the 2021 again?
This one?
Yeah. How many murders by the left counted in the Cato Institute since 2020?
18.
I know for a fact that there were 25 plus murders during the BLM riots.
So that were politically motivated?
Well, they happened during a riot, Tom.
Well, that doesn't mean it's politically motivated, bro. You can't keep doing this.
And that's my problem with these studies.
Oh my goodness, bro. This is stupid. Okay, you gave in your definition, we said in the definition that it has to be politically motivated. You can't just say that during a riot, a gang comes in and kills some people and leaves, and now that gang is...
Let's read our definition again, Tom.
Whoa, no. I clarified. After you read the definition, I said politically motivated, and you said, yeah.
No. Read the definition again, Tom.
I will play. I have my screen share up for you, so I will play the part back for you when you said yes. You agreed that we were talking about politically motivated. If we're not talking about politically motivated, then none of this matters. Like, we can just look at like gang violence in left-wing cities and be like, oh, well, we'll just assume that these people are on the left because they're in left-wing cities and there's gang violence there. Like, that's a dumb way of talking about this. We're talking about political violence. That is what we're talking about.
Yes, political violence, and if a pawn shop gets lit on fire during a BLM riot, and a guy is in there and he dies due to that fire, that should be counted.
Well,
that's my point, Tom.
It depends. Generally, the methodology is that they're intending to kill them, not that they just so happen to kill somebody.
No. I don't agree with the definition. No. If you're gonna count Aryan Brotherhood killing during a prison fight, and you're gonna count that as right-wing extremism or examples of political violence on the right, you damn sure as well better count a guy dying during a BLM riot or during the chop zone.
So
that's the problem with
earlier,
this study.
You were saying that it was violence to forward a political ideology or some sort of political motivation, and now you're saying, well, it can just so happen to happen, even though it wasn't a part of a political motivation. That's ridiculous. That is, you are the one who is going off your own definition.
It is not ridiculous because had the riot not happened, that person would have been alive.
That's not what you said, though. You said that it was to further their political motivate or their political ideals. Like that is what we were talking about.
And the BLM riots were to further a political outcome or a political process.
Not what we said. The motivation behind killing somebody, not that they just so happened to die.
Were the BLM riots politically motivated?
The riots, yes. That not the murders, though. You're saying the murders were.
No. You're not gonna get away with this shit.
Hold on. You didn't ask. You're pivoting again to the riots versus the murders.
If it happened during a BLM riot, yes, I would count that as a example of political violence on the left.
But it doesn't fit your definition.
Yes, it does.
Read your definition
if
again.
It happened, let's read it again. Hold on, I got it written down.
This is why earlier I made sure that we were talking about to further a political goal. Is because now you're just adding in bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit.
It is bullshit.
No, it's not. I know you want to call it bullshit because you don't want to contend with the numbers, and you don't want to.
Okay, show me the numbers. Show me the numbers. Where's the numbers? Show me the study that has your numbers.
25 people dead during the BLM riots. $2 billion worth of property damage. Over 2,000 police officers injured.
Yes, and you said. Hold on. First, read the definition. Don't pivot off the definition. Let's first read the definition, then let's come back to that. Okay. Read your definition.
Actions involving political, physical force or harm intended to influence political outcomes, policies, or power dynamics. It can include riots. Assassinations, or coups, often targeting political figures, institutions, or symbols of disrupt or coerce political change.
So what was the intended to what?
I'll read it again. Actions involving physical force or harm intended to influence political outcomes, policies, or power dynamics. It can include riots, assassinations, coups, often targeting political figures. It doesn't have to be planned. It can be spontaneous.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody sets up a pawn shop on fire and somebody happens to be inside and they die because of the arson, yes, I would count that as political violence on the left.
Okay, and so so the death was not intended to include a political a political outcome. That's your definition. You said intended to include political outcomes, and that you have no evidence that these.
It can include riots.
Okay.
It can include riots, Tom. So let's not forget that. So David Dorn, who was shot during a BLM riot, who trying to protect businesses from being looted, yes, that is a death that is on political violence.
Okay, and who shot him?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. If they're not part of the riot, if they're not part of the protest, if they're not part of BLM.
Because what you want is a manifesto from this guy saying and carry an Antifa card saying, yes, I'm an Antifa member and I killed this guy for no. I'm not gonna buy that. That's how you guys.
So you just don't want to give evidence for your claims.
I gave you the evidence.
No, you didn't. You just said that it has to have political aims within it. That's your definition. If you're saying, oh, I'm not going to show you that any of this was political or that this person was political whatsoever, I'm just going to make the assumption that that's the case, even though this person could have been a right-winger who came in and was trying to kill people who were part of BLM and accidentally shot somebody else.
This is the stupidity of the left.
No, you're unwilling to actually look into this. You have no idea what you're talking about. You know you don't know what you're talking about.
This is clear evidence of BLM riots.
Is it clear?
Yes, ending up in death and destruction and hurting of police officers.
Wait, how do you know it's not a right-winger?
A right-winger that what? That wasn't BLM?
That was trying to kill people rioting during BLM.
Like, you want me to read their mind? I don't understand.
Read their mind. That's just part of like any sort of trial, is that they're going to get like the intent during that. But you're saying that they're on the left. How do you know they're not on the right?
Because they were rioting with the BLM. That's why.
They were. Okay, so how do you know that they were rioting with BLM?
Because they were there and they set fire to a building.
Well, somebody who's there to kill rioters would also be there.
You're telling me that a right-winger set fire during the BLM riot?
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you.
Okay, so
I'm asking you, how do you know that they're not there to kill rioters?
Because they were there to destroy property and kill people.
And I'm asking you, how do you know that?
Because they were part of BLM.
How do you know they're part of BLM?
Because just like you said, if something happens and there's a riot like in January 6th and people go into the Capitol, they should be punished in the same way that if somebody did a murder or set fire to a pawn shop or kill somebody during a BLM riot, I will call that as an example of political violence from the left.
Well, that's not what I said. But if we say that a right-winger was there to kill BLM protesters, that would not end up on my side. That would end up on your side. So you don't know if he was there to kill BLM protesters or not.
This is stupid, Tom.
It's not stupid. You just don't know anything about the points that you're bringing up.
Because a BLM riot happened, over $2 billion in damages and 25 people dead. Yeah, I will count that as political violence from the left. And I know no amount of sophistry and no amount of obfuscation from you will make you win that point.
No, it's not obfuscation. It's your own definition. It's your definition that it has to do with the political intent, yet you don't know even the political ideology, let alone the political intent. Yet you're trying to put things in there that you just don't know about. You just don't know anything about your own examples. This is the third example that you brought up that you know nothing about.
I already got you to admit 3 times that you were wrong, so I don't think you want to get into that.
I'm a bit more honest than you are, is what you're saying. You have no idea what you're talking about. Tell me who killed him. Tell me who killed him. Who killed him?
Who killed who?
Who killed David? Yeah, who killed David?
A left-winger.
Who?
A left-winger.
Who?
What does it matter, Tom?
Well, it matters. What do you mean, who? What do you mean, what does it matter? What do you mean, what does it matter? That's the whole point. That's all that matters. How do I want to?
It happened during a BLM riot, Tom.
Yeah. What? Who?
25 people died.
Who killed him? Who killed him?
A left-winger.
Who?
A left-winger.
No. How do you know it's not a right-winger?
How do you know it's not a left-winger?
I don't. I'm not making a claim one way or the other. You're making the claim. You're the one who has to prove your point. You refuse to ever prove any of your points.
He was a left winger.
Okay, so you feel as though it's a left winger. Just say that. Your fifis say it's a left winger. Say that.
I know you had a rough childhood. And
just say your fifis say it's a left winger. There's no evidence that it was a left winger. There's no evidence that it's a left winger.
I don't want to sing Kumbaya with you, Tom.
You have no evidence. Show me the evidence or say that it's just your fifis.
I'm telling you that it happened during a BLM riot.
I agree.
You know
Now,
what,
where's
again,
the evidence? Where's the evidence that that person was a left-winger?
it is a left winger that was tied to a BLM riot.
Where's the evidence that they were a left-winger?
Therefore, it is a BLM left-wing example of violence.
Where is your evidence that it was a left-winger?
There's also the guy who was burned inside a pawn shop that got set on fire. That is also counted as a political violence.
Who set the fire?
A left winger.
Who?
A left winger.
Which one?
Tom. His name was Tom, I think. Tom Fuller.
So just say you don't know. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't have evidence for your claims.
Just say that you don't have any counter to the fact that BLM caused 25 deaths plus $2 billion in damages. Just say that.
Well, again, I haven't argued against those things, but you're the one claiming that a left-winger is responsible for a death. So I have not disagreed that BLM and left-leaning people engage in a lot of property damage. I'm way too honest to be you.
Political violence, Tom. Political
okay,
violence.
and so I want you to show me that a left-winger is the one who killed this person, and you refuse to do it.
It happened during a BLM riot. It is.
So what?
It is,
okay, well, how about this? Anybody who engages in violence during Donald Trump's term, the right is responsible for. It happened during Donald Trump's term, so it's
That's
his.
the
It's
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
well, it's what you're doing. It's the same exact thing that you're doing.
No, you idiot. If it happened during a Trump rally, I could say that, but not
Why?
during Trump's presidency. You
Why?
fucking idiot.
Why?
Because the ICE attacks that are happening right now, that goes on the right. No.
Wait, no. Answer the question. Why? Why would you be willing to take what happened during a Trump rally? Why? How do you know that it's not a left-winger who killed somebody during a Trump rally? That's stupid. That is a stupid way of thinking. You're dumb.
No,
you're a dumb you're a dumb motherfucker.
No, you are losing and you are crying. I know. I get it. You cannot contend with the BLM riots, with the Antifa, with the ICE attacks.
So you're complaining about the study that I'm pointing at, and you're complaining that they aren't general enough, that they actually look at each individual and what their motives were behind their killings. You're upset that it's too specific to the individual. You want them to just look at what was happening around the person at the time and see if the other people around them were left-leaning. Therefore, we can now call it a left-leaning murder. Whereas I'm saying, no, we want the individuals. Each individual has to be a left-leaning person, and the motive has to be political. You refuse to actually be specific about your claims.
No, you idiot. What I'm trying to say is that extreme examples of BLM riots that caused 25 deaths are not counted in this study. So there's something wrong with this study, that their methodology is making it so.
Yes, but you don't know that. Again, this is about each specific person. This study is about each specific individual. You don't know who the individual is that shot the person, nor do you know their ideology. That would not go in the study if they don't know the fucking specific person nor the ideology.
That's the problem with my study. The fact that clear examples of BLM left-wing violence, including Antifa, are not counting in all of this in a lot of these studies, while gang killings from the right are counted. If there's a wife, if a guy beats
what
his
gang
wife,
killing from the right was counted?
What's that?
What gang killing from the right was counted?
What killing? Many of them. I mean, I'm not going to go into every single study.
See, you just don't. Yes, you literally can't back up a single claim that you make every fucking time.
Again,
stop making claims if you're not going to give evidence for it.
The fact that not 25 people and 63 people died during the LA riots and the BLM riots, and they're not counted. That is proof that these studies are bullshit.
Bro, the study, based on its methodology, is correct. It is going based on convictions. convictions from people. So once they are convicted, now they have passed the bar of beyond a reasonable doubt. And now we say, yes, this person did it. And now we can look at the person, their ideology, what it is that motivates them, and say, okay, this person was on the left or this person was on the right. And now we can put them in the bucket. Whereas you just want to go on feelings and say, well, I feel like somebody on the left might have done this, so I want to put them on the study. But that's not the methodology of the study. They're not going to just go on their feelings.
No. I know you just want to focus on killings and fatalities because you somehow think that you can make a point of that. But the broader point is killings, destruction of property, arson, and many other things, which the left engages way more on, and is also more condemned by more condoned by the left, from prominent left wingers like your friend Destiny, to political figures like Biden, to regular people that are celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Okay,
that's the point. You idiot.
Okay. Yeah, so true, dude. I will allow you to pivot again. How about that? If you can't prove this case, you can't prove this one, so I will allow you to pivot again. So how about this? We're talking about prominence on the left or the right. So let's say somebody with over 1 million views, or 1 million subscribers, 1 million followers on the right or the left that is like condoning violence or advocating for violence or saying that people should be violent or something like that, right? Who I've got a list of like 50 people on the right, even just within the last couple of months, who have been advocating for civil war. Who on the left with a large amount of followers, like over 1 million, is advocating for violence?
Destiny. Hassan.
Destiny doesn't have 1 million on any platform.
Oh, you fucking idiot. Are you for real?
I'm sorry, did you not listen to what I said? Did you not listen to what I said?
Listen, you idiot. I know you want to obfuscate and make it so...
Obfuscate? I said over 1 million. You say Destiny. Destiny's not over 1 million on any fucking platform.
How many viewers does he have on YouTube?
Like 800,000.
How many viewers does he have on Kick?
Like maybe... I have no idea. Like followers? I have no idea, but it's all the same fucking people.
So what?
I said on a single platform, and you're obfuscating to just start combining different platforms, because it's how much of a following they have. It's how many people like them. It's how many people watch them. It's how many people regard what it is that they say.
You got 10,000 people watching Destiny every night on a live stream. What are you talking about?
10,000, yeah, I'm talking about 1 million. So when I look at somebody like Libs of TikTok, who has over 5 million followers on Twitter, and they're advocating for civil war, or I'm talking about somebody like Elon Musk, who has over 122 million followers, who is advocating for civil war. I look at Andrew Tate, who has 12 million followers, who is advocating for civil war. Well, I cannot find that anywhere on the left.
Oh my God! Wow, this is unbelievable. And I'm glad people are watching this, because it encapsulates the left and the brain rot that they have to a T. This dummy is saying because Destiny has 800,000 on YouTube and another 500 or whoever how many thousand he has on Cake, somehow that makes him less
influential.
Yeah.
Yes, less influence makes you less influential. Yeah. That's how that works.
No. Destiny has been on Piers Morgan. He's interviewed many politicians. He's doing on Fuck America tour right now. So Destiny is as popular as he's ever been.
On Fuck America tour is not a big tour. What are you talking about? It's not a big tour.
Did you not hear me say that he was on Piers Morgan many times?
Yes, that's fine. So are people with like 200,000 followers. There's people with 200,000 followers on Piers Morgan.
Tell me anybody on the right who has gotten anything near or close to what Destiny has said.
The Donald Trump?
Oh my God. Destiny said, let's go quote by quote.
That again, Destiny does not qualify. It doesn't have 1 million followers. I'm asking you for people with 1 million followers.
Yourself, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm sorry that numbers are hard. I'm sorry, numbers are hard for you. But Destiny, because yes, because Destiny is.
Because Destiny doesn't have 1 million followers, that makes him somehow not one of the biggest one of the biggest voices on the left. You fucking idiot. Go fuck yourself with this bullshit.
Aw, I'm sorry, little buddy. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. But the problem is that on the left, when people use violent rhetoric, it doesn't actually make them more popular. Whereas on the right, you can be Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and you can use violent rhetoric all the time and become the fucking president. You can become the 122 million followers on Twitter.
Show, 2 weeks ago, talking about his show and sucking his, going after him. So
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. Numbers are hard, buddy. Numbers are hard. So one more time. 1 million followers or more.
Who has a bigger following than Destiny on the left?
On the left? Like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris,
You fucking idiot. I'm talking about streamers.
Why are you talking about streamers? Why would we talk about streamers? Like politicians are going to be the most influential. These are people who are the biggest representatives.
You just talked about asking for 1 million followers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you, who's bigger on the left than Destiny?
Sam Cedar, Ezra Klein, the guys who do the guys who do the fuck. What's the name of the podcast? I'm blanking on the names.
Viator, are you talking about the Pod Save America?
Yeah, Pod Save America guys. Yeah, Mehdi Hassan. There's the kid who does the debates all the time and has been on CNN a bunch recently. I don't know any of these people's names. I don't really follow any of them.
You don't know their names. You don't know how many followers they have, but you know they're bigger than Destiny.
Yeah, Luke Beasley. Luke Beasley's another one.
Luke Beasley is bigger than. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Destiny.
Dean Withers is another one. Parker is another one.
Top 3. I'd say top 1 influencers on the left.
Destiny?
Truly,
bro,
yeah.
The fact Destiny is one of the smaller ones because of the type of rhetoric that he uses. Because of that, he is stunted in his growth. He is never going to get near Pod Save America, Midas Touch, Luke Beasley, any of these people because of the way that he talks about things. On the right, that makes you more popular. On the left, it stunts your growth.
Yeah, it stunts your growth. Yeah, Destiny has not been growing. He gets 10,000 viewers per night. That's YouTube alone. Probably kick another 3,000-4,000. And you're telling me that he's not influential. You got Hassan.
I didn't say he's not influential. I didn't say this. I don't know why you can't ever actually argue with what it is that I'm saying.
I asked you for any example of people on the right that are streamers with as big as platform as Destiny who has said half of the stuff that he has said.
That are streamers? What do you mean half the stuff that he said? Like what is it that he said that you think?
Okay, let's see. He said, I want the Republicans to fear for their life when they go outside. He also made
he said that's not what he said, but
I know you want to watch this both. I get it. But he also said that
you're the one who's over here obsessed with him, bro. You're the one who keeps bringing him up. I'm not the one who's obsessed with him. Okay.
I know you want to watch his ball because you want to become his arbiter again. I get it.
You are hardcore obsessed with him. You keep bringing him up.
I know you don't like it. I know. I get it. Destiny said of Corey Compatory, he fucked around and found out. He said that it's time to move to real political violence against the right, not only political, but also real violence against the right. He made fun of Charlie Kirk when he got assassinated, made fun of his wife. He said all kinds of incendiary stuff. That's Destiny alone.
So yeah, Donald Trump alone does that shit. What do you mean?
Okay, tell me anything that Trump said that's close to what Destiny just said. What I just quoted you, Destiny say.
Yeah, so Donald Trump, what you said that he was making fun of people, like he made fun of Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, so you said that he made fun of Charlie Kirk's death. That Donald Trump said that he didn't feel bad for Joe Biden getting cancer, and said that was and then also with the Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked while he was in the hospital, he made jokes about him being attacked, saying that Pelosi has a wall around her house, but it didn't work very well, even though he still wants to build a wall. And that I said, how's her husband doing, by the way, and was making jokes about him getting attacked, which it's so fucking weird that you guys always have to use Destiny to compare to the fucking president of the United States.
I don't have to use Destiny. I can talk about Hassan. I can talk about Vaush. I can talk about.
Yes, you want to use streamers to compare to the fucking president. It's weird as fuck, dude. It's the weirdest fucking shit.
What are you talking? This is cope to the levels that I've never seen before. I'm bringing you examples from the top president to the vice president to prominent streamers like Destiny, Hassan, and Vaush.
No, you're talking about Destiny right now, and we're talking about
Donald
Trump.
For examples of stuff that any prominent streamer has said that it's comparable to Destiny, and you can't find it. You can't find this.
Well, and then Donald Trump has also encouraged his people at rallies to punch other people who were there. He again did pardon and give computations to people at the January 6th.
It's funny that you say that. I'm obsessed with Destiny, but this guy will not stop talking about Trump. It's funny how you call out for being obsessed with Destiny, but every single time I ask you for examples, which are not even comparable to what Destiny has said, by the way. Destiny has said incredibly heinous stuff. And you won't defend it because you know you can. So now you're pivoting. And you're trying to say, well, Trump this and Trump that. I'm asking you for examples of prominent right-wingers who have, not in the politics, but who have said anything close to the rhetoric that Destiny has used.
See, okay, so I'm happy to do so. This is weird as fuck, again, that you think that the streamers matter. But
stalling,
but yes, Elon Musk said, if they won't leave us in peace, then our only choice is to fight or die. American Papa Bears said, we're at war. Are you ready? What's the, I can't pronounce that person's name. Never mind. Fuck them. Laurel Loomer has celebrated numerous people's deaths. Brian Eastwood said Charlie Kirk getting shot was heard around the country. I'm ready for a civil war. You want to fight? You want to fight? You're going to get it. A woman named Sassafras with almost
not even close to what Destiny has said. What the fuck are you talking about? Destiny's openly calling for Republicans to be assassinated.
What? Wanting a civil war is? Wait, hold on. You think wanting a civil war? How many? You don't think that a civil war is close to?
Tell me any Republican
When
who has
did
called for who openly called for the assassination of Democrats.
Wait, Destiny openly called for the assassination of a Republican? When did this happen?
He said that Republicans should be fearful of their lives to go outside.
Yeah, but when did he call for an assassination of Republicans?
How do you achieve that? How are Republicans going to be more fearful to be out there fearing for their lives? How do you achieve that?
Maybe a civil war. So let's keep going down the list of all the people who called for civil war. This person said they wanted Democrats to be publicly executed. The Sassafras 84. She's got more followers than Destiny.
Oh my God! Oh geez, are you talking on? Oh my God, this is hilarious. Tell me anybody.
Wait, why are you moving off that? Yes, she has more followers than Destiny.
What's her name?
Sassafras 84.
Is he on Twitter?
Yeah.
Let's find this woman. Sassafras 84. Who are you talking about?
I don't know if she got banned or if she deleted her fucking. Oh no, here she is.
Oh wow!
Here
Would
she
you
is.
look at that?
She's right here. Would you look at that? 540,000 followers.
Wow. Destiny has 1 million plus between Kick and YouTube alone. Yeah, I don't think she's bigger than Destiny.
No, she has. Destiny has less than 300,000 followers on Twitter.
Okay, so what are you? I'm talking about YouTube, my friend.
Well, again, we're talking about influence, right?
Again, what? Now you're pivoting to Twitter? Now you're pivoting to Twitter, Tom?
No, I'm not pivoting to Twitter. She's on Twitter.
Yeah. So show me a prominent right wing what do you call this? A streamer who has said anything close to what Destiny has said.
Well, again, I don't watch right-wing streamers. I'm talking about people who actually like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and you keep wanting to pivot to fucking streamers. Like, this is insane. I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about fucking streamers. I don't watch any right-wing streamers.
Oh, you don't want, yeah.
There's like three right-wing streamers. So like, who am I supposed to look at? Rob Noor, Andrew Wilson. I don't know any other right-wing streamers. Who else is there?
Wow.
Who else is there?
Your stupidity just knows no. Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder's a streamer.
Hello? What do you think he is?
He's a YouTuber.
He streams on YouTube.
No,
He streams on Rumble.
All right. I would never call him a streamer.
Oh yeah, of course. But Destiny, you will call a streamer because this magical, arbitrary 1 million follower that you pulled out of your ass. That's the.
That has nothing to do with being a streamer. Wait, that has nothing to do with being a streamer. When did I ever say that you have to be 1 million followers to be a streamer? When did I ever say that? When did I ever say that? No, don't pivot again. When did I ever say that? No, don't pivot again. Don't pivot again. Stop pivoting. Stop pivoting. No, stop pivoting. No, stop pivoting.
The reach of Destiny, who has said anything close to what he has said, or Sasan or Vosh.
Elon Musk. Sassafras.
What did he say? What did he say?
Bro, I just read it to you. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die.
Are you fucking kidding me? Is that close to what Destiny is saying? He wants Republicans to be fearful of their lives when making fun of Corey Cambatori when he got assassinated.
Yes. So this is this is in response to what the. Hold on. I don't know why you.
Can I finish?
Well, how many examples do you want to give? Do you want to give 3 or 4 or what? I'm engaging with the first one that you brought up, but if you brought it up numerous times, this is comparable to the first one that you brought up.
No, it's not. It's not even close.
Okay, so let me engage with it instead of bringing up other ones. I'm comparing this to the first one that you brought up. So when you say Destiny says that when right-wingers are running around saying that we should have a civil war and they're advocating for violence all over the place, that he thinks that they need to be afraid to say stuff like that. This is Elon Musk saying if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die.
Yeah, but that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
That is what he said. That is what the conversation was about when he said that. Yes, it is. The conversation was 100% of. Oh, we could pull it up and play it if you don't believe me. We will. No, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. You don't think that's what the conversation was about? No, not the quote. The conversation was about that.
Why not? Why not the quote? Why not the quote?
Hold on. Answer the question real quick. Was the conversation about right-wingers? What was the conversation about right-wingers? Answer the question. I didn't disagree with the quote that you brought up. I didn't disagree with the quote that you brought up. Was the conversation about right-wingers advocating for violence? Yes or no?
And I'm telling you.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Was the conversation about right-wingers advocating for violence when he said that? Yes or no?
Show me the real
You're not
quote.
going to answer the question. Answer the question.
You want to answer mine,
Was
Tom? You want to answer mine, Tom? You want to answer mine, Tom?
yeah,
Show me the quote.
that's not a question. Was the conversation about the
Can you show me the quote, Tom? Can you show me the
yes,
quote, Tom?
yes, I would like to hear your claim about the quote first. Was the conversation about violence?
No. Can you show me the quote, Tom?
Yes, I can. Was the conversation about, again, I didn't disagree with the quote that you brought up. I didn't disagree with that. I never disagree with the quote. So your quote is fine. I'm going with your quote. Was the conversation about whether or not the right was engaging in violent rhetoric? Was yes or no?
That is irrelevant to the conversation.
It's the context is irrelevant. Okay, so then yes, so then Elon Musk right here is saying that they need to fight or die here. He's saying that they need to fight for their lives and kill people.
Yeah, I heard thousands of politicians say we need to fight. We need to fight for this country. We need to go in there and fight.
No, fight or die. No, fight or die.
Yeah.
This is in the middle of people advocating for civil war. So that's different than just saying fight.
So what? This is right after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Right. So yeah. So they wanted war.
Which by the way, Destiny celebrated and laughed.
Well, that's I don't stop pivoting. Stop pivoting.
Show me any Republican who has said anything to what Destiny has said.
We're on that right now. Stop pivoting. Stop pivoting. Stop pivoting.
That's not even close to what Destiny said. What you're pulling over the
yes, it is.
Said, that's not even close.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
No, it's not.
How is it not?
Because Destiny is asking for open assassinations.
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything about open assassinations. He said that he was talking about right-wingers advocating for violence, saying that they need to be afraid of advocating for violence, that they need to be afraid of a civil war. They need to be afraid of wanting all-out war in the country. That if that's something that they think is a good thing, they need to be afraid of saying stuff like that.
I know you want to defend Destiny. I know.
So hold on. No. So okay, you can't keep pivoting off this. Yes or no? Was the conversation about whether or not right-wingers were engaging for? No. Okay. All right. We're gonna pull it up then. All right. We're pulling it up then. We're pulling it up.
Destiny is called. I'm gonna pull up the quote.
I didn't disagree with the quote. We're disagreeing on what the conversation was about. Keep up, okay? We're disagreeing on what the conversation was about.
No. I'm gonna bring up the quote because I know you want to move it around.
I didn't disagree with the quote. I didn't disagree with the quote. I didn't disagree with the quote.
I know you're trying to make this distinction that if he doesn't have over 1 million followers on YouTube,
I didn't. Stop pivoting, bro. Stop pivoting, dude. Holy shit.
He doesn't have 1 million. He only has 800,000.
Stop pivoting, dude. What is wrong with you? Tell me what the disagreement is right now. Tell me what is my disagreement with you right now.
The disagreement is that you're saying that that people have said comparable stuff to what Destiny has said, and I'm saying that it's not. Not even close.
Not right now. What is my disagreement with you right now?
No. The disagreement is Destiny has said horrible stuff that no one on the right can even compare to.
What is my disagreement? What is my disagreement with you?
I don't care what your disagreement is.
So yeah, so you don't know what we're arguing about.
The main disagreement is, has anybody on the right comparable to Destiny said anything close to the rhetoric, to the violent rhetoric that Destiny has used? That's the quote you brought. That's the argument you brought up. Elon Musk. I say that's not even close.
Yes.
That's not even close.
Correct. You said that's not even close. The reason that you're saying it's not even close is because you're saying that this is right after Charlie Kirk died, and so the context is changing what it is that he said. And then I'm bringing up the context, the Destiny statement, and then you're refusing to answer whether or not that was the context of the Destiny statement. So now I'm bringing up Destiny's statement to show the context to it. Do you understand what the disagreement is now?
Show me the quote, Tom.
Hold on. We don't disagree with the quote. We don't disagree on the quote.
But can you show it to me?
Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. We don't disagree on it. Why?
No. I want to see exactly what the word
you can watch Destiny on your own time, okay? I'm not as obsessed with him as you are. No. Hold on. Hold on. Why would I bring it up? Why would I bring it up? Why would I bring it up? Me, because you keep bringing them up.
Exactly. So
You keep bringing him up.
Bring something that's comparable that any Republican has said on.
All
Comparable
right,
to what
bro,
Destiny has
I'm not pivoting with you again. Either you engage in this topic, or we're just gonna have to end it here. This is like the 30th fucking pivot, and I can't keep jumping all over the place with you. So either you acknowledge that Destiny's statement was in the context of him talking about Republicans advocating for violence, or we played the video of him advocating for violence, or you just try to pivot again, and we're just gonna have to call it a fucking night.
Why can't you pull up the quote? Why can't you pull up the quote?
Why would I pull up the quote? Answer the question. Why would I pull up the quote?
I want your audience to see it. There you
if
go.
we don't disagree on it, we both agree on what you said the quote is.
My God.
We both agree. Hold on. Answer the question. If we both agree, on the quote, why would I pull it up?
What's the quote? Tell me what the quote was.
That he said that right wingers need to be afraid of dying.
That's not it. Not even close. So you don't know the quote, do you? Bring up the quote, Tom.
Wait, if you know the quote, then just tell it.
Oh my goodness. You obviously don't know it. You just told me that you agree on the quote. You don't even know what he said. So bring up the quote, Tom.
Where?
Why are you so afraid to bring up the quote?
Where is it? Did you send it to me?
What are you talking about? You're the one with the computer. Go ahead and look it up.
Where do I look it up? Where do I find it?
Tom, you know how to use Google. Don't be stupid. Don't play stupid with me. You're a streamer, for God's sake. You know how to use the internet. Stop it.
Yeah, I don't know. Where do I find it? This is your quote. You're asking me to go find your quote for you.
This is not my quote. This is Destiny's quote, Tom.
Well, no, this is your quote that you're bringing up as evidence. And so you keep wanting me to find your evidence for you or make your arguments for you. And I'm trying to help you as much as I can make a coherent argument, but I can't find everything for you, bro. You're going to have to send me something. If you're demanding we stop the debate right now to watch Destiny again, I appreciate how much you like Destiny, but I'm trying my best to help you.
I know you already threatened to quit, so I know you're looking for any.
No, I'm trying to get you to debate me, but you won't engage in the topic.
I've been engaging with you for the last 2 hours.
Okay, so send me. This is your evidence. Your evidence. No. Hold on. Don't pivot again. Don't pivot again. You demanded that we pull up this quote. You demanded. Don't pivot again. Where is the fucking quote? Give it to me.
You don't know how to look it up?
Look what up? It's your fucking evidence. Send me the fucking quote.
Lord. Oh my Lord, this guy, unbelievable. Playing stupid. All right, let me look up the quote and read it to you because somehow you don't know how to use the internet.
Read it to me. I thought you said you wanted to play it.
What? When I say about playing it? I said bring up the quote. What are you talking about playing it?
Where do you think? Is it written somewhere in stone? Like where?
You just told me what the quote was. You couldn't have put that in Google and Google would have found the rest of it for you? You're telling me you're that stupid that you don't know how to put part of a quote and look it up. Destiny said this and look it up. Seriously, come on.
You said that wasn't the quote. You said that wasn't it, and I didn't know what I was talking about.
It wasn't complete. It wasn't a complete quote, is what I said.
What part was missing? Again,
I'm looking it up right now.
We don't disagree on the fucking quote. So.
Which is what I wanted. This is what I wanted.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, here we go. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
Mm-hmm.
Not okay. When they go to events so that they can look to the leadership to turn down the temperature. He's talking about not engaging in political violence. He's talking about going to rallies like when Trump got almost assassinated, where Kirk got got killed. That's what he's talking about. Show me anybody on the right who said anything close to that. Who said we need liberals to be afraid to be killed when they go to their rallies so that they can turn down the temperature. You want me to read it again?
Well, no, I'm trying to find where did he say this?
Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's see. He made this during a live stream shortly after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk on September 2025. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they can look to their leadership to turn down. This is
So they can look to their leadership to turn down the rhetoric. Yes. Okay. So that's what I said. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I read you the quote. What are you talking about?
Yes.
I read you the quote the first time. You didn't hear it the first time?
Okay. No, I didn't. So thank you. Okay. So that's what I said. That's what I said that it was about. It was about the Republican leaders turning down their rhetoric.
He says, okay, so let's read it again. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they can look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. So
Right.
he is calling for conservatives to be afraid when they go to events.
Yes.
How do you become afraid of going to an event? By getting killed.
Well, that's one way, but
What
what
other way? What other way, Tom?
well, the fact that like if other people are dying as well because they keep advocating for violence and civil war, and then they start to realize that all of their friends and family are dying.
Listen to the quote again.
Yeah, okay, let's listen.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they can look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. He's saying he wants conservatives to go to when they go to events to be afraid of getting killed.
Yeah.
What's the only way that a conservative will be afraid of getting killed when they go to what event?
Is if there's like a civil war and there's a bunch of their friends dying and they're dying.
Talking about civil war? What are you talking about? Nowhere in this quote what he's talking about civil war.
Well, wait, you didn't ask me what he said in the quote. You're asking me what he's talking about in the quote. You're asking me a way that they would be afraid. That's what you're asking me, right?
No.
Are you pivoting again?
Only
Are you
way-
pivoting again?
No, I'm not
Oh, you're
pivoting.
pivoting
No,
again.
I know
Here
you
he
wanna-
goes.
I know
Here
you
he
wanna
goes.
fail
He's
your
going to
pal
pivot
Destiny.
again.
I know you wanted to fail your pal Destiny. Maybe he'll make you an orbiter again. I get it. It bumps your subscribers. You get more engagement. Listen, I don't blame you. It's your job. You gotta do it. You gotta drink from the hand that feeds you. I get it. But the point is, you still cannot find me anything close on the right side. People talking about for liberals.
Oh, you want something close on the right side? Okay, here, I got you. Here is Elon Musk. He said, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die.
Where is he calling for liberals to be killed? There, show me.
Well,
Where is he saying that?
When you have to fight or die, what are you normally doing? Like if you're fighting for your life, if you have to stop somebody else from killing you, what do we normally think of? Like in
Can you read the beginning of that, Tom?
Yes, if they don't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. Yes.
That is obviously self-defense. What he's talking
Yes.
about.
Oh, yes. Yes. That's what. Yes. Exactly. So these are the same, and that these are both the target.
Destiny's not calling for self-defense.
Yes, he is. No, he's talking about the fact that conservative leaders will not turn down the temperature, and that they are advocating for violence against the left because right-wingers keep killing people on the left.
I know you wanna whitewash it. I know it, but you're not gonna get away with it.
Okay, so when Destiny says for their leaders to turn down the temperature, what does he mean by that? What does that mean?
For the leaders to for him, probably calling for Donald Trump or Donald Trump to bring down the rhetoric, because that's what he said.
Right, and what is the rhetoric doing?
According to Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, according to Destiny.
According to Destiny, probably saying that there's more that is bringing up the temperature, leading up to more conflicts.
Oh, so more violence, and so he's saying in response to this, yes. Okay, so these are comparable. These are the same. Thank you.
So no, that's not even close. No, not even close. Destiny's saying, I want conservatives to be afraid of getting killed, so that they can go to their leaders, bring down the temperature. While Musk is saying, if we don't defend ourselves, we will die. That is completely different. Destiny is openly calling for conservatives to be afraid.
So both of them are saying the other side is doing X. Both of them are saying the other side is doing X, so we need to do Y. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? What they're both saying. One side is doing X, so we have to do Y. No, they're not saying that. Okay, so how is Elon Musk not saying that? Tell me how Elon Musk is not saying if they are doing X, we have to do Y.
If Elon Musk is saying if they don't leave us in peace, then our chances to fight or die.
How is Elon Musk saying if they are going to do X, then we have to do Y? Is he saying that?
I know you want to again obfuscate.
No, it's a yes or no question. I'm not obfuscating. It's exactly what we're talking about. Is Elon Musk saying if they are going to do X, we have to do Y? Yes or no? Is Elon Musk saying that?
No. I answer your question. Is Destiny calling for conservatives to being afraid of getting killed?
Hold on. That's what we're on right now. We're down the line. You're disagreeing. I've already answered that question. That's why we're here. Stop avoiding every fucking question. You refuse to answer a single fucking. I did answer the question. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Okay. No. What about Destiny? Is Destiny saying if they do X, we have to do Y? Is Destiny saying if they do X, we have to do Y? No, neither one of them are doing. Okay, so you said that this was about self-defense, but self-defense is about if they do X, we do Y. So you're totally disagreeing with your initial statement that this is about self-defense.
What I'm saying is that the comparability between what Elon Musk said and what Destiny said is not even close.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. Is he saying if they do X, we do Y?
Elon Musk is calling for self-defense while Destiny is calling for open warfare against conservatives.
That's not what I asked. So last time I'm going to ask you, is Elon Musk saying if they do X, we're going to do Y?
Elon Musk is calling for self-defense. No. Saying Elon Musk is
self-defense is if they do X, we do Y. That is what self-defense is.
If you want to call it that, fine. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die.
Okay.
That is completely different from Destiny saying, now, if Musk would have come out and said, we need liberals to be afraid of getting killed when they go to rallies. When Destiny goes to this shitty tour on Fuck America, and I want him to be afraid of getting killed. Then I would say, okay, that's comparable. But that, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die versus Destiny saying, let me read it again. And by the way, this is only one of the things that Destiny has said. He, again, made fun of Corey Compatore getting killed. Not injured, not ending up in a hospital, but getting killed. Not a politician, but a private citizen getting killed, which is the same thing that's happened. He is calling for people like Corey Compatore to continue to get killed so that they can be afraid, so that they can call for the lowering of the rhetoric from the right.
When Destiny said that, was he saying it in response to Republicans using violent rhetoric?
Say that again?
When Destiny said this, was he saying that in the context of responding to Republicans using violent rhetoric?
I'm not sure what I'm not sure if that was in response to that, but it is completely irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
The fact that he's calling for,
you said it changes Elon Musk's entire statement, but it doesn't change Destiny's?
Elon Musk is not calling for liberals to be afraid of getting killed. How is that?
No, he's not saying for them to be afraid. He's calling for them to just kill Democrats. What do you mean?
He's calling for Democrats to be afraid. He's calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed. When did Elon Musk say anything close to that?
Yeah, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die.
Yeah, what's with that? If you tell me,
Elon Musk is saying here that Republicans should be afraid of getting killed.
If I tell you, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face. Or if I say, Tom, I want you to be afraid to go to conservative rallies or to go to left rallies. I want you to be afraid of getting killed a day or 2 days after Charlie Kirk just got assassinated. That is completely different, Tom.
Okay, I have other comments here from Elon Musk, so I'm going to ask you: do you think he's implying here that that already the left is not willing to leave them alone. You're saying this as though that's going to happen in the future. Maybe sometime down the line, the left won't leave them alone. Right now, do you think he's saying that the left currently will not leave them alone and they need to do something to respond?
I don't understand how you can be this stupid. He's literally saying if
it's a simple question I'm asking you. I don't know why you won't answer the fucking question. I don't want to hear your story. I want you to answer the question.
I'm answering the question. If they won't leave us in peace. If they won't leave us in peace.
Correct.
If, right? If.
Yes.
So what does that entail? If the left doesn't go after us, then we won't have to fight.
Okay.
And he, on the other hand, is saying, I want conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to an event. So basically he's saying, shut up, or we'll kill you. He's literally, Destiny is literally saying that if I want to go to a Trump rally, I have to be afraid of getting killed. If I go to a TPUSA event, I have to be afraid of getting killed. If I go to a Change My Mind Crowder, I have to be, he wants me to be afraid of getting killed. Do you not see the difference, Tom?
No, there isn't a difference. That's the point, is that Destiny is saying that the Elon Musk is saying that if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is, well, you're the one who won't answer the fucking question about Elon Musk. So yes, yes, and the question, that doesn't answer the question. Correct. I said if. So thank you for repeating it. I said if. So if they won't leave us in peace, is he saying that they already won't leave us in peace? Or is he saying somewhere down the line, maybe they won't leave us in peace? Which one is it? Which one do you think it is? I've got other posts here I can pull up to make my point. So I'm asking you, which one do you think it is?
That is, I think he's talking about in the future or now, either one.
In the future or now.
Yeah.
So right after Charlie Kirk just got shot, we don't know if he's talking about now or in the future.
Tom, I answer your question. Now, can you answer my question? Can you find anything close to what Destiny said that's comparable? Yes. Is there any,
if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die.
No, that's not close. Try again.
Well, it is. So when I'm asking you if they're talking about now, and you keep saying, oh, no, that doesn't matter. So this right here is Elon Musk saying the left is this is Elon Musk. This is Elon Musk. You asked me for a comparison. You just asked me for a comparison. I have to play the comparison game because that's the game that you asked me to play. So right here, he says the left is the party of murder. That's what he said right here. The left is the party of murder. So he's not saying in the future the left is the party of murder. He's saying right now the left is the party of murder. So let's go back to this one. When he says, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die. It sounds like he's saying right now they won't leave us in peace, and now we have to fight.
So now you're combining the two to make it unbelievable. Show me anywhere Musk asking for liberals to be afraid of being killed.
Well, he's advocating for liberals to be killed.
Oh my God! You want to answer the question, Tom?
No, I am. I'm saying right here he's advocating for liberals to be killed.
No, it's not. Try again.
Right here he's advocating for liberals to be killed.
That's not even close.
No, it's not. It's not. So, Destiny is way less bad. This is way worse. This is way worse. Destiny is responding to this. Destiny is responding to Elon Musk saying this.
If I say, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face, versus, Tom, I want you to be afraid when you get out of your house and you go to your ICE protest, I want you to be afraid of getting killed. That's not even in the same universe. And the fact that you're trying to pass this off as the same just show how bad faith you are. How much the brain rot has gotten to you. Because that's not even in the same stratosphere. So, I got more quotes from Destiny. You want another one, or do you want to keep on this one?
Well, no, we're going to stay on this one until you can be good faith. So, this one is saying if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die. He is currently advocating for people to fight Democrats. That is what he's doing right now. You won't tell me why it's not. You just keep repeating that it's not.
If they won't leave us in peace.
I've already replied to that.
Right there. No, you haven't.
I have.
No, you haven't. You're trying to make a comparison. No, you're not. No, you had to go to another.
What was my response to that? Yes, what was my response to that?
What?
To when he says, if they won't leave us, what is my response to the if? What did I say?
Trump, if I say, if you won't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face. Is that me calling you for your murder?
Why is it so hard for you to answer a question? Why was it so hard for you to answer a question?
Why is it so hard for you to answer your question? I've answered every question that
you
you
haven't.
Asked me. You won't answer mine.
You haven't. What was my response? No, I'm asking. No, I answered your question. Okay, I answered your question, and I'm asking you to repeat back my answer so that I know that you're even listening, because you don't seem to know what my answer was. So I'm asking you, repeat back my answer. When you say he said if, what was my response to that?
I'm not your fucking child. Either make your point or move on.
Okay, if you don't know what I'm saying, you don't know my argument, and you don't know what you're arguing against, we can't have a conversation.
I know what you're arguing against. You're trying to compare a prominent left-winger, probably in the top
What
10
was my argument?
Left-winger, and I'm going to finish my point. Probably in the top 10 streamers in the world.
He's not going to answer the question again. He's not going to answer a single question.
Meeting Democrats.
He doesn't know what my argument was.
On Piers Morgan, calling for violence, open violence against Republicans, to Elon Musk saying, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die.
He doesn't know what the answer.
In the same, it does not even in the same universe, Tom. And I know you want to try to compare them, the both of them, but you're not going to be able to. I got more. That's not even the worst one. I got more quotes from Destiny. You want?
Yeah, I'm not on the worst one either. But no, what was my argument when you said it said if? What did I say in response to that?
Again, Tom, you're gonna keep on this one, and I'm gonna keep going. Show me anything that Republicans have said that's close to.
That's what we're on right now. So if when you said I know that's your statement. That's what we're trying to have a conversation about right now. You keep trying to pivot to something else. Right now, we're talking about this because this is comparable. So I'm saying it is. You're saying it's not. We're trying to have that conversation. You keep trying to pivot. I know that's your argument. I know that's your argument. That's why we're trying to discuss it right now. You refuse to actually engage in the argument. So when you say he said if, and I say what is it that I said in response to that? What was my response to you saying he said if?
I'm not gonna play this game with you.
Okay.
Either make your point or move on.
No, I did make my point. You haven't argued against it. So I'm asking you. I did. That's what. Okay, so you're saying. Okay, you're saying that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when you say he said if. That's what we're talking about right now. Stop pivoting. Stop trying to move off. This is what we're talking about right now. You are terrified of actually having this conversation because you know you have no shot at justifying your argument. So either try to engage with what it is that I said, or just admit that you're wrong. Pick one. Which one is it? Are you going to have the argument, or are you going to pivot again?
I've been having the argument with you forever.
Okay, so answer the question. When you said he said if, what was my response to that? I can repeat it again if you'd like me to.
Make your point or move on.
This is my point.
Okay, go ahead. What did you mean when I said if? What's your point?
That he is saying that is currently happening. It is currently that Democrats will not leave them alone. And if that's the case, then we have to defend ourselves now.
That's even if I agree with that, with your framing of that quote.
Well, do you agree with that?
No. That pales in comparison to what Destiny has said.
Okay, so no, you don't agree with that.
It's not in the same. No, I don't.
Okay, but when I show you that in another post, he says that Democrats are the party of murder, you're saying that he doesn't currently think that the left is the party of murder, right?
No, the left is a party of murder. There's no question about that.
Okay, so does it sound like the left is leaving them alone?
What do you mean? if it's leaving alone Musk or the right as a whole.
Well, he didn't. The right as a whole. He said if they won't leave us in peace. So he's not talking about himself. He's talking about the right.
Okay, so he's saying if they won't leave us alone, our choice is to fight or die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, does he think that the left is leaving them alone right now?
No.
No, he doesn't. Okay, so he is talking about right now. He's not talking about sometime in the future, like you keep saying. He's talking about right now. They will not leave us alone. And so he is currently saying, we have to go out and defend ourselves. We have to fight back. That is what he's saying, right? Yes?
No.
Okay, why not?
If I tell you, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face. Even though you're doing it right at the moment, I'm not engaging in violence or calling for open violence. I'm telling you, if you don't stop this, I will take matters into my own hands.
Correct.
That is different than me. Okay, so that is a categorically different than Destiny asking for people to be afraid to be killed by going to events.
Well, again, we're trying to get to that, but we first need to agree on what is being said here. And so, again,
I just told you, Tom.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer my question.
Yes or no? Yes or no? If I say, Tom, if you don't leave me alone right now, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Uh-huh.
Am I engaging in violence or calling for violence?
Well, if you say that I already punched you in the face as well, and you're saying, well, so let's say I punch you in the face, and you go, if he's gonna punch me in the face, then I'm gonna punch him in the face. Are you calling for violence in that moment?
No. You're changing it.
No. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question? Are you engaging in violence? Are you calling for violence in that moment?
You're engaging in bad faith because that's not the quote from Musk.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. Answer the fucking question. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I didn't. Answer the fucking question. No, we're not repeating. No. I'm not going in. I'm not letting you pivot again. I'm not letting you pivot again. I'm not letting you pivot again. The fact that you can't keep up with the fucking conversation is not my problem, okay? You need to be able to keep up with the fucking conversation. So answer the fucking question. Answer the question. You don't get to keep pivoting every time I ask you a question.
If you punch me in the face and I say, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face, am I engaging in violence?
You are advocating for violence. Yes, you're saying you're going to engage in violence. You are threatening me with violence. Yes, 100%. That's what that is.
You punch me in the face and I say, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to punch you in the face. That's me engaging in violence or advocating for violence.
If I've already punched you in the face, you are saying you're going to punch me in the face now.
Even though I didn't punch you yet, even though you punched me already, and I haven't punched you back, even though I'm well within my rights to punch you because you just punched me, if instead I go, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna be forced to defend myself. That's what Musk is saying. He's not even saying we're gonna kill you. He's saying, if you don't leave us alone, and I'm making the same, it's completely analogous. You punch me. I say, if you punch me in the face, I will be forced to defend myself. That's me advocating for violence. That's you trying to make it comparable to what Destiny said.
Yes, and you're saying that and you're saying, yes, and you're saying in this analogy, you're saying. In this analogy, you're saying I have already punched you in the face, meaning I have already given you the justification to punch me back. You are saying this in your analogy. Yes.
And did I punch you back?
Yes. Correct. Okay. Yes. So we agree. Okay. So that's what he's saying.
Did I punch you back? Did I punch you back?
I don't know. We haven't gotten. Did Destiny kill anybody? No. So shut the fuck up. So in this conversation, he is saying.
No. You're changing. No. You're changing it. I know you want to change it because you want to run away from this because you just kill your own argument. You don't even realize it.
Okay.
You have already punched me in the face in this instance.
Yeah.
And I say, Tom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna be forced to defend myself.
Yeah.
That's not calling for violence.
Okay.
That's me calling for me to defend myself.
Okay.
And I'm warning you at the same time, Tom, if you don't stop this, That's different than you going out to me and you saying, if you go out there, if you go to an event, I want you to be afraid of getting killed. That is completely different. And no matter how many questions you try to ask and how many times you try to change it and try to defend Destiny, that you're not gonna get me to move away from that.
Okay, but you've already agreed that Destiny is saying that he is responding to, in his mind, he's responding to Republicans using violent rhetoric, and that he is saying, in response to them using violent rhetoric, that they need to be afraid. So you are agreeing that these are the same.
Okay. What's the violent rhetoric that the Republicans are calling for?
Well, hold on. You already agreed that Destiny believes that. So that's very different.
Don't try to pivot. Tom. What were the Republicans saying that Destiny said that was so bad that forced him to call for Republicans?
They were calling for a civil war.
Calling for a civil war. Calling for a civil war, you equate to Destiny calling from. Tell me who
No, I don't equate it. You asked me what it is that they said, that it was the violent rhetoric. They were calling for a civil war.
First of all, I'd be really interested to find which prominent Republican was calling for civil war. Secondly, it is completely irrelevant for me to be calling for civil war and Destiny to be saying, now if he wants me to be afraid to go out and go to events, he wants me to be killed. And that's not even the worst quote from him.
Well, not if they are advocating for violence. And he's saying they need to be afraid so that they're willing to request their leaders to turn down the rhetoric.
I know the justification that he tried to use that is irrelevant to the point that he's calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed.
Well, he's saying that they need to be afraid of getting killed. But this is Libs of TikTok right here said this is war.
I could say,
I have. And then I have Sassafras calling for public executions. I have Elon Musk saying that if they won't leave us alone, we have to fight back. I have John Zerka saying civil war has begun. I have Andrew Tate saying civil war. I have the Quartering saying I want blood. I have the Quartering saying I have been radicalized. I have the Maria DeLuca saying we don't have a gun problem, we have a Democrat problem.
What?
A Democrat problem.
None of this stuff that you're saying even touches the hem of what Destiny said.
Well,
not even close. Tom.
How?
Not even close. There are people out there who
that's wait. We're not talking about whether or not it touches what Destiny said. We're talking about, you said, I don't know who Destiny. No, it's not. You said, I don't know who Destiny is responding to. You can't keep pivoting every single time you make a point and I argue against your point. You pivot again. You said, I don't know who is saying the things that Destiny is responding to. Who called for civil war? I'm pointing out all of the people who are calling for civil war and calling for violence against Democrats.
No. You didn't hear my point. I said, first of all, I'd be really interested to see who the Destiny is referring to, prominent people that Destiny is referring to that are calling for civil war. And secondly, my second point, which again you were too stupid to hear, they said that that's not even comparable to what Destiny is saying.
Okay, well, on the first point, this is who Destiny is responding to. So when he's saying they are calling for violence against us, so they need to be afraid so that they're willing to make their leaders tone down the rhetoric, this is who he's responding to.
I don't care the justification that Destiny is using. I don't care. That is irrelevant to the point. He is calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed.
Yeah, based.
You can't get away from that. There you go, base. There you go. Well, there you go. Add another one to the list of Democrats who are engaging in violence.
Well, it's self-defense.
You prove my point, Tom. Thank you.
It's self-defense.
And I knew what
you just said it's okay to advocate for self-defense. You just said that. It's okay to advocate for self-defense. You just said that. You just said it. You just made my point for me by saying that it's okay to advocate for self-defense. You said that he was responding to Republicans using violent rhetoric, and you are seeing all of them advocating for civil war.
You have to say it. Based. There you go. Destiny calling for openly calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed. Based. You prove
Yes.
my point.
Well,
There it is. Tom, I
no,
can add it to the
you
list now.
just hold on. You just said hold on. You said hold on. I don't. Bro, you're freaking out, dude. You are spazzing out. Hold on. You are spazzing out. Hold on. You are spazzing out, baby girl. Hold on, baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl.
There it is.
You are spazzing out right now. Okay. So you said that Destiny was responding to Republicans advocating for violence, and that he's saying that Republicans need to tone down the rhetoric. So you also said that it's okay for people to say in response to other people that if they're doing this thing, then we would do this thing. So that you are making my point that Destiny is replying to Republicans advocating for violence, and that is justified. That is the whole fucking point.
It's not justified. Not
You said it was. You said self-defense was justified. You said it. You said it.
It's not self-defense, you idiot.
Wait. That you guys advocating for civil war is not a violent threat? Really?
Civil war could mean tons of different things. Doesn't have to be like civil war.
They're talking about checkers, right? They're talking about games. They're talking about video games, civil wars.
Just like the people who were trying to break into the White House, they were trying just to sell cookies to.
No, I said that they were doing. No, I said that they were engaging in violence. You're the one lying, saying they were trying to kill Trump.
I had to have a signed affidavit from every member saying we want to kill Trump.
No, you have to have evidence. No, you have to have evidence. That's how brains work. Normal human sapiens. No, you didn't. You didn't. You gave me no evidence. You don't even know who was there. You don't know who. You keep saying this guy tried to kill somebody. Who? Oh, I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Were they right wingers? Were they there to fight the cops? Were they there to steal office furniture from the White House? I wonder. Come on.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. You're okay with your side advocating for civil war, and you're okay with them advocating for violence, and Democrats are engaging in self-defense by fighting back against the violent party, the party of violence.
There you go. There's the quote. I'm calling for Republicans to be afraid to go outside in events, and you said base. There you go.
Because we want you guys to stop advocating for violence against us.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You make my point for me.
Yes.
Now I can add you to the list. I can add again. Vox. We didn't even get into all the quotes from Destiny calling for open and real violence against.
Well, we didn't get to all the quotes from Trump either. I've got a montage. Yeah.
Show me a quote from calling for violence against Democrats, calling for them to be killed.
Wait,
go ahead.
Wait, we said advocating for violence. Why do you keep adding qualifiers onto this?
Because that's what Destiny said.
Wait, hold on.
What are you talking about?
You already said that self-defense was okay, so you agree with Destiny's quote.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You do. You agree with Destiny's quote. You said self-defense was okay. Did you not say self-defense was okay?
Destiny.
Did you not?
Is calling for the.
Okay.
Destiny is calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed. The only way you are afraid of getting killed is that if you go to an event, somebody gets killed. That's simple as that, Tom. You can't get away from it. And I know you're furiously searching on Twitter or on X trying to find anything comparable to what Destiny said.
I'm not searching anything. I'm not searching anything.
You've been searching. Stop.
I'm not searching. I have not been searching for anything. I'm typing up your argument. Destiny is responding to violent rhetoric from the right, and you believe self-defense is okay. You have already justified my argument. That's that. Like, you already have given it to me.
Destiny is not calling for self-defense.
Yes, he is. You said that he's responding to violent rhetoric. You already said this. He is responding to violent rhetoric.
He's calling for Republicans to be afraid of getting killed.
Yes, you already said that he was responding to the right wing advocating for violence. You already said this.
Any right-wing prominent figure saying that.
Hold on. If we're talking about self-defense, he's responding He's I'm sorry. Listen. You need to stop spazzing out, okay? You need to stop spazzing out. You need to stop spazzing out, okay? No. I'm responding to what it is that you're saying. Yes, I do want to keep talking. You keep spazzing out, and I'm responding to what it is you're saying, and you start squealing over me every single time, okay? I need you to calm down. Calm down. Take your fucking Midol and take a break. You haven't even allowed me to respond, and you haven't allowed me to respond. You haven't allowed me to respond. You're squealing the entire fucking time. You're squealing the entire time. You're squealing. So hold on. Stop pivoting. 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 I did. I got it. I got it right here. Okay. I got it. I have it. Okay. So yes, it's on the screen. So you said earlier, Destiny is responding to violent rhetoric and self-defense is okay. Stop pivoting. Don't move to something else. Respond to this now. Please do not move again. Don't pivot again. Don't start squealing about nothing. Respond to this. Destiny is responding to violent rhetoric. Self-defense is okay. Reply to this now, please.
Destiny is not responding to the violent rhetoric. He's responding to people saying civil war. That's not even close to justifying saying that Republicans need to get killed.
Okay, so what do they mean when they say civil war? What are they saying?
What, Andrew? I have no idea.
Well,
I can't read his mind. What are you talking about?
Oh, but you can read Destiny's. No. Hold on. I didn't ask you to read their mind. I didn't ask you to read their mind. I didn't ask you to read their mind. I didn't ask you to read their mind.
I can quote you exactly.
I can quote you exactly what Andrew Tate said. Civil war. Civil war.
Show me him saying that he wants Democrats to be afraid to get killed.
Yeah, he said civil war. He doesn't want. No, he's not saying. No. Just to be clear. He is not saying he wants them to be afraid of getting killed. He wants to murder Democrats. That's what he's saying. He wants to murder Democrats. He wants to go to war with them.
Show me what he said. He wants to murder Democrats.
Right here. It's a civil war.
I could have song that says civil war. I didn't say anything about him saying he wants Democrats.
Okay, tell me what he means when he says civil war.
How can I tell you? I don't know. I don't read his
mind. You don't know. Yeah, no, you don't know. You've been mind reading everybody all day. You can keep telling me what everybody's intent is when you don't even know who committed crimes, but you can't tell me what he means when he says civil war. What does he mean when he says civil war? Give me a guess. Give me a guess. No. Give me a guess. What does he mean when he says civil war? I'm quoting Andrew Tate. Yes, I'm quoting Andrew Tate. What does he mean? Word for word. Andrew Tate, civil war. What does he mean?
What does he mean?
What does he mean? What does Andrew Tate mean? Civil war.
Tell me what does he mean? You're the one who brought it up.
He's advocating for civil war. He wants civil war. He wants to kill Democrats.
He wants to kill Democrats. Okay, what does he say that in the tweet?
He says civil war. Who is he talking about civil war with?
Where in the tweet does he say that he wants Democrats to be killed?
What? Who does he want civil war with? Answer the question.
Tweet does he say that he wants Democrats to be killed? Where?
Destiny didn't say he wanted Republicans to be killed either. You're assuming that as well. So when
you wanted Republicans to be afraid of getting
killed.
Yes,
exactly. Yes, afraid of being killed. That's a good trait to have. People should be afraid. They should be alert. So Andrew Tate says civil war. What does he mean when he says civil war?
Destiny based.
No, you're implying a lot with what Destiny's saying, and I'm agreeing with you. But when it comes to Andrew Tate saying civil war, you are so fucking bad faith and so impotent that you refuse to admit it. You are a ballless fucking loser. All of you on the right are dickless fucking pansies, dude. This is fatherless behavior. I'm back to saying you have fatherless behavior. You did not show up and you did not debate me. Just to be clear, I take back what I said earlier. This is fatherless behavior. You did not show up and you did not debate me. You are too much of a fucking bitch to actually debate me. You refuse to debate me. You can't even admit that he was fucking advocating for war when he says civil war. You can't even admit that he was advocating for civil war. No fucking shot, dude. There's no fucking shot. Thank you for the fatherless behavior. I appreciate it. This is what was his name on Twitter? Surian bot or something like that. I pulled it up earlier. So this is the guy that we're talking to. He can't even admit civil war. is advocating for civil war. He doesn't know what civil war is. How do we know what he means by civil war? How can we possibly know, guys? He has no idea. What the fuck is a civil war? We can't know. Oh, Simple Tom, always confused. He says, yes, your party is the party of violence. Accept it, Simple Tom. This is Surian's bot. He is a fucking bot. He got that much right. He is definitely a fucking bot. He doesn't know what civil war means, guys. We can't know. How could we possibly know what the fuck civil war is? We can't read his mind when he says he wants civil war. It's hard to tell. Yeah, also on top of this, I did have articles, polls of the right saying, justifying violence. This was the... do you agree that Americans may have to resort to violence in order to get the country back on track? Let's see, which one is this? Do you think the U.S. has gone too far in restricting freedom of speech? The belief that violence may be the answer has grown among Republicans and independents, up 3 and 7 percent points respectively since April of last year, but the largest increase has been among Democrats. Now 28% of Democrats now share the view, up 16 points. Oh, I think this is the other one. Fuck, I mixed up all my polls. I mixed up all of them. I had like 5 or 6 up here and I mixed up all of them. Fuck. Okay, is this... Mid-2024, MAGA Republicans were substantially more likely than non-MAGA Republicans to view political violence as justified and to endorse beliefs associated with violence. They were generally not more willing to commit such violence themselves. The results completion rate was 88.4%. There were 8,896 respondents. After weighing, half the sample was female, 50.9%, 95% confidence interval, 49.5%, 52.3%. The weighted mean age was 48. MAGA Republicans were substantially more likely than non-MAGA Republicans to endorse violence to affect socio-political change generally and to consider violence usually or always justified to advance at least one of 21 specific political objectives. Then there was also another one that, like, they were willing to use violence to stop like brown people from taking over or something like that. Similar, while MAGA Republicans were more frequently predicted that they would be armed in a future setting where they consider political violence to be justified, very extremely likely, MAGA Republicans 20%, non-MAGA Republicans 5%. Very or extremely likely MAGA Republicans 2.1%, non-MAGA non-Republicans. Prevalence for other Republicans generally fell between those for MAGA Republicans and non-MAGA non-Republicans. On some political violence measures, prevalences were highest among a small demographically distinct group of non-Republicans. MAGA supporters in secondary analysis, MAGA Republicans endorsed statements of beliefs associated with political violence, racism, hostile sexism, how do you say this? Homonegativity, transphobia, xenophobia, and Islamophobia, support for the QAnon movement and Christian nationalism, conspiracism, trait aggression, and authoritarianism more frequently than did non-MAGA non-Republicans. In 2024, MAGA Republicans were more likely than others to endorse political violence and beliefs associated with an increased risk of committing violence. They were not more willing to commit political violence themselves, but their endorsement may increase the risk that political violence will occur. So yeah, that is the type of like rhetoric that we get from the right, is that they generally endorse political violence and they say political violence is good, or they are happy to encourage political violence all the time, but they're not willing to engage in it themselves. And then, yes, we have
My fellow Americans,
this.
Mob violence goes against everything I believe in and everything our movement stands for. More violence, more violence. Knock the crap out of him, would you? I will pay for the legal fees.
And this guy started screaming. Maybe he should have been roughed up.
I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
President Trump tweeting, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court. If I say don't hurt him, then the press says, well, Trump isn't as tough as he used to be. We had some people, some rough guys like we have right in here, and they started punching back. It was a beautiful thing. I mean, I would have been boom, 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 I'll beat that. But you also had people that were very fine people.
Well, I'm carrying a pistol. I go to the gym all the time. I'm trying to make myself more capable of violence.
Well, on both sides. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. Like when you guys put somebody in the car and you're protecting their head, I said, you can take the hand away, okay? Proud boys, stand.
I love how that kid is willing to like do all this guilt by association, that just somebody being around BLM or during BLM, that they kill somebody, that now this is like BLM is guilty because they were in the vicinity of the person. But the when Trump says very fine people on both sides and one side is just all fucking white nationalists, he wasn't talking about the white nationalist guys. He said he wasn't talking about the white nationalists. That was 90% of them, but he wasn't talking about them. They just murdered somebody, but we're not gonna put that murder on the people who were there. All right.
Who they are.
Yeah, so I met with Charles and Kelsey. They were part of Hank Kuhneman's church. He was a Flashpoint panelist, but they left in 2018. They actually left the church because they weren't Trump supporters at that time. Hank Kuhneman had become a big Trump supporter, and that's the reason why they left the church. But they were big believers of spiritual warfare. So that's why I went to go and speak to them about what it feels like to be part of a spiritual warfare.
Okay, here's what they had to say about that.
Something I see a lot on Flashpoint and with Kuhneman is talk about spiritual warfare. What does that mean to you? Is that something that you experienced at the church?
I felt like the spiritual warfare stuff was very real. I believed it. I believed that it was very real, that we were fighting off demons and protecting people and pushing Satan out of our country. And
feel like the Democrats were scheming and plotting, or like it was that they're either super directly evil or they were just like poor, tricked people falling for the devil's tricks. And so it did just feel like everything was intentional. Everything was demon orchestrated or angelically orchestrated. I remember them saying that like a lamp can have the spirit of the devil on it or something, and so you'd have to regularly go through your house and ask what's demonic and throw it away. And sometimes
Yes, this is what we were watching before he jumped on, but this is they were talking about the fact that like within spiritual like religious families, they say that a lot of things are demonic, there's spiritual warfare that's always happening, and this is definitely something that I went through within my lifetime. If you guys know the big controversy over what was his name? Something Smith, the guy who did the concerts. If you guys remember, he had like a show where they said that he had a lot of demonic imagery during his concerts. I'm blanking on his name, like Matt Smith or Chris Smith, but yeah, anyways, there was having like, I remember that there were music videos that I wasn't allowed to watch because they had snakes in the videos and that snakes were demonic, and just always like everything's got these it's got demonic energy to it.
it's not even a demonic lamp, it's just a lamp.
I see on Flashpoint a lot that they call people who are Democrats or who don't agree with Trump as being in some ways related to Satan, they're demonic. If you're part of that world and you listen to that information, how do you feel about those sort of people in the real world?
I think it makes you question everybody. I think it makes you look at your coworkers with suspicion and fear. I think it's very othering. You know, it makes you buckle down with your safe in-group that has your same political beliefs and same religion and all this stuff, and question and be afraid of everyone else. I mean, that's where I was.
I remember unfriending people, and it was simple things like abortion or they voted for Obama, and I was like, how dare you?
Charles and Kelsey speaking to Joe Crawford. Joe, it's fascinating listening to that, isn't it? How these people kind of were, I mean, is radicalized too strong a word?
I mean, I think it's interesting because Charles and Kelsey both saying that they grew up with very similar backgrounds to the church that Hank Kuhneman has. And I mean, I said to them, you know, you spent your time and money going to this church. You were consenting adults. How do you feel about it? And they were saying to me that actually it was part of the background that they grew up in. They were sort of primed to go to that church, and also confusion about the world and this sense of, you know, feeling lost within the world. And they saw Hank Kuhneman as sort of being this figure that had all the answers for them. I mean, Hank since then has gone on to be very pro-Trump. That's why Charles and Kelsey left the church, because they didn't like his affiliation with Trump. But I mean, since then, Hank's gone on to say that God will protect the US from COVID-19 because the Trump administration has sided with life in the womb. He's gone on to say that Joe Biden was replaced by a body double. And as I mentioned earlier, that Trump won the 2020 election.
There's so many people. I see this all the time on Instagram and TikTok, or people talking about like all of these people who aren't real anymore and that they were replaced by body doubles, or you see their eyelids blinked sideways. They're lizard people, and they're dead serious every fucking time. Like, I'll go through their channel and they'll just have tons of shit like this talking about who's lizard people and who's got body doubles.
So it left me with that question of, you know, what's it like for people who are still members of that church, who still...
Yeah, Sam Harris. Yes, that's right. That's who it was. Or sorry, Sam Smith. Demonic. They were all yes, they were all talking about like his performances are very demonic, which obviously he's wearing like demon horns and shit like that, or devil horns and crap, but that like this is shit that the conservatives get very upset about, because they actually believe in like this actually has like a lot to do with real spirituality, that this is actually summoning you know, bad spirits.
Watch Flashpoint.
You spoke to some people as well after you went to a rally, didn't you? A sort of a flashpoint event. It was quite interesting because you were trying to sort of get to the bottom of why these people who subscribed to Christianity effectively were endorsing and throwing themselves behind a man who appears to be so at odds with the values of Christianity in Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I mean, that was interesting because I asked people, do you think that Trump was anointed by God? And a lot of people said to me, he's not the typical figure that you would have expected him to be. And I did speak to one man and he said, he was a bit of a bad boy billionaire. That's what he said. But they went on to say that Trump's done a lot for Christians. And I mean, we look at the IRS ruling about the Johnson Amendment in the US. Trump was very pro on that. It's all about getting churches to be able to electioneer from the pulpit. Since then, the IRS has moved forward with that. They're now allowing churches to electioneer from the pulpit without having to pay tax effectively. And they sort of see Trump as this figure that, he's not your definition of a Christian man, but he's helping to move Christianity in the right way. I think that's how they see him.
I've also become quite interested in this idea of sort of civil war and civilization collapse as well lately, because it's very present in some of the most sort of extreme and dystopian views that people are pushing, particularly online, particularly on TikTok. We've talked in the last couple of weeks about this idea of sort of a dystopian modern Britain being kind of sold on TikTok and that doing really good numbers. The sort of extreme or sort of fringes of political discourse at the moment are really going in on selling and promoting this idea of civilization collapse.
I mean, when I was out filming in Nebraska...
Oh, Adam Mockler. That's the other kid I was trying to think of. That was on the left. That was bigger than Destiny. I couldn't remember his name. Adam Mockler.
Halfway through filming, the day before I was supposed to go to this Flashpoint event was the day that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at that rally in Utah.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing, social media just absolutely blowing up in response to that. It was felt not just in the US, but also in the UK as well. And I thought what was interesting was that Trump said that the violence and murder that we saw there, that's a tragic consequence of demonizing those with who you disagree with. And it just made me think of Flashpoint, what they're saying about the Democrats. They call them demonic and satanic. And when I went to the Flashpoint event that evening, I was listening to the words that they were using in that event. They were calling Charlie Kirk a Christian martyr, but they were going on to say things like, we need to strike first and start the war. And lots of words about warfare. And, I went to speak to a lot of people outside the event and said, do you think that...
We don't know what they mean by that, though, guys. What are we, mind readers? When they say we need to strike first and start the war, how the fuck are we supposed to know what they mean by that? You can't read their minds. We're not telepaths over here, okay?
that language that emboldens people in some ways. And a lot of people were saying, no, it's the left, they're the party of violence. And I would challenge them on that and say, do you think it's both sides? Can you see both sides? But a lot of people that I spoke to said, no, it's just the left. So, I mean, there was a sort of barrier in, communication there, I guess.
Yeah. And it is there is a deeply frustrating hypocrisy that runs through this. I think I can, I don't mind saying that's how I feel about this. And watching the documentary that you did was kind of in equal parts fascinating and in equal parts frustrating because this movement accused the left in America of demonizing them, whilst also literally at the same time using the word demon with all of those people that they disagree with. And there is an extraordinary cognitive dissonance going on here, where they sort of go all in on this man who, as I say, is sort of completely at odds with the values of Christianity. It is completely and utterly unrecognizable. And then I also think, there are people in this organization, in this movement, who are clearly kind of doing the radicalizing of people, right? They're clearly saying things that are untrue, that are false. They are leading people down a path of falsehoods and indignity and at the same time, there are also people in there who are lost, right? The kind of people who are looking for a community and sense of purpose and all that sort of stuff, and they are finding it in these people who are exploiting them. That's how I felt about it.
Yeah, and I mean, I spoke to a lot of people who I would say, you know, how do you feel about this language of spiritual warfare, of demonizing Democrats? And a lot of people did speak to me and they said, you know, I personally wouldn't agree with that. But I think they affiliate with it because there's a disenfranchisement with the media, with government and things like that. And I mean, we can relate to that in the UK as well. There's a growing movement of people who also feel the same way. And I think for them, the same with Charles and Kelsey, if you have a figure there that, you know, has the answers for you, sometimes it's quite nice to listen to, I guess.
Nice, I guess. I suppose.
Failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris has been on her book tour, and we got a couple of, I guess we'll call them highlights for you. She had a guest appearance from Hillary Clinton, also took some protesters on. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
You debated him once, he wouldn't debate you again. We beat him 4 times. Do you think we're the reason he is so unhinged today?
Oh. They basically say to me.
Wait, what did they say?
And take a listen.
You debated him once, he wouldn't debate you again. We beat him 4 times. Do you think we're the reason he is so unhinged today?
Oh no, dude. Hillary needs to shut the fuck up, bro. Hillary needs to shut the fuck up and get somewhere, dude. Holy shit.
Oh. They basically say to me, we didn't tell you, but she's been talking about people eating cats and dogs. I was like, what? And they said, we think we need to tell you because his propensity is to say the last thing he heard. And sure enough, on the debate stage, he said it.
Your legacy is genocide!
War criminal! You know what? I am not president of the United States. You want to go to the White House and talk to him and do that? I'm not president. And if you want to talk about legacy, let's talk about the legacy of mass deportation of people not voting and Donald Trump.
Mass deportations and people not voting. I mean, there's, I guess we'll start with Hillary. You know, the cope of we beat him 4 times in the debate. Well, if you did such a great job, why did neither of y'all end up president?
Seeing these 2 ladies who were able to apparently lose to Trump. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious for your, your view, because this is a crystallizing thing amongst the elite Democrats.
I don't know why. So her response there, she's got 2 parts of her response. Number 1, she says, well, I'm not president. Go talk to the guy who is. As if there haven't been protests of the Trump administration for their pro-genocide policy. I mean, he was confronted by protesters just down the street here when he was eating dinner, actually in a pretty wild failure of the Secret Service, frankly, and how close these protesters were able to get. But there's this mythology that as soon as Trump came into office, people stopped caring about Palestine. And that's just insane. I mean, I will say, I think for a variety of reasons, the protests were not as heightened as they were, you know, while she and Biden were in office. I think, number 1, because there was a sense like these are people that we may be able to actually influence. We're part of their theoretical coalition. Number 2,
they weren't just trying to influence them. They weren't just trying to influence them. This is such bullshit. They were like calling them fascists. They were saying that they weren't going to vote for them. They were talking about them being murderers and genociders and shit like that. They were not just trying to influence them. They were purposefully hurting their candidacies. They were making sure that they were as harmful to their candidacies as possible.
you have a level of fatigue. And number three, this government has been very authoritarian in cracking down on protesters and increasing the costs of actually going out there and exercising your First Amendment rights. So that's number one, this fiction and this lie and this insinuation that low-key people, if you were pro-Palestine, you actually wanted Donald Trump to win, and then you're happy with the mass deportations, which she name checks here, that she's like blaming them for. The other piece here that just, of course, disgusts me and drives me absolutely batty is blaming the voters who didn't vote for her, and those specifically who had a moral objection and a red line around a literal genocide. And
this is so fucking disgusting. I cannot stand these motherfuckers, bro. Dude. I'm sorry, like, now she, like, in one breath, she's talking about the fact that they just wanted to influence them. These are people that we just wanted to influence. And then the next one, she's talking about the fact that they just wouldn't even vote for Kamala Harris. Give me a break, dude.
Could not bring themselves to vote for someone who was actively supporting and complicit in and refused to separate herself from, even on like this in the smallest level, from the execution of that genocide. She's blaming them rather than taking any responsibility for the active choices she herself made, including, I mean, just there were such small things that people were asking for, just to let someone who's Palestinian American speak at the DNC. Even that was a bridge too far. A glaring problem in her campaign, very clear from the beginning, was Joe Biden's unpopular. How are you going to separate yourself? This was the obvious place to do it, and she never, ever did it. So for her, Hillary did her own version of this after she lost. Like, it's always someone else's fault. It's always the voters' fault. The voters are too stupid or make the wrong choices or immoral. It's never them. They never take responsibility for themselves. And last thing, and I'll get straight you to weigh in, like, I think Kamala's dealt a very difficult hand here, right? Coming in late and saddled with the unpopular presidency and, all of those things, like cost of living being very high. I think it was very difficult for even a great candidate to come into that situation. So I'm not saying everything that happened was on her shoulders, but there is no doubt that she made some critical errors, one of them being that she refused to separate herself from an ongoing genocide and show even a shred of moral principle around that. So that's my thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, let's really break it down. You said it's not entirely her fault, and that's true. It is mostly Joe Biden's fault. Let's start with that. He is the chief villain, as Daryl Cooper said. The chief villain of the 2024 election. He is a chief villain.
Yeah, great. Let's quote Daryl Cooper over here. Like a lot of it is on Joe Biden in the way that he handled things. A lot of it, he did put Kamala in an impossible situation, but she was doing fairly well. She was doing okay. I think a lot of it is things that like Kamala couldn't help. I don't think that like this, I don't think that the left voters affected it this much, though I would still hold them like personally responsible. If they're going to whine and cry about the presidency, or they're going to whine and cry about what's happening in Gaza, then they ought to have done their part to try to help them as much as possible by voting for Kamala Harris. But I think that the bigger problem obviously is just the left-wing ecosystem. It is the big content creators and the influencers, the people who do nothing but just talk shit about Democrats, and the people who put in everybody's minds that Democrats aren't even worth voting for, especially when we're talking about a bunch of like independent voters or middle of the road voters, people who are undecided, and they're looking at the, at all of the content and all of the news to try to decide who they think is the right person to vote for. And every time they watch people on the right, all they're doing is sucking off Donald Trump, talking about how great he is, talking about how he wants peace, he's going to end all of the wars, he wants to crack down on crime, he's so great, everybody knows how great he is. And then they talk about how bad the Democrats are, and that the Democrats want open borders, and they want the they want to take away your guns, and they want socialism and all this crap. But then you go over to the left-wing side of things, and they don't talk as much about Donald Trump being bad, but they talk a lot about the Democrats being bad. So now, no matter which side you go to, they're both talking about how bad Democrats are, but one side's talking about how great Donald Trump is. And so that's generally the easy direction to go in. It's the media online, the alternative media is just going to influence people to the right, even left-wing media. Alternative media, again, like CNN, MSNBC, all those, not as much. But when we're talking about alternative media and the people who are on YouTube, the people who are on TikTok and all this, those people on the left are definitely helping Trump win the elections. And those are people who I would put more of the blame on than voters or Kamala is, yeah, the left-wing alternative media.
The great narcissists in American history. However,
I'm an accelerationist now, and that last combo is why. I'm sorry, Mantis. You have to understand, accelerationism is why accelerationists are fucking idiots. All of the leftist accelerationists is because if there is accelerationism, they don't win. That if accelerationism actually happens and everything deteriorates, the left does not win. The left does not win that. Okay? The right wins that. The authoritarians win that. The fucking Nazis win that. All right? It is not going to be the socialists. It's not going to be the liberals. It's not going to be anybody that you actually like. It is going to be the idiots who win that. And so all accelerationism does is just hurts more and more and more and more people until we get to the very bottom. And then the people who are there at the end to build it back up are the fucking authoritarians every fucking time. So yeah, it's not what we want. We want to actually have a real democracy so that we can start to fix things again. And then history will frown upon them. Sorry, I'm not as worried about history. I'm more worried about the people who are alive right now. It's, all of you fucking foreigners love to advocate for things for a bunch of people that are going to suffer when it's not going to happen to you.
This is where it starts to fall on Kamala. Nobody forced you to go on The View and say, nobody forced you to listen to Biden. He was he literally, maybe functionally, like dead president, right, at that time. No one forced you to go on the View.
Again, we, over here, at the time where they were all saying that Joe Biden wasn't even in the White House, they were saying that Joe Biden wasn't even around, that Joe Biden was off on the beach, that Joe Biden wasn't there, he doesn't even know what's going on. We were pulling up the White House YouTube channel and watching him do events almost every single day at the White House. We were watching him out shaking hands and doing, cancer for children events and, stuff for the military and veterans and, like all, women's rights day. Like we were watching him every single day go and do these media events. But the media events for him were about like helping people. They were about giving other people the spotlight. They were about making sure that other programs were benefited, or it was about donating to other programs and crap like that. And so the media wasn't going to be there covering this every single day, showing Joe Biden's out there doing another press conference. With Donald Trump, obviously, he's just doing it about himself. He's going to say something fucking stupid and bombastic to where everybody's going to want to cover it. And so we see Donald Trump in the media every single day doing all of these, speaking events where we're like, oh my goodness, he's there all the time. Joe Biden was too. He was just doing things that were actually about others and actually about policy and actually about politics. And he was doing things that actually mattered. He wasn't there to get the ratings. I got to get the good ratings. I got to be popular. When you are looking for something good to show us, search YouTube for the state of the United States. A conversation with Jack Smith. You still is the MD.
And listen to his phone call about No Daylight Kid. All you had to say is there's a lot of things I would do different from Joe Biden to actually inject some energy. Nobody forced you to, repeatedly not distance yourself.
Aram Sound tipped $10. I forgot to send this earlier after the caller. It's for a nail and a hammer. After that call I figured you might need a mild home lobotomy.
It's so infuriating. I don't know how to talk to people whose brains don't work correctly. Like, when I'm sitting here, so I'm saying, hey, like, he gives his definition, and part of his definition is that, like, he has to, like, the person has to have this political intent behind what it is they're doing. But then when I ask him for the political intent, he's like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm like, well, wait, who did it? It's like, well, it doesn't even matter. It's like, how the fuck can you know the intent of the person if you're claiming that they did this for political, they had political motivations behind it? Like, how the fuck? But I don't know how to get through to somebody where that's not already obvious. Like, how the fuck is that not the most obvious fucking thing? I mean, I guess that's not even like half, that's not even one of the worst parts. The fact that he doesn't know what civil war is. He doesn't know what that means. He has no idea. Listen. I don't know. Like, I remember a time where I was a lot less logical and I was a lot more willing to go along with, like, bullshit propaganda, and, I was definitely a bit more, I was definitely a bit less logical, but I was never that illogical. I was never that illogical where I don't know what the fuck civil war means. Like, I was never that illogical where I could just assume somebody had some intentions because they were close to somebody else that was left wing. That I was never that far gone. Ever. I don't think when I was 5 years old I was that fucking stupid. Like, I don't know how the fuck people get like that, dude. How the fuck do you get that far gone? Calling war murder is as dumb as calling abortion murder. Murder is a legal term and doesn't apply to either of those concepts. That's the argument he would have made if he were intelligent. It's just, the problem is that we're using, like, when we're going over the studies, we're using studies on convictions for murder. So we are using legal terms. Like, it's not, it is about murder. It's about, like, the legal term. It is about, like, who is convicted of fucking murder, and then we're able to now classify them. War is justified. Killing abortion is unjustified murder. Who's stupid enough to conflate the two? Well, not all war is murder. Not all war is justified. Like, that's kind of the point. And the problem right now is that and you saw at the very beginning, like, he was like, no, I sent you the topic. The left is more violent, because I was trying to get him to defend his position, the one that we decided to debate on, which was that the Democrats are the party of murder or the party of violence. And he's like, no, that's not what I sent you in chat. It's like, okay. I thought he was trying to pull a fast one when he did that. I thought he was trying to pull a fast one when he did that, because when he said the left is more violent. In chat or in DMs, I was like, I think he's trying to fucking change the topic here, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it and I'll wait to find out. But obviously, we decided to debate on Twitter, yeah. Also, at the very beginning, he's like, so you were wrong. Admit you were wrong. Take it back that I did show up to debate and that I didn't make any excuses. I was wrong for giving that to him. He did not show up to debate. He did not show up and debate me. It was fatherless behavior. He was still a fucking bitch that doesn't have a backbone. So I was incorrect. I should not have taken that back.
From the administration. Nobody forced you to listen to him from the point of which you are the candidate. But this also gets to me about the weakness.
Yes, he had 2 pivots in the chamber. Like, he came in with pivots ready to fucking go, dude. Holy shit.
Of the process. And in a way, maybe one of her great errors was immediately accepting the nomination and not at least trying to make it seem as if people could jump in and that there
I agree the right has been more violent for several decades. Yeah, the problem is that, like, the thing is that even after, at the very beginning, the very, very beginning, I gave it to him and I said, the left commits more acts of violence. Like, I will give that to you. Like, they like, you know, they'll key a bunch of cars, they'll blow up cars, they'll blow up buildings, they'll engage in a lot of property damage. They just don't engage in as much murder, and murder is more violent than keying cars and shit like that. So I will give you this. But then later in the debate, he starts like arguing again, like, no, you're denying that the left engages in more acts of violence. And I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I gave that to you at the very fucking beginning. What the fuck? I gave that to you right off the rip. And I had to keep re-mentioning that throughout the fucking debate. No, I told you can have that one.
Be some process because, you know, if we think back to it, do you want to be handed something or do you want to earn it? Like, you know, there's a lot of theory behind that about the satisfaction and the, you know, the confidence that you get in something. I mean, I could say, you know, even from us starting this business, right? Like, I feel confident in some of my judgment that I would not have previously in the past when we were just W-2 employees, because you took a bet and it worked out, and through your own work and all of that, there's success. There's bumpy and stuff along the way, but you could prove your decision making, and it kind of gives you a confidence.
But also, thank you, Aaron, for the $10 dono. Appreciate it, good sir. Okay.
In your ability to try and sell something, to do something, and to take risk. She never had that because she was handed it. I think she shouldn't have done that. But on the Gaza thing specifically, and this gets to the voter, I just can't be in a situation where I blame the voters. Now, we can talk to the voters, and I will say, if you voted for Trump because you were against Israel, like, you're honestly a fucking idiot. And I think I said that at the time. Yes. I was like, do you remember? I'm pretty sure I did that monologue. I was like, listen, if your one issue is Israel, I was like, you should vote for Kamala. You honestly should.
Right. Well,
you would honestly be dumb.
People who voted for Trump.
Yeah.
She's saying people.
Wait, what did he just say?
Confidence in your ability to try and sell something, to do something, and to take risk. She never had that because she was handed it. I think she shouldn't have done that. But on the Gaza thing specifically, and this gets to the voter, I just can't be in a situation where I blame the voters. Now, we can talk to the voters, and I will say, if you voted for Trump because you were against Israel, like, you're honestly a fucking idiot. And I think I said that at the time.
Yes.
Yes, that's the whole fucking point. Yes, that's the end of the conversation. That is the end of the conversation. When people do this whole, like, I draw my line at genocide thing, that's fucking stupid. It's obvious that if you're looking at one or the other, which one is going to be better for Gaza, it is obviously Kamala. Most obviously Kamala. Blatantly, just done and done, no questions about it, no fucking qualms. Obviously, Kamala is going to be better for Gaza. That's it. Like, end of fucking story. the fact that he just said that, I have no fucking idea what the hell Crystal is about to say, because that is just like the end of the fucking, there's nothing else to argue. It's a lesser of two evils voting. You pick one over the other. One of the two is going to be president, so pick one. That's it. Fucking shit, dude.
I was like, do you remember? I'm pretty sure I did that monologue. I was like, listen, if your one issue is Israel, I was like, you should vote for Kamala. You honestly should.
Right. Well,
you
she's
would
not even
honestly be
saying,
dumb.
though, people who voted for Trump.
Yeah.
She's saying people who just didn't vote.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
see, I'm not in that, because
That's yes, but that is worse. I will actually say people who don't vote are worse than people who voted for Trump. People who don't vote are worse than people who voted for Trump. At least the people who vote for Trump understand that there's a two-party system, that you're voting for one or the other, one of the two is going to win, and that you're actually engaging in a democracy. Whereas the people who just don't vote at all, they have a whole lot to say. They have a whole lot that they care about. They have a whole lot that they like principally want to talk about. Yet when they get a chance to actually enact their will within the country, they squander that and just throw it in the garbage and don't use it. That's fucking bullshit. That is some fucking bullshit. Oh, speaking of, actually, I totally forgot about this. I saw a notification the other day saying that so apparently somebody replied to one of my videos, or maybe one of my comments. Shit. Damn. These people are fucking commenting a fucking storm over here. Damn it. I don't see it. He voted for Donald Trump, a fucking fascist. He was not those things. I would not vote for that. Oh, Athena Asteria. Okay, this is who mentioned me in this. I would not. Yes, it is subjective, and they didn't vote for it. Correct. It is subjective, and they didn't vote for that fucking
Your
shit.
subjective
Whereas
opinion, but go ahead.
you're lying, saying that it's about condemning his murder, and that is incorrect. That is not what this is about.
Okay, so
Condemning will say we support.
whoa, hey.
This is the why are you gay guy?
Yo,
Yeah,
hey,
Tom,
yo,
why are you
hey,
so gay right
yo,
now?
whoa.
Yeah, bro, go ahead. That's all you, Destiny.
You got
Tom.
Whoa.
This is how I deal with my fights on the streets too. I get butt naked. And
Yeah,
chase after
Destiny
them
does the
and-
same thing. You
Very
guys are the
effective.
Okay. There was somebody where we were talking about the fact that they were that they refused to vote, yet they keep whining and crying about people who voted or didn't vote or whatever. And I commented on their video saying that, like, you guys are just virtue signaling. That's it. You just wanted to virtue signal, and your virtue signal mattered to you more than the actual people who live in Gaza. Okay, this is it.
You know, I'm probably going to lose a lot of
Oh,
followers.
no, wait, this isn't it. Fuck. Alright, I'll play this for a second and I'll find it.
Because if that was your number one issue, you kind of made the right call, because at the end of the day, both would have probably kept the war going. To be honest, I'm not sure we get this ceasefire under a Kamala administration, because, you know, I never saw the backbone and all of that behind them. They probably would have been more rhetorical about UN and all of that, but like, I'm not so sure we end up here without somebody like Trump just going full retard and being like, hey, actually, it's over. I never saw Kamala or Biden with that ability. Maybe, you know, it's unfalsifiable at this point, but the point really gets to this whole you didn't vote. Let's go back to Hillary. We covered this extensively at the time. If the same number of black people vote in 2016 that voted in 2008 and 2012, Hillary wins the election. And what did the Democrats say? Instead of, why didn't these people come out to vote? It was, how dare you not come out to vote? It's your fault. Well, why? Let's do some analysis. Why did they not come out to vote? They thought.
All right, I found it. Yeah, so this chick she made a video about like not voting for Kamala, and I commented on it. And so this is the video.
So I saw a video yesterday, and it was like, where's Jill Stein? And at first I reposted it and I liked it because I was like, yeah, where is Jill Stein? Like, besides on Twitter, like, where is Jill Stein? And I had reposted it and liked it like in good faith. But then I got it this morning and I was like, you know what? This is probably a Harris supporter. This is probably what this is. And so, like, I go on their page and like, yep, Harris supporters, that's exactly what they are. And like, no, I cannot tell you where Jill Stein is at. I sure can't. But do you know where Kamala Harris is? On a book tour. She's on a book tour. And you want to know what she's doing on her book tour? She's blaming people who advocated for anti-genocide policies over a group of people that are still being murdered in a ceasefire. It has been how long? It has been how long? And we are still talking about people who advocated for people in another country. Am I saying some of those people didn't have racial biases in outward racist politics against black people and other people in America? No, I'm not saying that. I will say that you used those people to...
Yes, we can speed up now. Let's go.
make it seem like the left was bad, and once again, villainize the left, because the liberals' biggest enemy is not conservatives, it's the left. But that's beside the point. What I'm saying is that you are so worried about votes that again and again and again you have been told did not sway the election. Did not sway the election.
Yeah, this is why I don't think that they swayed the election. I just, again, I'm gonna hold those individual people accountable, especially if they're gonna keep coming out and whining and crying about what it is that the Democrats are doing. Then yeah, I'm gonna turn around and be like, motherfucker, you didn't even vote. All right, you don't get to have a say anymore. But yeah, I left a comment right here, and I said, always doing this, we just advocate for less death, is so lazy and dishonest. The amount of people who will die in America because Trump won will easily outnumber all of Gaza. But I guess as long as it's not a genocide, you can sleep well at night. You chose a virtue signal over progress. Get real. So that's what she apparently replied to.
I was just gonna respond to this in the comments, but I decided to put it here. I feel like everyone should see this. By the way, what a disgusting way to think. Ew. Like, am I surprised that a white man is not concerned about other people as long as it's not him?
Just know you? Just the know you? That's it? That's no you?
No, not at all. Right, I mean, why would a white person care about genocide? That's how we got here, right? That's how the United States got here. I'm sure you don't care about genocide. What the fuck? And guess what, Tom? When the United States is done going for the people of Gaza, and it's done going for immigrants, and it's done going for queer people, and it's used up all the inmates in our prison industrial system, they will be coming for you. They will be coming for you, and no one will feel bad. Nobody. Just like you don't feel
Yeah.
bad. And that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's my fucking point. Yeah, no, that's my point.
Right, I mean, why would...
Fuck. Of course her fucking posts are limited.
Caught. 2 spots open.
Yeah, I'll jump on in a minute. Give me a second. Fuck. No. No, fuck you. No, what? I just copied. I hate these. Just tell her she's oh what? I don't. Oh, I can't. These people are so fucking brain dead, dude. Like, you principally can feel very special about yourself drawing a line at genocide. You did nothing to stop that. You did nothing to make it less likely. You did nothing to save lives. You did nothing to help anybody. And not only did you make it to where more people were more likely to die in Gaza, but you made it to where even more people were more likely to die in the United States, and more people were more likely to face discrimination and racism all over the world. You just made sure that was even more likely. So can't take these motherfuckers seriously, dude.
By voting for Obama and for twice, that their lives would get a lot better, and they didn't. And they didn't think that Hillary would do much about it. Whose fault is that? To me, it's Hillary's fault. For Kamala, it's the same thing. I mean, if you look at some of the stats, if you drive out, let's say you're talking about Israel, if you drive out young people, she lost young men. Remember that? I mean, that's a huge deal. Gen Z, a lot of new voters, they swung to Trump. That is a systematic failure of the Democratic Party and of Kamala Harris, despite all the coconut memes and all this other bullshit. Turned out to be fake. So I just, we can't absolve these people of responsibility. And like you said about go protest Trump, it's like, first of all, anyone who's like rabidly pro-Palestine is not pro-Trump at this point. It doesn't exist. So it's like calling out a coalition which is entirely fake. And then also to put this whole legacy of, if you think it's so bad, well, I mean, you also didn't give them the path, or at the very least, make a convincing argument. Because the argument and all of this, we debated it here a million times about leading up to Trump, about what the legacy of all that would look like. I think you were a lot more clear-eyed than a lot of other shitheads on the left, frankly, who are like, oh, it will be all that bad. I'm like, no, from your perspective, it's going to be fucking hell. Let's be honest. And it is from their perspective, which is kind of what a lot of people on the right voted for. But that's my point, though, is that there was an entire ecosystem of people who wanted to convince them that Trump was going to be the one who was going to be anti-Israel or pro-Palestine or whatever. And I think those people can be condemned. But to say not voting, like at least from a pro-Palestine perspective, to say not voting should be condemned is preposterous. It's just absolutely absolved.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Yes, not voting should be condemned. Not voting should be condemned. It should always be condemned. It just in general, it should be condemned. Like, people should take part in their own electoral system. They just should. But the idea that, like, if you, especially again, if you think that there's actually a genocide happening, if you think that there is a, if you think Trump is a fascist, if you think that he's going to cause more like harm and suffering, if you think any of these things, then yes, even more so, you just like kind of lose all rights to complain about this afterwards if you're not actually taking part in the political system. You have one chance to do something about this, okay? Going out and protesting is good. Going out and protesting and getting your voice heard is something that makes it to where they know what it is that you want and you can sway them to some extent. But actually doing a real action that will actually cause real difference is in voting. That's where that happens. That happens when you vote. That is when what's the term? The metal meets the road or whatever. Like, that is when real changes happen. That's when you actually get to have a real say, and these people chose not to have a say. So I don't want to hear what they have to say after that. If they didn't actually have a say when it mattered, I don't want to hear what they have to say after that. I don't give a fuck what you have to say after that. That's it. You can choose not to vote all you want. I think you have a duty to, but you can choose not to vote. But I'm gonna disregard everything that you ever have to say about politics. And I don't just mean choose not to vote in general. I mean, if you choose not to vote for one of the two major political parties, that's what I mean. You have to vote for one of the two major political parties. And if you don't vote for one of those two, one of the ones that actually have a chance at winning, then yeah, I don't care what you have to say after that. That's That's kind of the end of it for me.
All the responsibilities and the systematic failures going back like 30 years inside the Democratic Party. So I need to see somebody grapple with that. And I don't see a single person. That's what I don't get about the Democrats.
I
I'm
know.
like, you're so pathetic and weak. You're nothing.
Well,
Like,
and
it's,
here's the thing is like a couple things on that. There is such a deep psychological helplessness to these people.
Yeah.
Like nothing's ever in their control.
Totally.
Nothing's ever in their power. And the upside of that is if nothing's ever in your control or in your power, then nothing's ever your fault. And so, you know, there's always
Dude, holy shit. This is so ironic, dude. Like, we're talking about when something actually is in your control. That's when you vote. That's the voting. That's when it actually is in your control. That's your vote. What do you mean? Oh no, BattleNet requires an update. All right, hold on. Let's see. Let's see how long this is gonna take. Dude, Catmeter, yesterday they like deleted all of my shit. I went and checked my my like records on, what do you call it? On Call of Duty or on Resurgence, and every single game was gone. I played 4 games after you got off.
Mantis taking my spot in COD. Everyone let's go.
Okay, it looks like it's launching. It looks like it's good. But yeah, after I got off, it just got rid of all of my games. And I only played 4 games after you got off, Catmere. That's all it had. Oh, fuck. So yeah, here you can see it says games played 4. Top 10 4 times. That's it. It just deleted all of my fucking stats.
you know, from the Obama administration, all the excuses about why the Affordable Care Act really kind of sucks. You know, I mean, the whole fight over Corbyn. I talked to Corbyn Trent yesterday. He used to work with AOC, and he was saying we really need to internalize that the whole fight that Democrats are picking over the shutdown is like we can't let normal Obamacare come back. Like we have to keep these subsidies going because normal Obamacare is so insanely unaffordable. Like it is unacceptable. That's the fight that they pick. So all sorts of excuses around why that was the best thing. They couldn't get a public option. It wasn't possible. And the Biden administration, all kinds of excuses. Oh, we can't get a minimum wage, the parliamentarian, this and that. Like there's always some either villain within the Democratic Party or the Republicans, even when they're out of power and the opposition, they're just so powerful, can't possibly overcome them. And there's all this learned helplessness. And I genuinely think that the reason why they choose to take that mental tactic of pretending like everything is out of their control and out of their hands, even when, you know, you're the president of the United States and you control the Senate or the House or whatever, it's because they don't want to have any responsibility for their actions.
This is such bullcrap. Like it's not about the fact that they don't have any control. It's about the fact that they, again, are trying to change norms. They're trying to work with Republicans. They're trying to make sure that Republicans actually have a say so that hopefully when the Republicans come back, they will allow Democrats to have a say. It's like, it is true that at this point, we probably should just give up on that. Like, it's true. We should probably at this point just be like, all right, fuck that couch and just move on. But it's also like there has to be a saving to our democracy. There has to be there has to be a point where we actually bring our democracy back. We bring our norms back. We actually get back to what it was that made us successful. And it's hard to know what that is. But it could be that like the thing that gets us back is just treating the Republicans the way that they treat us and letting them know what it's like and just kind of dominating them everywhere and then making them feel like they have to be the ones who try to bring back the norms first. I don't know. You got the game, Mantis? I'm on here, Catmere. I don't know if you're...
actions. And this is, you know, to go even one layer deeper, it's kind of a core ideology of neoliberalism, actually, of which both parties have been, you know, were very involved with supporting. Because what neoliberalism is at bottom is outsourcing your thinking to the markets. So you never have to make a decision.
Logging on now. You've been in my chat for the past like 5 minutes complaining that I wasn't on yet, and you're not even on yet?
And it's just, oh, well, the markets did their thing and this is what they want. And that's just how it went. So I think it's very deeply ingrained in the psychology. But I've also been thinking about the other thing that you just said, Tucker, which is part of why Democrats have, even in Trump 2.0, now that they're, you know, they aren't the ones who were sending the bombs directly, and many of them are still voting for it, but why they've had such a hard time separating from Israel and calling it a genocide and saying this is unacceptable and we have to stop it and forcefully resisting it is because they know that they were complicit and they don't want to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, it's true.
They don't want to have to go back and say, you know what, we fucked up. And you guys who were protesting us, you were actually right. You were correct. That I think would go so far. I actually think it would be so like powerful for people to see genuine.
This genre of party bashing is so overplayed and boring. Cynicism isn't a virtue. The opposite, actually. Yes, this is so obnoxious. I can't stand these people. And then especially the people who are always saying shit like, oh, it's both parties and everybody's the same. Hey, Meerkat, your hand okay, buddy?
Yeah, everyone's fucking finding out about my hand. Yes, hand is okay. It just kind of hurts a bit, but she'll be right.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Did you break it?
No. Officially, no. Had X-rays, and I'll just be going to some physio thing tomorrow. And if they break it there, then sweet.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Give me just a second. I'm gonna try to switch my headphones because these earbuds don't work very well. So
now you're making us wait.
Well, hold on, just one second. Okay, y'all say something. Okay, I gotta switch my output. Whoa. Okay, wait. Say something now.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at? There you go.
Okay. Yes, now I hear you guys. Okay, cool. All right.
Accountability, genuine reckoning with what they were complicit in. I think it would do so much to see that, and they're just thoroughly incapable of acknowledging that there was any error.
Okay, say something now. Hold on, say something now. Hello?
What are you up to, Tom? What are you doing?
Chicken fried rice is a combination of fried rice and chicken.
Okay, one more time.
Oh my god. You
Okay.
motherfucker.
No, I'm testing different volumes. I'm testing volumes. I need people to say stuff so that I can test it. Okay.
But I'm running out of shit to say.
Okay.
And so now you
Okay. I think I got it. All right.
Look behind you. What's going on? Look behind you.
Isn't your chair a little bit low?
All right. We're good.
I don't know.
Thank you.
You're like, look behind you.
you have a situation where, we're in a ceasefire. We'll see whether it lasts or not. A lot of questions about that. There was, hostage exchange, which all the Israeli hostages are now released. Palestinians got 2,000 of their hostages back from the Israelis. And you've missed your moment, really, to be able to have that reckoning. You've missed your moment to be able to really take a moral high ground over, what the Trump administration has done here. Maybe it would have been concluded more quickly under Kamala. Maybe it would have been, maybe they wouldn't have had the complete starvation. We know the Biden administration did push and, maintain some higher level of aid than was maintained under the Trump administration, where you didn't have the total and complete starvation. We'll never know. And you never took the time, Kamala Harris, and, others in the Democratic Party. But
I'm sorry. How can we do both of these things? She just said earlier that her and Soccer both said earlier that she didn't do anything to separate herself from the Biden administration. And now she's saying that, we thought that you were going to be the exact same as the Biden administration. But now you're saying that the Biden administration was much better when it came to aid. And you're now saying, but we will never know if you were actually going to be as good as Biden when it came to aid. What do you mean? That's because you guys didn't vote for her. What? You did know that she would either be as bad or better than Trump. You did know that. Like, everybody knew that. So there's no way that you just have no idea. And you can't
The
both
first time I
say,
try and join in the pre-game lobby and I start dancing.
you can't both say that she was,
Make love and not war.
she didn't separate herself from the Biden
doing the Reagan
administration,
dance.
and that she was, you don't know if she was going to be the same as the Biden administration. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah, we got grandma on the battlefield.
but
Let's go.
specifically you never came out and said, I object to this thing that the Trump administration is doing in Gaza. Here's what if I was president, here's what I would have done differently. You never did that. So we have nothing to go on that you would have been different or better in any way.
Yeah, and if you want pitch perfect proof of all this, Obama and Mark Maron from Mark Maron.
It's telling that you say you know. I'm saying, even according to their logic, they say these things. So I'm not just saying that I know this. They even say they know. They say that she would have been better. Sagar said that she would have been better than Trump when it came to Gaza. And the sorry. And
Yeah, I figured it was a smart idea to
they
stick to.
keep saying that they were going to be the same. So
Turns out jumping off also works.
Maron's last podcast. Let's take a listen.
Just me being
As you get older, Michelle and I joke about this. No matter how much you want to pretend otherwise, you're starting to get a little out of touch. You're not completely, plugged into the zeitgeist.
And it happens naturally.
It just happens.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't. My brain doesn't register TikTok.
Yeah, mine either.
The same way that it does my 16-year-old niece.
Right.
Right.
You got to get a guy to do it for you.
It's not just the technology itself.
Yeah.
It's that I'm not plugged in. I'm not relating to the cultural, stream in the same way that somebody who's 20 or 25 or even 35 is.
But the brains have been, broken, through exploiting grievance and anger. And, in talking about the left, that the fact that so many decided to not vote out of protest because they didn't feel that the situation in Israel, the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and whatnot, was not going to be dealt with by Kamala or however that goes. So you get this protest vote of people not willing to make a compromise for what you used to talk about as the incremental progress.
Yeah.
The incremental progress. I got an email recently. It said, you seem very worried. about the destruction of norms. Yet you always talk about how during that time period, you talked about how those norms were bad. And that's why, because I lived through this shit. George W. Bush and Obama, who lectured me about, oh, the norms of the whole. Meanwhile, what was happening? The entire apparatus of American life collapsed around us. We sacrificed our empire abroad for what? For Iraq. We sacrificed our economy in 2008 for the bankers. And through that entire time, we kept giving them, we said, please save us. We're going to vote for you. They said, oh, don't worry. We're going to pass the Affordable Care Act. I love your point. We can't let Obamacare return to normal Obamacare because that will fuck people over. What does that tell you about Obamacare? We voted for the homeowners. What happened? We voted for prosecution. What happened? We voted for more regulation. We got fucking Dodd-Frank, and now look at our economy right now. Same with getting out of Iraq. So that their high-minded liberalism or their high-minded conservatism destroyed this country, and that's why I'm like, as bad. Yes, I've become an acceleration. As scary and all these things may seem, I don't know. For me, I still have some faith that we'll return on the other side because I lived 25 years under their regime. I was born under Bill Clinton. Consider the progress of the United States economy and of U.S. foreign policy since that time. I was born in 1992. How can you still worship at the altar of these norms? You cannot. And so we can argue about what the norms are.
Up on top of the building, there's a sniper up there.
I cannot live in a world where I have this motherfucker lecturing at me with his chin up again about how fine things are and about the better angels of our nature while shit just continues to get worse every single year.
That is the thing that is very jarring. I listened to this whole conversation and I wanted to pull that TikTok point he made about how he's out of touch because I thought it was it was one of the more honest parts of the podcast. He's like, I don't really get it today. Like, I'm kind of out of touch. So that's why I don't say that much about politics because I'm not really in touch with what people are thinking anymore. And I was like, wow, that's actually interesting level of self-awareness. But I also want to say, I think being out of touch, like that's a choice. Like you could go. It's not like TikTok is not that hard to understand. You could go on TikTok. You would understand.
I'm not on TikTok, and I fully am understanding what's going on. It's not.
Yeah, and also.
Okay, that's like. Are they being bad faith here? Like, I can't tell if they're just like being bad faith. Like it is true though, like the older you get, the less you understand like what the influences are and like the less you can really like pick up on trends and what the trends are, what they mean. Like that is just normal.
Back. He's in the ground.
Oh, I'm out of bullets. Oh, shit.
So, you choose who you interact with. Like, you surrounded yourself with a bunch of, like, celebrities and rich people. And so, yeah, you're going to be out of touch. I mean, that is a choice that you have made. So that was one piece. And then the other part, it's very jarring to see him still doing, like, a 2012 style of politics while the world is burning around you. You said his vibe is like, oh, everything's fine, and
there's like 3 over here on the side by the road.
When they take the low road, it's like that shit is so far. We are so far past that. So yeah, it felt like listening to him talk, it really did feel like a relic from another era. And I know we joke about, like, let's say they got rid of term limits and you get the Trump-Obama matchup. And, we've always said, oh, like, Obama would crush him. And I think Obama would have beat him in 2016. I'm not so sure anymore because watching that, he just felt so far removed from the actual energy and the concern that people have. This thing that he's always been accused of, which has always been true, of sort of like standing aloof
that's what
and
he does.
Observing society from afar and not really feeling like he has a stake in it. That was one thing in 2012. It's another one right now. Like when the shit is hitting the fan and, autistic kids are being stolen from their parents on the streets of Chicago, an apartment building raided, and we just oversaw a genocide. Like, in the moment of right now, to do your just remove, I'm above it all and I'm just gonna tell you from on high where things have gone astray, especially when you are a significant part of the reason that things went on this track. Because
there's a bunch over by the wall.
A different politics. and you didn't deliver for people in the way that people thought that you would. Yeah, I don't know how that would go over with the American people at this point. I'm not so sure.
Look, that was from a left perspective. From the right,
There's three right there.
Obama, you, all right? You're the one who chose all, like, basically cultural politics. He is.
Yeah, where I just died. Yep. Ooh.
He is literally the everything that went wrong. He was elected on a class anti-war message, and he turned it to become the cultural war president. That's who he was. That's ultimately his only real legacy is like DACA, the Affordable Care Act. Oh, fantastic little contribution that you did there. And the woke era. It began under him in 2014. It was a disaster. Now, again, there's a lot of blame and all that stuff to go.
So do we want to go back to the tents, or are we going towards the middle, or?
Around, but you did not fulfill those core promises. And so the latter stage of your administration that set up the Trump victory is ultimate. Like those problems were not solved under your administration. You could have headed off a lot of this. And so I think you're right. I don't think he would beat Trump today. I absolutely, in 2024, I don't think there's a chance that he could actually come because
Trump is a creature of the moment.
Exactly, and you're not.
He's a monster, in my opinion, monster of the moment. But he is a creature of the moment, and Obama is a relic of the past.
Obama is a symptom and a relic of a time when we still had hope. If you're young, you actually don't remember that. You know, I was talking to a journalism class recently. These kids are like 19, right? They didn't know what the Mueller investigation was, Crystal. They literally didn't even remember Mueller. So that was 8 years ago.
Wow.
So imagine trying to talk to them about Obama in 2008. Literally ancient history. They have no memory of a time when we still had actual faith in our political institutions. And it's because of him that I don't, personally. Between Bush and him, I said, this shit is rigged. It is fake. There is nothing redeeming left inside of these people, the Washington establishment or any of that. Now, yeah, I think there's a lot of criticism and stuff to go around, but like you really have to remember how much faith everybody put in withdrawing from Iraq and 2008 and how things would go to where we ended up in what is it, January of 2017 when Obama left office. If you didn't live through that, you can't understand how we actually got to where we are right now.
Well, and this is again where the neoliberal impulse towards zero responsibility and helplessness comes in, because like you can't help but look, your 2 terms in office were followed by Donald Trump. So you did, you were somewhat, now part of it, I do think there was like a, racial backlash to him. Like I do think that was part of what fueled the fire, and Trump was part of that, right? With the birtherism conspiracy and all of that. But that doesn't absolve you of, like, there were a lot of exits off the highway of where we were headed to now. And one of the biggest ones was 2008. And then also he has stuck his hands back in our politics at strategic points to also make sure that the Democratic Party
they're inside.
become a party of the now, like creatures of the now, to make sure that specifically the Bernie wing of the party is blocked, whether it was his intervention in the DNC.
Yeah, I agree that like they didn't get all the stuff that they were supposed to get done, but I also think they were trying to like include Republicans as much as possible. Meanwhile, Republicans were turning around saying that they were going to make Obama a one-term president, that they weren't going to let him get anything through the Senate, that they were going to block literally anything and everything that came from Democrats. Like,
sorry for trying to parkour.
There's just, you can't compare these two sides and think that the Democrats are just refusing to do what it is that they're promising. It's more so that they're actually they actually were trying to engage in the fucking norms, and the Republicans weren't.
race obviously intervened extraordinarily in 2020. I mean, he also is a big part of the reason why he's the one who anointed Hillary Clinton for 2016. Like, she was his choice. So his fingerprints are all over the present day Democratic Party, which is such a failure. And there's no reckoning with
certainly
that.
not. Who presided over the largest loss in black wealth ever? First black president. I mean,
there is.
Nobody ever grapples with that one. You know, you talked about racial backlash. Sure, a lot of white people in 2012 voted for him in Ohio. A lot of white people all over America in a lot of red states today put their faith in Barack Hussein Obama after 4 years. Okay, no one forced.
What you using?
I'm using the best drugs that.
I'm Erin Delaney. I'm the Leverhulme Professor of Comparative Constitutional Law at UCL and the inaugural director of the Global Center for Democratic Constitutionalism. Welcome. The Global Center for Democratic Constitutionalism came into being in 2024 through the generosity of the Leverhulme Trust and UCL, and I see my dean here. Hello, Dean Eloise Stopford. So our mission at the center is to advance scholarly knowledge of democratic governance, the rule of law, and constitutionalism.
Okay, tell Freddie I think I fixed the audio issues, so I have like a pretty big difference between the game and the video now. So if that's what he was looking for, I think I figured it out. That's why I'm wearing a headset now instead of my earbuds, because with the earphones I can actually make pretty big differences with the audio and still hear everything.
But what does this mean? It sounds good. What does it mean? Well, if you consider the existential issues of our time, climate change, lethal pandemics, mass migration, global security, imagine trying to solve these problems in a world of authoritarian regimes, disconnected from their peoples and without mechanisms of international trust and collaboration. It's hard. Understanding and upholding democracy.
So just for everybody, this is a conversation with Jack Smith. He was the prosecutor against Donald Trump in all of the federal cases. So they're going to have him on, and they're going to talk to him in just a moment. So, oh shit, there's a bunch of kids on here. Fuck.
And the rule of law becomes central, not just to our own ability to thrive as individuals and as societies, but to meet these global challenges. And yet, according to the most recent report from VDEM Institute, which produces the largest global data set on democracy, democracy is losing. The world already has fewer democracies than autocracies for the first time in 20 years. And there are more countries.
For the first time in 20 years. Is this not the most democracies versus autocracies we've had ever? In 20 years? That's it? Just in 20 years? What the fuck?
I'm retarded. I was muted.
In the process of autocratizing. Of the countries that are autocratizing, 17 were democracies at the start of what VDEM calls their episode. Only 9 remain democracies in 2024. That is a 64% fatality rate. This is a serious moment for our world. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment. Or for those of you from the US, it's a break glass moment. So we here at the GCDC, we're committed to high-quality academic research to find ways out of this crisis. Our research projects cover constitutional resilience and recovery. We're looking at those 9 countries. We're focused on data and democracy, the relationship between national security institutions and the executive branch, judicial independence, and the rule of law. We're based here at UCL, a global university in a global city. And faculty and student members at our center hail from over 10 countries, from across North America, South America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. We have studied, taught, or held visiting positions in over 40 leading institutions across the world. We are comparative, we are international, we are collaborative, and we aspire to do even more. So, you may have received a little postcard. If you didn't, I can get you one. But if you want to learn more about the center, please do. Our work is very important. Support us if you can, and take a postcard and explore our website to find out more about what we're doing. Tonight marks an inaugural event for a new series, The State of the United States, in which we will engage leading experts from the United States on questions about democracy and constitutionalism in the Trump era. The series was made possible by a generous anonymous donation to the center, for which we are very grateful, and has been put together with the exceptional assistance of Lisa Penfold and Chris Adams from UCL, so thank you to both of you. And for our first event in the series, we are delighted to welcome Andrew Weissman and Jack Smith for what promises to be a fascinating conversation. Thank you both for being here. Andrew will be serving as interlocutor, so it is my honor to introduce him to you. He will then introduce Jack. Andrew Weissman is professor of practice at NYU, New York University.
Nope. It's okay. I don't want to talk to me either.
What did you say?
I said, did you want an LC10?
Yeah. I just found one.
No? Okay.
Did you mark it?
I can... Yeah, it's there.
Thank you.
And he is this term's Sydney Distinguished Visitor here at the GCDC. He served as lead prosecutor.
Wait, I don't see where it is. Are you over by the... Are you over by the tents?
Hang on, there's a few people here.
I'm by the prison.
Oh. Oh. Yep, down the end.
Nice, thank you. Let's go. This gun is a fucking boss.
In Robert Mueller's special counsel's office from 2017 to 2019, and as chief of the fraud section in the Department of Justice from 2015 to 2017. He was also the general counsel of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's FBI, from 2011 to 2013. Professor Weissman is the co-host of a popular podcast, Main Justice, and a frequent legal analysis on television for NBC and MSNBC. His memoir about the special counsel investigation, Where Law Ends, Inside the Mueller Investigation, was a New York Times bestseller. We've been very fortunate to have Andrew with us at UCL this month, and we look forward to engaging with him more over the term. And now, Andrew, the floor is yours to introduce Jack. Thank you.
very much, Aaron. And I know, Jack, you're coming from
Fuck, I don't know where I'm getting shot from.
land of acronyms, and to make you feel at home here, welcome
Fuck
to the
you.
GCDC at UCL. Your biography is very well known in the United States, but maybe less so to this audience. So bear with me while I go through it, and then we'll start our conversation. So Jack was a graduate of Harvard Law School. He was a career prosecutor. And the unusual part, I think, of your background is that Jack was a prosecutor at the state level in the United States, at the federal level in the United States, and also internationally. I really can't think of anyone who has that confluence of experience. In addition, something that's sort of dear to my heart is you were also a prosecutor at sort of Main Justice, which is in Washington, so that's centrally, but also in the field in various parts of the United States, not just in New York, but also in Tennessee, as we'll talk about. As I mentioned, Jack started his career as an assistant district attorney, that's at the state level, in New York for the revered and legendary Robert Morgenthau. He then joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of New York. That is where I also started my prosecutorial career, and as both of us know, it's all downhill after that. In the Eastern District of New York is, I think, everybody who is a federal prosecutor will say the best job you've ever had. But you went on to many great things after that. You went to Main Justice, as I mentioned, where you were the head of the public integrity section that either handles or oversees all of the public corruption cases in the United States. You leaded that, and it should go without saying, but unfortunately I need to say it, and it was the people who were prosecuted were based on the facts and the law, and it didn't matter if they were Republicans, Democrats, independents, or no party at all, if they had committed a crime worthy of prosecution. As I mentioned, Jack did not only work in the United States. You then had 2 separate stints at the ICC, which we're going to talk about, at the Office of the Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court in The Hague. You were the chief of coordinations for the investigations division. We'll talk more about sort of what you did there. And between those 2 stints, you went back to the United States where you were the first assistant, that's the number 2, and then the number 1 in the U.S. Attorney's Office, that's a federal office in Tennessee. You went back to the ICC and stayed there for about 4 years, and then you got a phone call, which is sort of basically why we are here today, and that is on November 18th, 2022, the then United States Attorney General of the United States, that's Merrick Garland, appointed you to be the special counsel for the Department of Justice, looking into 2 things. That is the investigation that was ongoing with respect to Donald Trump and classified documents, and also the handling of the sort of lead up to an event surrounding January 6th and the effort to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So with that as an introduction, welcome very much to UCL and to GCDC. It is really just a privilege to have somebody with your background. And I kind of want to start with that European background, because it was something that at the time when I learned that you had been selected, I thought about a lot, which was how the sort of big picture, and I only ask compound questions, by the way, which is many, many questions, but it gives you the advantage because you can choose which one to answer. And so I was really interested about how that informed your thinking about what was happening in the United States. But why don't we start with basics just to make sure everyone knows, which is first sort of what is the ICC, and then we'll turn to sort of what you were doing there. But let's start with sort of the ground level. With UCL is an academic institution, so it seems fitting to educate.
Sounds good. Well, first off, thank you very much for having me here.
Waking up to Crystal speaking cannot be a good sign.
Yeah, I'm picking fights.
Oh, okay. They're in the. Let's in the roof to the house next to that.
Fuck. Damn, they didn't even hit me.
Right here.
You stupid toe. You freaking stupid toe.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, down the bottom.
Nigga, you was busting too. Me, bro. It's a sniper.
Ooh.
If I die, I don't need.
Enemy dropping into the AO. We right there.
Okay.
Where?
Cool, cool.
Bro.
Nice.
Took a chance.
Behind.
Let's go.
Easy.
Let's go. They had just killed me right when you killed them.
Yeah, yeah. I heard his like clunky ass feet stiff, and I was like, I wonder where he is. I know he's.
Yeah, Gen X, it's is rough. Crystal's Crystal and Sagar together is just double brain melting.
I'm really excited to be part of this series and to contribute to this discussion. So I did, as Andrew said, I did 2 stints outside the United States. The first, I was the coordinator of investigations at the International Criminal Court. And what I did there, that is a court, I think many of you know, is a court of, they call it the court of last resort. It's where cases that...
Oh, that was my only death. See, that was my only death because I had my fucking guns, baby.
Oh, I died 3 times.
I didn't die. 35 kills though. GG's.
national bodies either can't or won't do are investigated and, if appropriately, prosecuted. And they often involve, they can involve political leaders, they can involve militia leaders, they can involve genocide, crimes against humanities, war crimes, things of that nature. My role there was to coordinate the investigations. And so what that meant was I had a real hybrid role. I would help design investigative strategies, and that could include how are we going to collect evidence, how are we going to protect witnesses, how are we going to take statements? Are we going to memorialize them this way or that way? That's sort of like nuts and bolts work. And I also went out in the field with my teams and actually conducted the investigations with them when it was appropriate to do so. So that's what I did at the ICC. I came back and the ICC is based in The Hague in the Netherlands. I came back to The Hague in 2018, and that work was, I was appointed to lead a tribunal, and it was a European Union tribunal that was investigating crime.
Yeah, Mantis, we need a fourth. Oh, wait, is Wasted ready yet?
Crimes that occurred in the Balkan War, particularly crimes that occurred in Kosovo between 1998 and 2000.
But Gunnar's where he's at.
Yeah, Van Dred only played with us like one night, and I don't even think I've seen Van Dred since he played with us.
Oh, he's being shot.
And that job, I had all the responsibilities for everything from running the office, managing the budget, deciding how we investigated cases. Again, I participated in the investigations personally.
Mantis, if we're able to carry Katmere like this, we can carry you, okay? It's not that big of a deal to just add one more.
Dead set straight.
Sorry, who's carrying who?
I said you and me are carrying Katmere.
Ray gun. Yes.
Fucking hell.
Because, and this is in a lot of international justice cases, a big issue, a big rule of law issue is often these cases can't or
Fade the pets and see how fantastic you two do.
Come back to the blue screen victory, bitch. just don't fall asleep feeding your animals. Love you, Meerkat.
Why does it literally, it goes in the most random fucking places the first couple of times that I set the marker.
Admittedly, you don't really need to set a marker. We know to.
Well, we have other people on our team, mister. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's not just the three of us.
They're unimportant. I say that with love.
I was gonna say, you know they can hear you.
That is the other humans.
There is somebody up on the top floor of the second building.
Yeah, I hear their fucking feet. Oh, someone's on top of them.
I downed the other guy up there. I don't know if he's getting back up.
Yeah. I don't
Oh yeah, no, he's dead.
Yeah.
Fuck, I fell off.
Ooh.
aren't brought because of obstruction of justice. And that means that witnesses are either intimidated or threatened or sometimes even killed. And that's why the cases aren't able to go forward. And so that's something, particularly this last job, building witness protection programs. I actually had a diplomatic role where I had to work with countries to help get them to support us in relocating witnesses when necessary, so those witnesses felt safe to testify and tell their story. And in that job, I also, in addition to investigating the cases, when the cases went to court, I participated in the trials as well. I gave the opening statements and closing statements at the first two trials. So it was kind of a, you know, everything I'd learned from doing this for 25 odd years was put into play in those roles.
And were you sent either the first or second time from the United States as part of the government, or was this a private role?
Right, so in the first time, it was a private role. I just left the US to work at the ICC, and it's in the United Nations system. The second time, in 2018, I was technically an employee of the US State Department, and I was seconded to this tribunal. It was a European Union tribunal, and different countries that weren't in the EU contributed in different ways. If I recall, I think Norway paid for the courthouse, Switzerland paid for our outreach program, and the US provided me to run the prosecutor's office.
So that seems like a fair division so getting to sort of my larger question is, coming from that background, seeing the challenges to the rule of law and
there's
how,
5 bots around me.
You hold people.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Do bots slide? I don't know if that one's a bot.
I don't think they do.
To account globally. So what were the lessons learned, and how did that make you think about the assignment when you got a call to be the special counsel on a matter involving a former president of the United States.
Yeah. So I learned a lot being an international prosecutor, and I will put the what I learned into two buckets. One was practical things I learned, and then the other was sort of reaffirming principles of being a conscientious prosecutor. So, and to keep in mind, I had been a prosecutor for a good long time before I'd had these positions, and so I was learning based on what I'd done before. And so, from a practical point of view, one of the things that was a great experience for me is where I'd had leadership positions in the U.S. before. I was
What the
often
fuck?
being asked to be a leader in places where people already knew me. Like when I was in the Eastern District of New York, I was the chief of litigation there. People had seen me try cases. They knew who I was, and I was able to rely on that to be a leader. When I went overseas, nobody knew who I was, and unfortunately,
Wasted, are you saying the bots slide or?
Fortunately, at the time, no one knew what the Eastern District of New York was, so nobody was impressed. You had to actually be a leader kind of on your own merits from day one. I also learned to handle big cases, how to move big cases forward. And this was kind of a reaffirming principle and a practical one. From your first day as a prosecutor, one of the things you are taught is that delay helps the defense, and moving case forward expeditiously is not only in the public interest, but it actually helps your case. And that's because witnesses' memories can fade, witnesses can pass away. It can give a individual who wants to obstruct your case more time and opportunity to obstruct that case. And so for those reasons and many others, you learn from the time I was a baby prosecutor in New York, move your cases forward expeditiously. In the international realm, as again, those of you who follow it may know, the cases, if left to their own devices, move very, very slowly. And they will not move unless you make them move. And so the sort of things I learned earlier in my career about how to move cases forward, this was sort of the major leagues. You really had to know how to handle every part of a prosecution to make it go forward. And at the ICC, and also the other job was the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. And so that was a thing I learned, and it was practical things within that. For example, like how to deal with a very large data set. I mean, you can imagine investigating a war crime that happened 20 years ago, how much data you're taking from so many different sources, how to streamline translation processes, all things like that. All the sort of nuts and bolts that people aren't seeing on the surface, but that make a case move faster or not. I learned a lot about that. One of the other sort of practical things that was really helpful to me is when you're a young prosecutor and you're doing a lot of cases, you get feedback all the time because you go to court, you deal the case, you win or lose, juries like it or not, judges like it or not, and you move to the next case. And you get better doing that. When you're doing giant cases that take years to put together and often years to prosecute, you don't get that feedback. The case is not being tested in the crucible of litigation until a very late date. And again, this is something I knew as a young prosecutor, but I really learned even more is how to build in processes to test your assumptions while you're investigating the case. So you're always testing, well, this is what the evidence shows me to date, but is that right? And you're creating an environment where people, if they have a different point of view, can speak up, and you're sort of red teaming it or battle testing the case while you investigate it, so that by the time you get to court in that case, the hope is you will not be hearing anything from the defense in that case that you have not thought of and your team has not thought through itself. I put that into play immediately when I got back from working at the ICC. My job after that was, as Andrew said, at the public integrity section, supervising these prosecutions of political corruption cases around the United States. And we were rigorous about looking at every aspect of a case to make sure we could understand not only how we were thinking about the case, but how the defense would think about the case. And so,
Bro, the guys in the fucking video moving around all the time, them moving it around in their suits, sounds like, it sounds like parachutes landing.
Yeah.
So I'm like spinning around in circles thinking people are landing all around me this entire fucking time. Took me forever to realize it's just their suits.
Well, generally you just look up and look for the trail smoke.
Yeah, but if I'm in the middle of killing somebody and then I hear like what sounds like people landing all around me, then like once I'm done killing them is when I'm gonna.
Okay.
Woo! Yeah, so these are my two favorite guns. I've got the C10 and I have the Ladra. And I like the FFAR pretty. That one's pretty sick too. Tom's Antifa training is going well, yes. Somebody made a post today about like the similarities between Democrats and the Nazis, and they're like they're both socialists. They both wanted to take everybody's guns. They both want to be authoritarian. They both like it. It was just like they both have preferences for specific races. They're like saying like they like immigrants, you know, illegal immigrants, and they don't like white people. The Nazis liked white people, but they didn't like immigrants. My hero.
Of course. Enemy nearby, but where is he?
I have a strike. If you guys know where some of them are, I'll point it in their direction.
I'm nuclear. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna strike right over there. Oh.
Easy.
I never checked to see how many people are left in the game.
In that job, I regularly asked the defense attorneys for people we're investigating, come in.
Nazis didn't think to enable a faction of radical Jews to delegitimize Polish statehood. Somebody said the other day, I forget who it was, somebody said oh, that's right, it was a video that we were watching yesterday, that one of the guys, when they were arguing about whether or not what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, one of the guys said, it was Brennan Tatum, if it was a genocide, they wouldn't be feeding them. You don't feed people when you're committing genocide. It's like, you know, the Jews in the concentration camps literally, like, were being fed
I'm guessing
the entire time.
Make it back up and potentially.
Oh, that's why I was wondering. I was like, bro, it won't let me play again. What the fuck is happening?
Haha.
Haha.
I can't crack the voice high. I just had a crack of the vape. And it hurt. You can prestige as well.
Yeah, the radical juice.
Let me hear your side of the story. I want to make sure I got this right or not. And sometimes I would learn things that I had not thought of otherwise. And so building those processes into big cases was really helpful. And then just on the other side, the reaffirming things. I was taught as a young prosecutor, no fear, no favor. I was taught as a young prosecutor, you do the right thing.
Yeah, yesterday, Meerkat, Meerkat, I don't think you were here yesterday, but we went through to try to add the LC10 to my loadout.
Loadout?
You literally can't get it. Yeah, you literally can't get it. There's only one way to get it, and that's through the what's the thing called again? The battle pass. Yes, and you had to get it.
Have you tried looking in the armory?
Yes, we looked through everything. We looked through the barracks, we looked through the armory, we looked through everything. You can't get it, and then I Googled it to see how you can get it or where to find it, and they said the only way that you can get it is through the battle pass. I think they said season 7 or season. It was.
Reward is on page 1, 2 of the. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm reading it as you're going through.
Yeah, so it's literally impossible for me to get. So this is fucking bullshit.
You can unlock it by earning 250,000 weapon XP in the armory or by finding it in the mystery box in zombies for 950 essence.
How much?
You might be able to unlock it through some alternative means. In the armory, it's 250,000 weapon XP.
250,000?
Experience. That's an easy amount of experience to get.
You guys haven't been waiting for me this whole time, have you?
We have,
Holy shit.
No.
Wait, I don't.
We've been discussing.
How much experience with the weapon?
No. Experience just in general. When you've selected in the armory, you might have the slight difficulty of you've got legacy items, and then you've also got the Black Ops 6 items. I don't
Right.
know how full your armory is.
But when I.
If he's looking for the LC10, we tried to look for it last night.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him, but I'm trying to understand. When you say, the points, I'm not understanding. Where do I find that? Where do I see how many? Because I only see how much I have per weapon.
Okay, I feel like this might be getting slightly lost with the wordings. So you've found the armory, correct? And you've seen you can unlock shit in it?
Yes, and I'm looking at the FFA R1, and it says that I have to have 250,000 experience points for that. So what are you talking about?
Oh, shit. Alright, I'm just going to cache the stream off so I can see what you're looking at.
But it has different ones for each weapon.
Okay, go into...
Oh, wait, there's the LC10.
Already looked through this.
Oh, yeah, here's the LC10. So it does say 0 out of 250,000 experience points.
Yeah, so select it.
Okay.
Then that'll be your active armory unlock.
Oh.
The experience you've put on the FFAR will be currently saved. So it does not transfer, so you can't just...
Oh, shit. Based as fuck. Okay. Yeah, but if I only have like 45,000 for the FFAR, that's pretty garbage. Like, it's going to take forever to get this. But all right, I'm at least I know there's a way to get it now. Thank God.
That's double XP. It won't take too long.
Double XP, I think, is ending soon, too. So we might want to...
Well, I just enabled it last night, too, so I didn't even know that was happening.
The Germany zombies is probably the best way to get experience as well.
Double XP ends in 8 hours.
That is... Well, I'm glad I could be helpful. Way too much of playing this game.
Yeah, I need to go through and claim like all the free stuff in the battle pass thing.
Wait, who was the fourth, by the way? Oh, it's not Mantis.
It's wasted.
Just as good.
Oh, I still hadn't actually enabled the double XP. Okay, so now it's enabled. Well, shit.
Yes,
okay.
You need to enable the LC10, yes. There will be currently... The event will stop you from using your tokens. You should have plenty of tokens by the time it's...
Yeah, well, it took 4 tokens from me, so wasn't so bad. All right, I'll be right back.
Things, you do it the right way and for the right reasons. And, you know, when I was a young assistant district attorney in Manhattan, I thought that's what you were taught at the Manhattan DA's office. When I got to the Eastern District of New York, I was like, wow, that's the same philosophy here. We do it the same way. When I got to the ICC and what I tried to imbue on the people in my office when I was running the last office overseas was those same sort of principles. And what I found is that public servants who want to be good public servants, wherever they are, that those are really guiding principles. If you do those three things, do the right thing, do it the right way, and do it for the right reasons, if you're hitting those marks, you're going to be okay as a prosecutor.
So something you said reminded me of Robert Mueller, the sort of revered former FBI director, used to always say if something was taking too long, he would just call you in and say, "You're playing with your food," which was, that's like you did not want to hear that, which was basically like move it along. And he had been a prosecutor for many, many years.
So I'm wearing Beats. This is like a really nice pair of Beats that I bought a while ago. And last night I was thinking, okay, Freddie was really upset that I couldn't get the audio to like be fixed to where you would like hear the game and the video at the same time, because he really just doesn't want to hear the game at all. He only wants to hear the video. And so he keeps saying like, you need to fix the audio. So I went to get the headphones so that I could have things on different outputs so that it wasn't so bad. And I found these, and the cushions are gone. The cushions are gone. I don't know what happened to them. I haven't used them in years, and I had rats a couple years ago, and I think that maybe the rats like it chewed through them or something, because I had a bunch of clothes that the rats chewed through as well. So I'm assuming they chewed through these. This side literally has nothing. This side has a little bit of cushion left. This side has nothing. So I went and folded a sock over it twice so that I could actually put it on my ears and use it. The really, really nice pair of headphones that I have, I just gave them away. They were like this fucking big. They took up like my whole head. And I just sold them because they were part of the Scarlet setup that I had. And so I just stole my Scarlet because I got a new setup. And yeah, this is the only way I can wear these. And this side might actually wear on my ears as well. So I might end up having to put a second fucking sock on my head.
I'm interested in thinking about the international space still, and we'll turn to those lessons coming to the United States. This is a big preamble to this question, which is when I worked for Robert Mueller when he was special counsel, I spent a couple years studying Ukraine. And actually, when I left, I thought, well, I'm never going to need that information again.
Bro, they're seriously like that. All of their moving, it keeps making like zip sounds and like parachute sounds and all of the shit. It's driving me fucking crazy. This is insane. I don't even know if anybody's over there. LC10, let's go, bitches. It was my LC10 that got him. Oh, I have 2 LC-10s. Where the fuck did he go?
Oh shit, this it's actually closing. Okay.
That's a joke, by the way. There was a very famous trial in Ukraine where President Yanukovych, during his tenure, there was a trial of his political adversary, Yulia Tymoshenko. And it was widely viewed as a show trial. It was denigrated by, I think, almost every single European nation, the Republicans and Democrats in the United States, and condemning it as a show trial. And that is a preamble. How do you, having seen what can happen globally, how do you sort of differentiate in your head a righteous case from a show trial? Because obviously within that country, they're not going to say it's just a show trial. They're going to be thinking of it as like, well, this is just another righteous prosecution. And how were you thinking about that distinction, that you want to make sure that when you're bringing cases and when you're examining a potential case, that it is an actual righteous prosecution, as you said, sort of the 3 rights, and not a show trial?
Yeah. So unfortunately, through our history of mankind of having courts, there have been show trials. And the way I think you can differentiate them, overarching, a show trial is a trial where the outcome is predetermined, where we're going to get to this outcome however we need to get there. And I think the 2 factors that you can use to differentiate a righteous prosecution or righteous case from a show trial is process and transparency. A lot of people think this is boring, but process is the great protection of individual rights. Do we have processes, and are they administered equally for everyone? So do you have a right to counsel? Do you have a right to put on a defense? Can you appeal the decision? And then are the laws being applied to you the same way they're being applied to everybody else? That's challenging with rich and powerful people the world over. But on one end of the spectrum, you can go back to Stalin's trials of the Bolsheviks, right up to the trial of Alexei Navalny, right? That the outcome was predetermined. And as a prosecutor, the role we play in a case is making sure that the choice to bring a case is not predetermined. The judges or the juries in certain jurisdictions will decide the outcome. But as a prosecutor, when you take on a case, there should not be a predetermined outcome. That's one of the really wonderful things about a career as a prosecutor is you have to be able to build something, and if you find as you're building it that it's not righteous, that's the way it goes. And so I think making sure processes are applied equally, that is critical, and it's a good way for you to measure if something is legitimate or not. If you see someone who is driven by an outcome, and they're going to get that outcome no matter what, you should be very suspicious of that, whether it's as a prosecutor or a judge.
And then, so I can't help but point out the irony that we are having this conversation on the day of the arraignment of the former FBI director, James Comey, in the Eastern District of Virginia with, many procedural irregularities. You also mentioned that in addition to process, you mentioned transparency as something else that you think about in differentiating sort of a righteous prosecution and transparency. Could you talk about sort of what you mean by that?
Sure, and again, like take the Navalny trial. We know, or trials, we know that whenever he was going to offer a defense, they decided to not have those in public and not have the public access to it. Same thing, and I should be clear. A lot of times in a prosecution, if there's sensitive information or the protection of witnesses, you can't make everything public if you're going to also, say, protect witnesses or protect sensitive information. But the goal should be to make as much of it public as possible and make your reasons for doing things as public as possible. I think when people don't understand what the courts are doing and don't understand what prosecutors are doing, that's when distrust happens. I mean, another way I think of it is, if we want trust in our government institutions, it comes down to three things. And this is, I'll put it in the lens of a prosecutor, which is what I know. One, you have to be competent at what you do. You have to know how to do it. You have to have experience at it and talent at it, and you have to be someone who actually knows the rules of your profession. The second is you have to have integrity. You have to be a truth teller and someone who can be trusted to do things for the right reasons. But the third, and the third one's often the hardest, is you need to be able to communicate 1 and 2 to the public. You need to be able to let the public know that you're a truth teller and you actually know how to do this. When you don't have a transparent process, it's impossible to do those things. It's impossible to, whether you're competent or not, it's impossible to show that. And if you are competent, you shouldn't be afraid of a transparent process.
So what do you think about whether there should be cameras in the courtroom? This was a big issue in the United States as there were 4 separate indictments, 2 federal, 2 state, of Donald Trump and related people. And I think it was only the Georgia state case where there were cameras in the courtroom. Federally, it is not allowed. And what's your view, given your sort of view of transparency, as to whether, if you could wave a magic wand and sort of decide what the law is, whether
They're all back here.
be allowed, or there.
All right, they got to come out of the water if they're down there. Well, come and make it. Oh, that's wasted.
Where are they?
Roof. 2 on roof. Oh.
There's two right there on top of me. Damn. That was wild.
There are potential upsides and downsides in the way you think about that.
Yeah, and so I've worked in different jurisdictions. And
I thought he was above me. The GG? No, I really don't. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
I'm familiar with different jurisdictions who've answered that question a number of different ways. In the federal courts in the U.S., they're not permitted. In a lot of state courts, they are permitted. In international courts, it's interesting. They do a different thing where you might live stream the proceedings, but for certain witnesses or their identity of the witnesses, that's not public. They sort of do it piece by piece. In some child abuse cases or domestic violence cases, I've seen it be public except for that. For me, and we oppose there being cameras in the courtroom in the investigation and the trials or the cases I had as special counsel, because my problem with it is I think that's something, I want it to be transparent.
Fucking 37 kills.
No, yeah.
As possible, but I think people behave differently when there's cameras and it affects the witnesses. I think there's more of an argument maybe for.
Well, he says people behave differently. Trump especially behaves differently. Trump, in one of his cases where they allowed cameras, the entire time he showed up and was just like, he didn't even have to be there. He didn't even have to be at the case. He had, like, there was no reason for him to be there, and he kept showing up anyways. And they said he showed up just to talk to the media afterwards. And so he would sit there, not say a word the whole time, and then come out and talk to the media afterwards. It was so weird.
For it in situations where there aren't witnesses testifying, but I think I am concerned that it changes how people behave.
Is Jack Smith being indicted? I don't think so. Comey has been indicted. They've said that they're going to try to go after Jack Smith. So we'll see. Though it would be weird for them to go after Jack Smith when Jack Smith dropped all of his charges against Trump as soon as he won the election. Like immediately, he didn't like take a long time to like see what he could do, or if there was a way around this, or if they could try to get the cases done before Trump got in office. He didn't try to get the other prosecutions that had already won cases against him to try to lock him up so that then he wouldn't be president and then he could continue the cases. He didn't like do any of this. He just immediately dropped the cases and moved on. That was that. So, and he didn't try to charge Trump with insurrection. Like, it just but the problem with Trump is that he doesn't care about like reality. He doesn't care what's actually happening. He doesn't care if you were like really fair or overly nice or any of those things. He cares about the public view of him being slighted. And so because he was slighted by Jack Smith ever thinking that he could charge Trump in the first place and ever convict Trump in the first place, Trump is obviously going to try to get some sort of what do you call it? Vengeance from that. So Jack Smith, from my personal perspective, like, I think he was too nice.
I may have been muted.
You definitely were. And for
Shut
a
up.
while.
Fuck off. I definitely also wasn't ignoring everyone and playing Pokemon Go and talking about Pokemon Go, so yeah.
So tempted to hop off.
Yeah, this will be my last one then.
Wow. It's because you have a hand. You have your good hand, right? Trying to play with my good hand.
I'm gonna be stress testing the bad or the good one.
There's another one over here. I killed them and I didn't even have a fucking C10. Isn't that crazy? I didn't even have the CL10, guys, and I killed somebody.
LC10?
Good work.
That's what I said. LC10.
his CL team. And I'm just like,
I would never say that.
Cooperate with that one. I'm impressed, Meerkat.
Right. Why didn't you do yours?
I was gonna do it, but I pressed the wrong button.
LC19. Yeah, I thought it was the LC9 for some reason.
It's like a whole number difference.
Wait, 9 is a whole number difference from 10?
That's a bit difficult, but don't worry.
He's trolling. Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck is shooting at me?
Me.
Oh, you got him. Okay, he was on the bridge. I was wondering, where the fuck is he? Damn, that was rough. Holy shit. I can't believe I got that guy. You guys, I'm doing fucking work over here. This guy had an amazing pistol, dude.
You had amazing what now?
Pistol.
Oh.
Holy shit.
I thought you called it a
We'll be
pistol for a
calling it
second. I
these
was
days.
like, okay.
Hey, don't worry, bro. You can have my fucking kills.
Yeah, well, I'm pissed, buddy. You got a gun.
Well, it's probably the lag is probably what it is. It's that Aussie internet, you know.
You're the one with the lag.
I don't know, mine's at 219.
Mine's sitting at crisp 199.
Oh, look at you. 0.02 of a second closer to America.
Yeah.
I helped.
Did I get it? Yes, I got it. I'm a specialist. With an LC team.
Ooh, contract. No! No!
Holy, there's a few here.
Yeah, there's a contract on them.
Two down.
Oh, hello everyone. Where the fuck? Oh. It took me way too long to figure out where that man was.
Where is he?
It's a real enemy too. Oh, no.
I'm waiting for the confirmation of death. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ.
in the court, and that's a difficulty. But I do understand why people want to do that, and as I said, it's happened in some jurisdictions. I just have a concern about that, about how it affects how people behave in the proceedings.
What about safety? One of the concerns that people have raised about that is a concern about safety. There's obviously been a huge rise in threats and actual violence that's happened across the political spectrum in the United States. And sort of how does that, if at all, weigh in sort of the idea of having people and people's faces on camera?
I mean, it's a very real concern. I think I referenced before this last case I had at the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. Those cases, the investigations of war crimes in Kosovo, they were, until we brought the cases we brought, all attempts to bring those cases were pretty much unsuccessful because of the intimidation and the outright murder of witnesses. And so,
Where the fuck are you guys?
Ooh.
So when we did these trials, and one of the trials is still going on, that was live streamed, but at times certain witnesses and either part of their testimony or their identity was completely blocked. And obviously, as someone who wants transparency, I don't like that, but I can't put witnesses' lives at risk for that. And that's why I say we should be trying for as much transparency as possible without affecting the integrity of the proceedings or the safety of people involved in them.
So final question about the ICC before we turn to the special counsel investigation. The United States has had, I was thinking about this beforehand, whether I could describe it as a love-hate relationship, and I'm not sure love, maybe it's sort of a hate and revile relationship with the ICC, in that it's never been totally embraced, and various administrations have various views about how much they sort of want to partake of its mission. There is talk currently about sanctioning the ICC, and so, as somebody who worked there and has been there and seen its work, what's sort of your view of that sort of tack and what the United States position should be with respect to the ICC? How's that for a small question for you?
So, let me start with this, just some background in terms of the U.S.'s relationship with the ICC. The U.S. ultimately did not sign the Rome Statute, which created the court. It didn't become a member. But over the years, the U.S. has assisted in the arrest and transfer of defendants before the court. In the Libya and Darfur cases, the U.S. is on the Security Council. They could have blocked those cases from being referred to the ICC. They did not. And the most interesting one is with Ukraine. We're talking like not so long ago, 2022, 2023, bipartisan support in the United States for supporting the ICC's investigation of Ukraine, including sharing evidence with Ukraine, and I believe even allowing interviews on U.S. soil related to those cases. So it has not been a thing where the U.S. has been, against this court at all time. They've tried to find, I think, over the
Killed him. Scared me.
Why won't it let me pick up fucking strikes and shit?
And buy a couple gas masks. Loadout. Self-revive. Alright, there's a whole bunch of shit. Fuck it.
Watch for movement.
No.
Nice.
GG's.
GG. I respect the play.
The history, times where the court was doing things the U.S. could support. I don't think the sanctions.
All right. Leave me alone about my face while I'm playing games, okay? I can't help it.
Are a good idea, and I particularly don't think sanctions of judges is a good idea. Judges.
It's better than it used to be. I used to always play with my eyebrows raised. My friends would tell me that my eyes looked like I was stoned, but my eyebrows were up, and so I'd be like,
Yeah. I mean, I'm commando, but I mean, I didn't fucking die.
well, I had 0 deaths and 8 kills, so just saying. I think your face is beautiful, Tom. Well, thank you, Wasted.
Need independence to make their decisions. Judges, like prosecutors, should not be thinking of their jobs as popularity contests. They need the room and space to make decisions that some people might not like. And I can't imagine a situation in the United States where we would impeach a federal judge, because of the decision that they made in one particular case. The effects that
You need a better nose, thank you. You know what's weird? All right, like views for my channel have gone up a good bit over the last month or so. And the like, obviously I talked about the fact that like 2 years ago, in the last month before it dropped off a cliff, I averaged 210 concurrent viewers, and then boo. And now, as I'm like getting back up, I think 2-3 months ago I was averaging, I think, 30 concurrent viewers, like 36, 37, so in the 30s. And the that yes, now, like, even when I drop pretty dramatically in playing games, and go from like 60 or 70 down to like 45 now, it's still a little bit higher than it was back then. Whereas like back then it would have dropped from like 35, 36 to like 15.
that would have on the independence of the judiciary, I think would be terrible. And I don't know why that would apply any different.
I think there are some, so like Myrotech, I haven't seen Myrotech around very much. The same with Frost Harsh Language. I haven't seen you around very much. When did you guys start coming around? I would have expected Twisted. I would have expected you to come play. Little disappointed that you're not here. I started when I saw you speaking about Destiny and Rose. Oh, okay. That's weird, because by far the majority of people were very pissed off about my takes on that shit, so. I still, like, almost any time I say something on Twitter, I've got like 20 people posting like clips out of context below everything that I say. I was triggered by you, but I like you. Well, that is the common sentiment. So that is the way that most people will say. Yeah, Tom pisses me off, but I watch him anyways. Most people, I think they say, you know, he pisses me off because he's just so much smarter than me and he knows things that I don't know, and it makes me feel lesser than. But I'm choosing to better myself and watch him so that I can learn to be more like him one day. And yeah, I commend all of you guys who watch me. It takes a big person to be willing to watch my shows, so it's not easy. It's not easy to want to grow. Oh, the viewers just dropped in half. Okay.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Taking effective fire! Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Changing mag! Down. Marking the rest of them. Got movement. Your squad's in the safe zone. Got movement. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemies dropping into the AO. Located the rest of them.
Switching mags.
Different in an international context.
And this administration has, in fact, imposed sanctions in Brazil, quite pointedly on the country, as well as on the sort of lead judge.
I did it again. I did it again. As soon as I hit play, I thought that there were people landing around. Every fucking time.
In the Bolsonaro case. So that is something that is happening in the United States. But as I said, I'm going to now turn away from the ICC to the special counsel. And maybe the first thing is we should just, since you're from Washington, I'm going to throw in my Washington
I'm not from
terminology.
Washington. I am currently living in the vicinity of Washington, but I am not from Washington.
This reminds me
I'll fight
so
you on
much.
that.
I lived in Washington I'm a veteran New Yorker, and I lived in Washington for 10 years. And I used to always say that when people said I'm from Washington, I'd be like, no, I'm not. And my friends from New York would turn to me and say, you're not a New Yorker anymore, which was just like a dagger to the heart, because if you're from New York, you're completely chauvinist about it. But let's level set. That's the term I wanted to use in terms of what the special counsel is. Like what sort of creates it? Where does it exist in the structure of the sort of three parts of government in the United States: the judiciary, the executive, the legislative?
Sure. So the special counsel is, there are several statutes that allow it to happen, that authorize it. And then there are regulations that are very specific to when you would appoint a special counsel, what their powers are, in the range of things that they can do and how much they're supervised. So usually, and I should also say, special counsel or some form of that, the United States has had varying types of situations where special counsels or something with a similar title have been used for decades upon decades. There was a period of time where there was an independent counsel statute where the person brought in was actually not in the Department of Justice. They were actually outside the department and appointed by a judge. That was in I'm going to say the 80s into the 90s. We've gone back to special counsels that are in the Justice Department. My position was very similar in a lot of ways to the special prosecutor in the Watergate case. And so usually a special counsel is appointed when there is either a conflict of interest or an other extraordinary situation where the Attorney General determines that it's in the public interest to have someone who is not
biased,
been in the department right at that moment and works under the normal supervision that you'd have in the department to come in. And so
I thought it was based on the fact that they were afraid that the department could have a bias, or that there could at least be a perception of a bias, and so they get a special counsel to take over instead, so that nobody believes that there's like some sort of unfair treatment towards the person. So like, especially if you're talking about a politician or somebody like that.
I'm taking fire.
Bro, I can't see anybody. I'm getting shot from every fucking direction. Fuck.
Appointed under that regulation, and the role of the special counsel is to
Yeah, Blase-Fair has been in community VC since like the middle of the debate that I had earlier.
independently and objectively investigate whatever the particular assignment is. Andrew mentioned earlier what my assignment was, and come to a conclusion about should a case be brought, and if a case is brought, to be the person who brings that case.
I do think you should let your hair grow like George Carlin. That is not going to happen. There's two inside this building. Wait, did Meerkat leave already? Hello? Am I alone, or you guys just did you just not realize you're muted, or what's happening here? Nice shot. Damn.
So you're housed within the Department of Justice, and as somebody who's been at the Department of Justice.
Tom and VC, I said I was going to bounce last game, but no one responded. I thought you said that you were that the next game was your last game. I thought this was your last game. Also, I thought you were MVP. You guys keep changing your tags to where I don't know who's who, so. Oh, shit. Damn. Shit.
Justice, particularly in Main Justice in Washington, and as well as.
I will bounce in a few minutes and log once in home. Are you saying that you'll come play? Meerkat, are you there? Meerkat, come in. Meerkat. Meerkat. Hello, Meerkat.
Somebody who's been in the field, who's aware of all of the rules that exist that sometimes people in the field balk at. As special counsel, what was...
Why isn't Meerkat's... Also, I thought it was Meerkat who said that that was his last game. I didn't hear you say that you were done.
What did I do?
I was talking to you throughout the last game and you just weren't responding. So I kept checking to try to get you to respond.
Oh, sorry. I was spacing the fuck out, my good sir.
Well,
I think this is certainly my bedtime.
okay. Are you playing this game or are you going now?
Yeah, you've convinced me. I'll play this one more.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm realizing after Katmere just left that one that if that's the case, we have to back out now and then come back. So.
I mean, if Katmere is joining back, then yeah, I can stay for that one as well too.
Wait, Katmere is coming back?
I don't know.
I thought that's what you just said.
No.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Coming back. I'll stay for one more.
What's your responsibility in terms of all of those rules? Because this is something that I think people don't really understand. When I worked for Special Counsel Mueller, I think people thought, oh, you're sort of apart and separate and you do your own thing. And what's the reality of that in terms of what all of there's a huge manual for the Justice Department called the Justice Manual, and it's tomes, I mean, huge volumes of rules that you have to follow. What did you have to do?
Yeah, so this is a great point because, as I said before, one of the things that can tell you if the rule of law is being enforced properly and that something's not a show trial or show investigation is process. And as Andrew says, in the Department of Justice in the United States, there is a lot of process. And so as a special counsel, I'm governed by that process. I'm a Department of Justice employee. So, for example, if I want to get approval to do certain charges, like in our case, some of the charges involved election fraud and the sections 371. We need to get approval from the public integrity section to do those charges. National security charges require...
So can I just interrupt you? So one of the things that I take it that the department did is because they wanted to have some uniformity and experience brought to bear before a public corruption case was brought, any prosecutor in the United States would have to, before bringing those charges, submit it to the public integrity section, and they would have to decide yes or no. Is that...
That's right. They would have to approve it. And it's the same thing with what's called the election year sensitivities policy in terms of when...
There's a bunch up top.
You can bring charges like this. It's the same thing with classified documents or a classified case. The National Security Division weighs in on that. It could be anything, even simpler things, like if you want to subpoena an attorney, there's an office in the Department of Justice called OEO that you need their approval to issue an attorney a subpoena to an attorney.
I'm landing on top.
If you want to subpoena records of a member of Congress, you need to get approval for that. There's a number of approvals like that, and those are process things that mean that the person in the special counsel's role, my role, has to follow those rules. And so there's a regularity to that that I can't just do what I want. I have to do it within the rules of the department.
So I can't help it. There's a huge sort of what seems to be a contretemps, or maybe it's just the tempest in teapot of today, where certain people are claiming that there was either electronic intercepts or some kind of improper spying, I think that's the word that's being used, on senators, that was sort of an outreach or a part of your investigation. I guess the first thing I will say is, having looked now at your indictment, and then I went back and looked at the lengthy report that you issued, one, it seemed pretty clear, and tell me if I'm wrong, that what is transparent in both the indictment and in the report is that we're talking about telephone records, not not an electronic intercept where you hear conversations, just getting toll records, and it's completely disclosed in the indictment and or the report, and that you would have to get approval to do that if it involved a member of Congress. Is that a fair statement?
That is fair. That is correct.
Okay. That's my leading question for the day. So tell me a little bit more about your team. So you get a call and you're now selected. Who joins you? And maybe to be more pointed, given the environment that we're in the United States, how, if at all, does their political views or even their party affiliation factor in or not factor into your decision about who you would bring on?
Yeah. So most of the people who ended up working
Crap,
on
I'm out of ammo.
from the beginning to the end when I was special counsel were people who were already actually working on the investigations when I took over. They were working on the separate cases. I did bring in a few people to assist. Those people I brought in were all longtime former federal prosecutors who had worked in both Republican and Democratic administrations over and over again. And one of the topics I really like to talk with folks about, because I don't think it's talked about enough, is the just incredible high.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening, bro?
I'm seeing a lot of chaos around. It's great.
That I just shot somebody like 5 times, point blank with a shotgun, and it just did no damage to him. Like, it just did nothing. Like, I'm watching the replay right now, and I just hit him over and over and over, and it did nothing.
Do you know which shotgun?
No, I don't.
It's probably the Marine SP or the Maelstrom.
Why are you just dancing?
I'm breaking it down, my good sir.
And competence and willingness to sacrifice to the people who do this work. And I'm talking about the people I worked with in the special counsel's office, but the Department of Justice in the US, the FBI, are filled with people like this. And these are people who are not self-promoters. They do not like to tell their own story. They cannot start a sentence with I, they start that with we. These are team players who don't want anything but to do good in the world. They're not interested in politics. And I get very concerned when I see how easy it is to demonize these people for political ends, when these are the very sort of people I think we should be celebrating. The people on my special counsel team were like that. The idea that politics played a role
What the fuck?
in who worked on that case or who got chosen is ludicrous. And Andrew, you know, and this is another thing that I think if you're not inside the US Department of Justice, the idea that politics would play a role in big cases like this, it's absolutely ludicrous, and it's totally contrary to my experience as a prosecutor from, the time I was a junior prosecutor. When I started out, if I had told my boss at the DA's office, hey, I've got this case, and I was going to bring it, but I just found out that the guy is a friend of the DA, so maybe we could find a way not to bring it. Or if I said, hey, I wasn't going to bring this case because it's not a legitimate case on the facts and law, but I saw that he was an enemy of the DA, and maybe we shouldn't bring it. My boss, my first boss, he would toss me out a window, right? Toss me out a window. When I was the chief of the public integrity section, we were doing the highest profile corruption cases around the country. I had no idea of the politics of people who worked for me because it was entirely irrelevant to our work. And that was the same when I was in Brooklyn, New York. It was the same when I was in Tennessee. And it's one of those things that I think sometimes you hear what's in the news. If you talk to anybody in the department who's been there for decades, that's just not even close to what that work is like. And I don't think that there's enough people out there saying that, because the people who do that, they don't want to be out front talking about those things, putting themselves sort of in the limelight. They just want to do good work. And so the people on my team were similar to what I saw throughout the department during my career, apolitical people who wanted to do the right thing and do public service.
One of the things that you mentioned when we talked about the ICC is your experience needing to move cases along and the need for speed that you had learned as a beginning prosecutor in the DA's office. When you were appointed by Merrick Garland, there were all sorts of people, second guessing him with respect to the timing of that. And if you look at the time that you were appointed, the question I have for you is sort of like, how did that need for speed sort of factor into what you were doing? Obviously, if Donald Trump were to win the presidency, which he ultimately did, there are special rules in the United States about whether you can have an existing case against a sitting president.
I went over there because I thought maybe a teammate was going to be over there. And then as soon as I got over there and got a gun, he was gone. And so, yeah, now I'm just, I'm getting more and more infuriated everywhere I fucking land. They just disappear the second I get there. I literally have no idea where they are. Oh, they're up there. Wait, are you guys able to redeploy? Do we have redeploys left?
Big plays, big plays.
Fuck.
Unlucky.
So I guess that's a no. There's no redeploys left. This fucking.
No, it costs 4K for a redeploy. Once resurgence is closed.
Yeah, I was asking earlier because I don't know which one of the numbers up in the top is redeploy. So I was either going to try to buy you guys back or go kill people, but I had no idea. I know that you guys weren't alive. I knew you weren't alive, so I was hiding in the back, just staying away from everybody so that you guys could come back.
I spent half that match dancing.
I know that you guys weren't alive.
I didn't even get double-digit kills. Rough. Alright, my gentlemen, I'll bid you. Good night, good night.
Later, homie. I was getting so fucking pissed off in that game. Holy shit. I was getting so fucking pissed, dude. Yeah, it should say like the amount of like redeploys that we have left in the top right. I can't remember which one of the numbers is the redeploys. And so when I look up and it said like 3 in one of them, I thought, okay, so that means we still have 3 redeploys, but I don't know if that's redeploys or if that's how many people are left in the game or what. And so yeah, it's frustrating.
As opposed to a former president. Whether Merrick Garland should have done this earlier or later, you were sort of, as I would describe it, you had to play the hand you were dealt. You were not there until you were there. And so to what extent did that need for speed play into how you were approaching what ended up being the 2 criminal cases that you brought, the one in Florida involving classified documents and the one in Washington, D.C. involving the insurrection?
Yeah, so obviously, as I said before, moving a case forward expeditiously is something any good prosecutor is going to do. We did not need an election or any arbitrary date to justify or to motivate us to move the case forward expeditiously. I think that, a lot of the narrative that you're talking about is people who just would not take the time to read.
Yeah, but Wasted, I'm saying I don't know which number that is. I don't know which number is the one that says whether or not we have redeploys left or not.
The filings we did about why we did what we did.
So I was asking in the VC, but nobody replied. So yeah, I was getting fucking annoyed because I'm like, holy shit, and it was like the 4th time where like I kept, Meerkat kept going to different places. So I kept trying to like.
Black letter.
Fuck. I kept trying to figure out where he was going so that I could go wherever the hell he was. And then he would just immediately disappear. And I'm like, fuck. And now and I would have a bunch of people surrounding me immediately and couldn't see anything. So yeah, I was getting really fucking pissed off.
Unopposed in any way Supreme Court precedent that says moving cases forward expeditiously is not just the defendant's right to a speedy trial. The public has an interest in the expeditious prosecution of cases, and we said that. The courts agreed with us. The district court agreed with us. The appellate court agreed with us. Even the Supreme Court, that didn't expedite the case as much as we wanted to, they did expedite it. And so that motivation to move the case forward for proper legal reasons that have been repeatedly cited by our Supreme Court, that's what motivated us, not any particular arbitrary date.
I should note that I think the case that you're referring to, the lead case in the United States, and this is for the law students who are out there, it was written by, of all people, Justice Alito. about the fact that the right to a speedy trial is not something that is only something that the defendant enjoys, but the public has a right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, it's not a controversial position. I mean, that's the most recent case, but there are other Supreme Court cases going back, again, decades that say that, and that's never been something in contention.
So turning to the Mar-a-Lago case, the classified documents case. So first question that I think I know the answer to, and I was always very curious as to what you would say, but so why did you bring it where you brought it? Why was it brought in Florida? Obviously, lots of people were second guessing that particular issue, probably less because they had some sort of issue concerned with the jury pool, but because of the judge who ultimately was assigned to it, who was, in my view, rightly provoked a lot of criticism of her rulings. But why was it brought in Florida? What were the other options? Or was it you never really thought about any other place?
Sure. So two things here. One is kind of I just wanted to address the note you said about, some people criticize things. I think one thing, and it kind of will explain a lot of my thinking about these things, the idea of people criticizing things, particularly in the media, if you are a good prosecutor, that is noise, and you need to tune it out. I think people in the media can do a very good public service in explaining what's going on in court and explaining legal concepts that are complex. But when we get to the point of people opining, you should have done this, you should have done that, good prosecutors learn to tune that out. I know whenever I've done a big case that no matter what I do, some people are going to think I'm a villain, and some people are going to think I'm a hero. Some people are going to think I'm great, and some people are going to think I stink. You tune that out. You just have to tune that out. And so, whatever was going on in the media about that, I don't have any idea about that because it's not something I follow. In terms of the actual case, it was very important to me that we do all our work by the book, and that means the same way you do it in a DOJ case if it wasn't a case of this much public interest. And under that way of thinking, the place to venue this case was in Florida. There were arguments you could venue parts of it other places, certainly, and there are times that the DOJ venue has pieces of cases in different places, but the usual way is to have it in one place. And in this particular case, the documents were in Florida. The major acts of obstruction, the 2 series of obstruction that we charged in the case, happened in Florida. And I would also the last point I would just add is we didn't have the immunity decision that came later. But if we had, by charging it in Florida, all the conduct that we charged was after the presidency. And so the idea that any of this will be official acts would be a lot less than it otherwise would have been if we had charged things that had happened in Washington, D.C. beforehand.
And just for context, the Trump immunity decision was about the Supreme Court's interpretation of what immunity should apply to a sitting president. And so if you have the Mar-a-Lago case, which is focusing on conduct that is about what the former president did with documents, not what he did while he was in office, in the same way that the Manhattan case was largely about what happened before he was president. And so the immunity decision is bound by when was Donald Trump in office. So you were focusing in the Florida case about a period that is after he was no longer president.
Correct.
There was a lot of discussion in connection with the classified documents case because of events that happened with respect to Vice President Pence, the vice president for Donald Trump in the first administration, and the discovery of classified documents.
Is it just me, or does Jack Smith look a little bit like Hunter Biden? He looks like a shorter, skinnier, just smaller version of Hunter Biden sometimes to me.
Documents that were in his possession, and then also a similar issue with respect to the then sitting president of the United States, Joe Biden. And in terms of your thinking about the propriety of the Mar-a-Lago case, once those cases were out there, how do you, when you're thinking about it, and we talked about show trials versus righteous prosecutions when we were talking about the ICC, how do you answer people who would be saying, well, wait a second, it's just they're all the same, and the Department of Justice and the various special counsels, you and Rob Hur, came to very different conclusions. How is that fair? Shouldn't they all have been treated the same? How do you justify the case in?
Oh, it's only 3 of us. Crap. Why is everything snipers? Holy shit.
Florida, when the same criminal case was not brought with respect to either a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah, so I think this is actually a great example to talk about the rule of law and enforcing the law equally. And just as a sort of background, that case, the Biden case you're talking about, I didn't have any role investigating that. Another prosecutor, another career prosecutor, a guy by the name of Robert Hur, who had actually been the U.S. attorney in Maryland under the first Trump administration, took on that matter. And he, like I, issued a report in his case about his findings, and he found in his case that it was not warranted to go forward in that case. And the difference, and this is what matters, is both cases involve classified documents, and one was in Mar-a-Lago, which was a social club, and also his home, and the other one was in, I think, largely in Biden's home, also I think an office that he worked at. What the hell? The difference is the facts.
Damn.
The rule of law allows for different outcomes.
I killed him immediately after.
One of the major differences between the two cases is the obstructive conduct in the case that I investigated. And that's important for a couple different reasons. One reason is to prove a illegal possession of classified documents, you need to show that you possess the documents, or the defendant possessed the documents willfully. And that means he knew what he was doing was wrong, and he knew he was possessing the documents. In my particular case, we had tons of evidence of willfulness. We had, and the obstructive evidence, publicly saying these are my documents or things like that, and I can keep them. The evidence to not give the documents back when the government even tried to get them back before there was a criminal investigation. Those sort of things, and then after the investigation started, still refusing to give them back, and then trying to obstruct the investigation. That helps prove willfulness. That sort of evidence didn't exist in the other case. And there are, I mean, I could probably keep you all here for a long time talking about the differences in terms of, you know.
There's 2 in the basement where I just died. They're on different teams.
The numbers are not, I want to make sure I get this pretty close to right, but almost 4 times as many documents that the person I was investigating compared to the other case. The sensitivity of the documents. I think Special Counsel Hur said that the documents that he most likely could bring a prosecution on were over 15 years old and dealt exclusively with the conflict that had ended in Afghanistan. As we alleged in our indictment, the documents I was dealing with were much more sensitive and much more recent, and we laid out subject areas, those sensitive subject areas in the indictment.
Another one here.
So there were a number
Another one behind you
between the case, and that is.
Good job.
Damn it, one on top, one on top.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Changing mags.
She's still on top. God damn it.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You have reinforcements inbound. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving. 10 remaining. Keep pushing. Half remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. LDVR inbound. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Whoa! Taking effective fire.
Squad mate back on station. Good work.
Medical.
Kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map.
Fuck. Just trying to get away.
What the rule of law wants is to have situations where different factual outcomes, different levels of proof can result in different outcomes. And that's what I think happened here.
We talked briefly, and you mentioned the Supreme Court's immunity decision. And one of the things that the court wrote about in that case was the concern about starting a chain of one president if you didn't have presidential immunity, one president coming in and then turning around and indicting the former president and on and on. I was wondering, what was your take on sort of the decision and particularly that concern of seeing?
There's a guy in a like black hood and cloak that has gotten me like 3 or 4 times now. Damn. Well, motherfucker. All right, I'm gonna head out. I might come back later. All right, I gotta get off. I will be back on tomorrow. Y'all do me a favor. Hang out for just a minute. Leave a comment on the stream. Till next time. Appreciate you. Love you. Later, fools.
Tomfoolery Show says. www. Wasted Design says. Good jams. Tomfoolery Show says. Wasted Design says. Later fuzz.